He shouted at her. "Aren't you ashamed? This is disgraceful." She just laughed and replied. "Just a lizard acting so arrogantly," he said to the Duke, staring intently at Rosalia. Then he thought the Duke ranks just below the king. Now that Rosalia knows the king, she must be connected to him. His face darkened as he thought, "Then what does she know about the king?" Rosalia spoke. "Contractor, I know what you're thinking, but you are only someone who shares blood with the king, with no right to speak or act, even if you have him." Hearing this, he was quite shocked. She stroked her hair and smiled at him. "But you know, wherever you are, you still have to walk your own path." Her words made him suddenly realize. Rosalia said, "The current situation isn't simple." He asked in alarm, "What?" She said, "Look at your hand." When he looked down, he saw his hand surrounded by purple electrical sparks. "This is magic backlash," a voice shouted from above. "Even a duke is just an ordinary summoned human. The demon has transformed into a monster." Surrounded by flames, he said disdainfully, "What human could withstand this power?" He continued, "If you want to fight me to the end, then I will grant death to us both." His form was no longer covered by flames, but had become a true beast. He created a massive fireball and shouted, "Die!" Kim Tae Hyun shouted as Rosalia's fireball charged straight at the building. There was a loud explosion, and a circular coil fell down at that moment. Purple marks appeared on Rosalia's body. Those purple marks were her wounds. He laughed and said, "A lizard sure knows a lot." The monster replied, "As you said, the power of a summoned creature like me depends on the contractor's ability. The limit is now." Rosalia turned to him and said, "If I use more power or extend the summoning longer, you'll die from magic backlash." She smiled at him and continued, "So, before I leave, I'll give you one last gift." He responded to the gift. Rosalia kissed his forehead. "Don't die, contractor. The system notified that you have received the Queen's kiss. The absolute hypnosis level has temporarily changed. Absolute hypnosis S activated." Kim Tae Hyun used the power from his hands to attack the beast. His power slowly enveloped it. The beast cried out, "What did you do?" He shone brightly, causing the beast to gradually vanish. Truly an interesting joke. How in a place full of red, another version of Kim Tae Hyun spoke. "That bus she left me to clean up this mess." The demon asked, "What's going on? Where is this? Is this his spirit world?" The confused demon wondered, if so, then what is that? The human from before wasn't him, although he looked like him, but he's a completely different person. His first thought, another version of Kim Tae Hyun, seemed very dangerous. The demon thought quietly, "Is he even the same kind of person?" Another version of Kim Tae Hyun spoke, "I have nothing to do with you. Now get out of here." A monster lunged at the demon from behind. He turned and said, "What's that?" Before he could finish, fresh red blood spurted from the monster's mouth. It shouted, "Your Highness! Where is your Highness?" Another version of Kim Tae Hyun said, "How dare you?" He was surprised by its change. "What's going on?" Even if the hypnosis level changed, Kaiselin looked unwell. The monster growled in anger. He took out a potion, drinking it while thinking, did Kaiselin also face something in her spirit world? No thinking about this. This is useless. He had already weakened. As he rushed forward, he thought, if there's a chance to take him down, it's now. He dashed toward the monster, drew a knife, then Lsechi, causing the monster to spew blood. He thought, finally my attack worked. Something appeared on his hand, radiating multiple branches of fire. She said, "I shouldn't die right." He recalled Rosalia's words, "Don't die, contractor." He thought, who said I was going to die? I think that I still need to expose the truth behind the king and that source of power, and also take revenge on Asmodeus, the one who took my life before I even got to live a proper one. Now you want me dead? Don't joke around. He shouted loudly, "I will defeat you and return!" He activated his ferocity. As he lunged toward the monster's mouth, another beast suddenly appeared and spoke. "You dare." Your kind of humanity hesitated. Not he slashed once, causing both monsters to spew blood and die. The system announced ferocity completed. The ferocity rank changed. He lay flat on the ground and said, "That crazy dragon thought I was dead for sure this time." He said cheerfully, "Now, I just need to head back." A notification popped up, Korean national level player. Kim Tae Hyun moved from rank B to A on the leaderboard. At that moment, The players from the last 7 days of the Asian-friendly competition appeared. The event staff were finalizing the scoring right on the main stage. Thousands of spectators in the stands looked up as staff checked each type of precious crystal shard. Japan officially announced their final score, a total of 4,600 Sinji points. Nakata frowned as he looked at the valuable crystals. With this result, Japan had to settle for second place. They couldn't surpass China, who led with 4,800 Sinji points. Nakata grew increasingly furious. He was so angry his face flushed red. I plan to avenge Surara, but Tae Hyun is still missing. Just second place in the friendly match again. Shinji Nakata descended the stairs thinking, damn it, time to go home. A man shouted, but Shinji Nakata remained. His anger had clouded his reason. Shinji Nakata replied, there's no reason to stay at this event anymore. He walked off the stage calmly. The chairman could only stare ahead helplessly. He was so worried that sweat soaked his face as he thought, even with Tae Hyun's contribution, the Korean team only placed third. The system said that after Tae Hyun disappeared, their score stalled. From day 5 to day 7, other countries surpassed them. The system continued saying if there weren't hundreds of magical soul stones or SS rank monsters, there was no way to change the outcome. The chairman felt remorse, his body trembling slightly as he thought, I'm sorry, Tae Hyun. It's all because of my incompetence that it ended this way. Laughter echoed from behind the chairman. It turned out to be Liu Feng and guild leader Zhang Long. Zhang Long spoke to the chairman. It's truly an indescribable regret. He spoke to the chairman with contempt. We thought Korea finally found a promising talent, but unexpectedly suffered a tragic accident and lost him. His words left the chairman stunned. They sneered. Your guild leader is still missing. You shouldn't say that, Zhang Long said. You've also entered the Dragon Human Tower, so what's the difference? The chairman clenched his fists tightly. He was furious, but powerless. An accident. Is it really just an unfortunate accident, you bastards? In his eyes, these two men now looked like demons. He angrily said, all the disappearances at the friendly match were caused by you. But the two walked past him saying as they went, now do you understand, the weak have no audacity to speak the truth. His whole body trembled, only able to watch them disdain him. The laughter behind him grew louder, along with the words, well then, enjoy the rest of the closing ceremony. The chairman's heart was heavy, as if carrying a huge stone on his shoulders. He tiredly thought, feeling powerless without strength in hand is truly unbearable. Zhang Long laughed loudly as he walked. A voice rang out, ugh! What the hell? A beam of light shone forth. Tae Hyun stepped out from the magical portal, causing Liu Feng and Zhang Long to turn and stare. They were stunned by the sight. Liu Feng asked, a portal. Zhang Long asked, who is that? The scene left the chairman dumbfounded. Tae Hyun said, well, our guild leader really is something, endured those guys for so long. He continued, now please don't worry anymore. The chairman was so shocked he nearly cried, seeing him as a saving straw, or the hope of his life. He stammered, you, Zhang Long and Liu Feng said in unison. He is the player Tae Hyun. He happily held a red meteorite in his hand. Tae Hyun said cheerfully, I'm back. A voice echoed from the building. Huang Rian and Huang Rong's mother entered his room and said, come here and watch the rest of the friendly match. He lay exhausted on the bed and said he didn't want to. He lay still on the bed, his whole body motionless, saying, Tae Hyun was gone. So what was the point of watching the friendly match? A tournament without Tae Hyun was like red bean cake, without filling watermelon, without sweetness, or a bun without meat. He cried out loudly, and you still tell me to watch the friendly match? That's a betrayal to Tae Hyun. His mother said, what if Tae Hyun appears on TV now? Hearing this, he suddenly sat up. What? He stepped out and saw the TV broadcasting the cheering crowd on the final day of the Asian-friendly match. An unbelievable event had happened. Tae Hyun, who had been missing, had returned home, submitting the magic meteorite from the SS rank monster Kaiseling. Although some SS rank monsters had appeared before, this was the first time the AI successfully defeated one. Even though the AI was on the phone with itself, how could this be? Tae Hyun was on TV, not down in the abyss, right? The screen now displayed. According to the friendly match rules, the reward points for the SS rank magic meteorite are 500 points. CEO Jin one-shot, Yang and Seo Hyun Jio were all shocked. Really? This increased South Korea's team total from 4,100 to 5,600 points. With this, South Korea took first place and became the champion of the Asian-friendly match. Everyone around him cheered his name, Kim Tae Hyun. Zhang Long angrily said, "You!" He turned and yelled at Liu Feng. "Liu Feng, what have you done? How is that guy still alive?" Liu Feng panicked. Not only did he escape the tower, but he also defeated an SS-rank monster. How is that possible? He's just a nobody. He kept emphasizing his name. Kim Tae Hyun looked down at the place where something serious might have happened, thinking to himself. Fortunately, Kaiserling's power was too strong, so after absorbing the core, the meteorite remained intact. Otherwise, this comeback situation wouldn't have happened. He squinted and looked down. However, Zhang Feng and Liu Feng would not easily accept this. Of course, what followed would be. A voice rang out, "Player Kim Tae Hyun!" The chairman rushed over and hugged him. He was surprised. "Chairman Ji Jin-hee," he cried as he said, "It's wonderful that you returned safely." Tears flowed down his cheeks. He said it was a great relief. Kim Tae Hyun smiled and said, "Chairman Ji Jin-hee," who was emotional and cried for a long time. It could be because of the team's safety or gratitude toward me. He instinctively hugged him back. And so the 7 days of the Asian-friendly match came to a close, ending with South Korea's spectacular victory. My story became the focus across media and social networks. A title card appeared, Kim Tae Hyun. He was the first South Korean player to reach the national level, and also the first in the world, to defeat an SS-rank monster. The American Players Association had begun to take notice of Kim Tae Hyun's return. When Kwon Gang-hyuk shouted, "Korean gamers sent me their congratulations for surviving and winning," he laughed maniacally. Kwon Gang-hyuk continued. The chairman cried uncontrollably at the closing ceremony. How embarrassing. His words slipped out, and everyone had to hold him back. But no, the AI shouted from afar. The AI had called Kwon Gang-hyuk here, causing too much noise, and the Singapore Players Association in a room. An older woman said to Kim Tae Hyun, "Thank you, player Kim Tae Hyun, for coming and giving your valuable time to us. We invited you here because it turned out she was the president of the Singapore Players Association, Hae-tan." She continued, "Please, player Kim Tae Hyun, we invite you to cooperate with the Singapore Players Association." He frowned. Indeed, everything was exactly like before the reset, he thought silently. Before, when the key players were lost in the friendly match, Singapore also wanted to invite strong gamers from the League of Legends. But at that time, Truong Long and Liu Feng didn't let them be. Yet he calmly said, "Let's deal with the uninvited guests first, then talk about this later." Hae-tan was stunned. A loud explosion occurred. Red beams filled the room, forcing Hae-tan to turn away. The men stepped forward, holding sharp weapons. They smiled slyly. So you're here?" Hae-tan's leader, Kim Tae Hyun, panicked at the scene, trembling and stammering, You guys!" "I don't know how you escaped the tower," Liu Feng replied, "but I don't care anymore." He walked in nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Tae kept controlling the fossil pieces, his face cunning with curses. "You'll die right here." Kim Tae Hyun only smiled. Leader Tan said, "I told you, didn't I? They've arrived, the troublemakers." His words stunned Liu Feng. "What?" The window somehow cracked mysteriously. Hae-tan was quite frightened now. A voice echoed to Liu Feng's surprise. "Surprising what you said is true." Liu Feng froze for a moment, then said, "You people Jin's chauffeur, daring to act like this in broad daylight. Are you out of your mind?" Then So-hyun refused to back down and added, "Gamers." Kim Tae Hyun said, "I will settle the score from last time right here." Another man appeared. He said, "Don't worry, Singapore's leader. Now it's my turn. Hero Kim Tae Hyun." Wan Si-young shouted, "Lightsword Hyun-soo at SAO brought this madman here." Taeguk responded, "Hard to believe, but he's an exceptional fighter." Kim Tae Hyun smirked. "What did you just say? Don't care anymore?" Liu Feng's face was full of deceit. He said slyly, "Me too." Kim Tae Hyun, "You bastard, this is where you die." Kim Tae Hyun's troops appeared. Zhang Lin-pyong gritted his teeth, an aura of authority radiating from him. "Me too, Kim Tae Hyun, bastard, you'll die here," Kim Tae Hyun said. Tae Hyun and his men surrounded Jung Lim-pyong. Earlier, there was a meeting between Won Seong Park Seong-ji and the chairman. Both were surprised by Kim Tae Hyun's words. Jung Lim-pyong wanted to assassinate the leader of the Singapore or SAO team. The three seemed anxious. This is crazy, the international friendly match isn't over yet. Did he really want to do that? On the contrary, Kim Tae Hyun remained calm. If so, Jung Long won't let him off, he continued. His basic goal is to eliminate talented players from other countries so he can monopolize the dungeon. And the demon stones. Hearing Kim Tae Hyun's explanation, the chairman and Won Seong broke into a cold sweat. Now he has targeted many lives, so everyone needs to be careful and vigilant, because everyone is in danger. The chairman spoke, hearing you, we all understand now. He lowered his voice. Now that we know his goal, what will you do next? Kim Tae Hyun answered. With the situation like this, what else can be done? Evil people like that already have plans against us. He raised his voice. We have to teach them a lesson they won't forget. Back to the present. Kim's teammates, Tae Hyun, were all battle-ready, and they charged one by one to attack the others. On this side, the masked men were completely terrified by them. They were extremely confused. What? An explosion tore through the building. CEO G fought and commanded, prepare to retreat with leader Haetan. Hurry, attack them now. Yua Young accompanied Won Si-young, just as he said. She hurriedly asked again. Did Sao and Hyun-soo successfully carry leader Haetan out? Outside he was crying, but his spirit was still high. Leader Haetan, don't worry, I and Hyun-soo will definitely protect you. But the one who scared her was actually An Hyun-soo himself. Oh my God. It's this guy from Sao. The masked group was cut apart with bright blue and purple attacks. But the destructive power was not small. One shouted, Lord Lim Pyong, they are trying to take the leader of the Singapore team away. Jiang Lim Pyong cursed while attacking. These bastards want to ruin everything. My plan. But before he could strike, his hand was bound by a golden chain. Jiang Lim Pyong was pulled outside directly. The situation turned into a one-on-one confrontation between him and Kim Tae Hyun. His subordinates were equally shocked. Sir Lim Pyong is Kim Tae Hyun making a move out there. Jiang Lin Fi showed no fear of Kim Tae Hyun. He sneered, Where do you think you're going, you bastard? He was smiling again. You really think escaping is that easy? Jiang Lin Fi taunted from the abyss. You ran from me, yet you dare to block my path here, he roared, unleashing his terrifying power. You're asking for death. Jiang Lin Fi exploded, grabbing Kim Tae Hyun's chain. He continued mocking Kim Tae Hyun. You think defeating Tai Man and Trin Tan made you the champion? Jiang Lin Fi laughed arrogantly. Now I'll show you what true power is. He arrogantly declared, Your power is only formidable in the abyss, but against me it's nothing. Kim Tae Hyun shouted, cutting him off. You talk too much, Lin Fi. I'm done listening. He immediately broke his golden chain and struck Lin Fi through, leaving him stunned. Kim Tae Hyun dashed past Jiang Lin Fi and severed one of his arms. Lin Fi's eyes widened in horror. Kim Tae Hyun then summoned a giant purple-armored skeleton, which punched Jiang Lin Fi, sending him crashing to the ground. Lin Fi coughed up blood, unable to believe what had just happened. What on earth was going on? He looked up at Kim Tae Hyun, standing there arrogantly. Jiang Lin Fi panicked, thinking, How did that kid manage to overpower me like this? No way, this can't be. He was completely different from before, and Lin Fi noticed that. His previous strength in the abyss wasn't nearly this strong. Yet in just a few days, Kim Tae Hyun had revealed a new face. Jiang Lin Fi took a reckless risk, charging forward. You bastard! You'll die by my hand! Kim Tae Hyun pierced through him again, leaving multiple slashes. In the end, Lin Fi still wondered what had caused such a rapid change. He had been struck down to the ground, blood pouring into the air continuously. Kim Tae Hyun landed and slowly paced. He looked down, smirking with disdain. In his mind, he thought, the brutal power has definitely leveled up, which gave me the confidence to beat him. He looked at the thoroughly defeated Jiang Lin Fi on the ground, somewhat unexpectedly. Lin Fi was a national-level player from China, a pretty tough opponent. I didn't think I could defeat him with my current strength, so now I can confidently face any dungeon. Jiang Lin Fi suddenly laughed. You bastard! Which puzzled Kim Tae Hyun. He started speaking. Now I understand why Trin Tan and Tai Man fell to you. You really are a monster. Jiang Lin Fi continued. I didn't think anyone would force me to use the power granted by the Grand Duke, but maybe you're the one who will make me do it. Hearing this, Kim Tae Hyun was greatly shocked. Jiang Lin Fi slowly stood up, laughing madly, his entire body surrounded by a new power. Kim Tae Hyun, don't think you're the strongest here. Kim Tae Hyun was terrified watching this scene. Jiang Lin Fi transformed and declared, He had completely turned into a terrifying monster threatening him. Now I'll show you what true power really is, compared to Lin Fi. Kim Tae Hyun now looked very small. Lin Fi had activated the blood frenzy abyss. Meanwhile, his weak subordinates had been wiped out. Ayu Ayang looked at them lying on the ground and concluded, "Looks like it's clear. This side is safe for now." Park Seo-jin suddenly called her, urgently confusing her. "You, Ayang, come here," he shouted from where Kim Tae Hyun was fighting. "Something's happening." The two looked down to see a giant red orb. Yu Ayang was equally shocked and worried. "What the hell is this?" she feared as a red arm appeared inside the barrier. Jang Lin-fi crazily charged at Kim Tae Hyun, laughing loudly. "This is my true, authentic power. What do you think?" Kim Tae Hyun charged forward to attack. "What nonsense are you spouting, you?" Kim Tae Hyun slashed off both of his limbs and scolded him. "You think this pile of flesh is that strong?" But he didn't expect them to stop bleeding instantly and then quickly regrow new ones. Kim Tae Hyun panicked and wondered, is he regenerating? Jang Lin-fi counterattacked, slamming Kim Tae Hyun painfully into the ground. He cautiously backed away. His enemy's destructive power was overwhelming. Is this really the Lin-fi from earlier? Kim Tae Hyun looked around, puzzled by the imprisonment space. The space around him seemed altered. Now the atmosphere here, the environment had transformed, as if they were at the bottom of a chasm. He recalled what was said before this power was granted by the Grand Duke. Earlier, Kaiserin also referred to Rosalia as the Grand Duke, Kim Tae Hyun speculated. So currently, besides Rosalia, there's another entity also called the Grand Duke, he thought while fighting. That means the Grand Duke Rosalia mentioned must be connected to the Emperor. Kim Tae Hyun surged forward to attack. If that's the case, this Lim Pyong guy, he must have been granted a portion of that power as well. Suddenly he froze, eyes wide. A gigantic hand was also reaching toward Kim Tae Hyun. The space instantly clouded. Jang Lin-fi had captured Kim Tae Hyun. He held him tightly and asked, "So looks like my power surprised you, huh? Right now you understand who's the strongest here." Jiang Lim Pyong brought Kim Tae Hyun closer, disdainfully addressing arrogant fools like him. "You'll pay the price. You thought you were strong enough to defeat Lim Pyong, but you didn't even realize that I was chosen by the Grand Duke." Kim Tae Hyun suddenly spoke up. "Then can I ask you something?" he asked. "Do you know anything about the Emperor?" Jiang Lin-fi looked a bit confused. "What, the Emperor? Why are you asking about the Grand Duke?" He suddenly burst out laughing. "The Grand Duke truly possesses power everyone longs for. Luckily, I am the one chosen by him, granted the power." Kim Tae Hyun sneered. "You sure talk a lot of nonsense. You know nothing about the Emperor." He suddenly transformed into a dragon. Kim Tae Hyun laughed in Jung Lim Pyong's face and said, "I thought you'd know something about that person." Young Lim Pyong exclaimed in shock. "What? How is his power manifesting? But it doesn't matter." Kim Tae Hyun radiated overwhelming energy and said, "Luckily, I've also gathered some information about the Grand Duke." Then Jang Lin-fi shouted in astonishment, "Is this really your true power, Kim Tae Hyun?" He laughed arrogantly. "Now it's all over." Kim Tae Hyun charged to attack Jiang Lin-fi. He roared in terror. Jiang Lin-fi exploded into chunks of flesh scattered on the ground. Kim Tae Hyun looked at them coldly and said, "So he's finished." He took out a healing potion and drank it, his mind racing. He kept rambling about the Grand Duke, but knew nothing about the Emperor. Kim Tae Hyun felt uneasy. "But from now on, I understand there are many who claim the title Grand Duke. If all of them hold power like Rosalia's, then this is truly a serious threat," he concluded. "Whether they know about the Emperor or not no longer matters, because I know all of them will be my future rivals." As Kim Tae Hyun pondered, suddenly the goo on the ground began to merge. He shouted in horror, "What is that?" An unfamiliar voice echoed. "You thought your power burst was terrifying." Body parts gradually took shape, but that's all it is. After all, humanity is still a weak species. Kim Tae Hyun broke out in cold sweat hearing that. Eugene Moon chuckled softly. "Seems you're the one who defeated Lim Pyong Jong, the one who made a contract with me. He is the Grand Duke of the Abyss Lord of Vampires." Eugene Moon and Aji Moon stood on the goo and asked, "Did you kill the one who had a contract with me?" Tae Hyun tensed defensively when he appeared. He gripped his sword tightly, silently, calculating in his mind. "Who is he? He seemed connected to Lim Pyong." His body trembled more and more, sweat streaming down his forehead. The only strong aura he could sense was overwhelming. Could it be the Grand Duke of the Abyss? Moon was on this side. Receiving no response, he continued, "Fine. Let's see how strong you really are." Blood swords, giant blood-colored blades, suddenly dashed down from the sky toward Tae Hyun. He looked up in shock, eyes wide with surprise. They rushed straight to where he was. He quickly jumped out of the way and shouted, "This is Bennett!" Tae Hyun gripped the sword tightly, its blade wrapped in a small flame. He silently searched for a solution in his mind. "It's too wide. What should I do?" Was this the blood sword Lim Pyong used? A blood sword suddenly advanced to attack him. Tae Hyun tried to block it with his small sword, thinking quietly to himself. The difference in level was obvious. Tae Hyun gathered all his strength to block the blood sword. By now he was certain. No doubt about it, this was a Grand Duke like Rosalia. This was a being he could not possibly confront. Why appear here and now? But that no longer mattered. To survive, he had to use every ability he had. Without hesitation, Tae Hyun charged forward. The blood swords from Moon also sped toward him. Ajiman watched with growing amusement. Every summoned creature was bound by a false contract. If the summoner was stronger than the summoned, then the summoned would grow stronger, through the summoner. But if the opposite, if the summoned was stronger, the summoner could suffer backlash of mana, or the summoning could be nullified. Tae Hyun fought off the blood swords while calculating silently. Liu Ping the summoner was already dead, so Moon was forcibly summoned through Liu Ping's corpse. The summoning time was definitely limited. Tae Hyun charged forward, throwing a punch at Moon, who blocked it with a shield. He forced himself to think of a way to survive until then. Suddenly, Moon spoke up. "You are strong compared to the one I contracted with, but Tae Hyun's power means nothing to me." Moon smirked. A small blood cyclone appeared in his hand as he continued. "Do you really think you can face me?" Tae Hyun was flung backward, shouting in shock. Before he could finish, the blood cyclone suddenly expanded. It swept Tae Hyun inside. Helpless, he was sucked in, unable to do anything. Moon controlled the cyclone, while taunting, "Mortals are just mortals, no matter how strong. They can never compare to me. Now accept your death." Suddenly, Moon noticed something. The blood cyclone became strange, losing its ferocity, and instead covered with thousands of blooming flowers. Moon's eyes widened in surprise. Flowers. So those were cherry blossoms. Suddenly among the flowers, a figure appeared with Tae Hyun hovering in the air. It was Rosalia. She cheerfully said, "I didn't expect to appear like this." Rosalia's tendrils held Tae Hyun firmly. Hearing this, he replied, "This is an emergency. The flower column is fading." Moon, who had been silent, finally spoke. "I never expected the one contracted with me to be defeated by a human like this. So it's Duke Rosalia. Fine, I'll give you one chance, cancel the contract and leave. If not, I'll kill you too." Rosalia found this amusing and replied sarcastically, "Scared you're still as arrogant as ever, stubborn and unchanged. Who do you think I am? Dream on." Tae Hyun, standing behind, shouted at their exchange. "Rosalia, is this guy an AI?" She responded calmly. "Moon and I are both Grand Dukes." Hearing this, his face grew tense. She continued, "He wants to kill you." While Rosalia spoke, Moon launched an attack. Blood swords from all directions flew toward Rosalia and Tae Hyun. Moon yelled madly, "Fine then, I'll kill you both." Hearing this, Rosalia grew even more excited. "You talk big." The blood swords all pointed directly at them. At any moment, they could rush forward. Tae Hyun looked uneasy on the side, gritting his teeth and thinking, "This is bad. The backlash is making it hard to breathe. I was completely drained after fighting Lu Bin. Now there's no way to help Rosalia. Just trying not to get kicked out is already good enough." "This won't do," Rosalia suddenly called out from ahead. "Don't collapse. The power I use is linked to a false contract. You're pretty good, but compared to a Grand Duke, you still don't measure up. So stay alert, so I can fight." Tae Hyun was shocked and stammered upon hearing this. Rosalia then spoke again. "You've come this far. Don't give up so easily." Tae Hyun grew more and more astonished. His pupils shrank. Rosalia beside him kept speaking, "Hang in there. This is a good chance for you to learn what you'll have to face on your own in the future." She formed a pink magical circle with a flower-shaped mark. Moon, losing patience, shouted, "All right, enough with the nagging. Now both of you go to hell. Enjoy whatever I'm about to give you. Today, Rosalia, what are you going to do with my technique?" As he spoke, a pair of giant hands appeared in the sky, holding a blood sword. Rosalia's magic circle glowed, shining directly downward, the light blinding. On the other side, the blood sword charged forward to attack. They collided, creating a massive explosion. The light from the blast grew increasingly dazzling, until nothing could be seen. Tae Hyun struggled against the explosion. He shielded his face with his hand, continuing to observe this was bad. The pressure was overwhelming. Then everything disappeared. The blinding light vanished, and all was swallowed in deep darkness. Magic power depleted fatigue at 100% stamina, down to 10. How many times has this happened now? Rank, national level Grand Duke. Every time I grow stronger, a stronger opponent appears. This vicious cycle, how far will it go? Tae Hyun thought. Suddenly a voice slowly echoed, truly pathetic. Tae Hyun tiredly opened his eyes. That voice, Oppa Gangster, mocked him right before his eyes, wielding royal power, yet acting like this national-level Grand Duke, ridiculous. You don't understand the power you possess. Then let me take over this body. Tae Hyun jolted awake, breathing heavily. He was now lying in a hospital. He raised his hand to confirm what just happened. Tae Hyun's hand trembled uncontrollably. Staring at it, he wondered if it was a dream. Recalling the earlier image, he was confused. What exactly happened? The voice he heard in the dream, the silhouette of that figure he still remembered. What connection did that person have to royalty? In this room, Tae Hyun was not alone. There were others. When they saw him wake up, they were all surprised and shouted in unison, Tae Hyun. The loud noise echoed throughout the hospital. He panicked and shouted, "Hey! Stop making noise!" According to Aeon, at that moment, the barrier suddenly collapsed. Inside, only the unconscious remained, along with the remnants of the battle. Fortunately, the assassination attempt on guild leader Healy Tan failed. Thanks to the bravery of player Hyun-soo, she was safe. Hyun-soo hurriedly carried Heli and ran off quickly. Throughout the process, he kept shouting, "I have to save her." People suspected Zhang Long was behind Liu Ping. Therefore, it would be difficult for him to escape the World Association's scrutiny. When Jiang Long learned the situation, the fire of rage in him blazed even higher. He gritted his teeth in fury. That bastard Tae Hyun destroyed everything of mine. Afterwards, Tae Hyun left the hospital feeling light and fully recovered. As he walked, he thought the Grand Duke. These mysterious powers are drawing closer to the strength of the violent beast, and more mysteries appear. But I've made remarkable progress too. A system panel appeared before him. He was surprised. What is this? The system panel showed info name, Kim Tae Hyun, age 19. Rank, a strength, 200 stamina, 200 speed, 180 magic power, 270 willpower, 50 fatigue, 20%. Magic power, 270 out of 270. Skill, blood rage temporarily unavailable. Violent beast absorbs opponent's magic power by 50 mysterious stone boosts. Magic defense by 20. Then more info appeared. Blood rage temporarily unavailable. Unlock condition. Blood absorption. At a restaurant, two people sat in a corner talking. One spoke first. "How's your body doing?" The other replied. "It's okay. So Aeon loves you." She then asked again, "You really scared me. Now that you've eaten, what do you plan to do next?" Sitting across from her was Tae Hyun. He wiped his mouth and replied, "Of course. The reward from the friendly match. I'll be heading to the unconquered dungeons in Japan and China." Before Tae Hyun could finish, Aeon interrupted. "I'm not asking about that." Tae Hyun looked a bit confused and asked, "Huh? Then what?" She shyly clarified. "You said after the friendly match you'd go on a date." At that moment, she suddenly remembered their last phone call. Tae Hyun, on the other end of the line, said, "Thank you, Aeon." Hearing that, she immediately set a condition. "If you're thanking me, you owe me a meal, right?" Tae Hyun snapped back to reality. "We'll talk about that after the friendly match ends." He then pulled Aeon closer. "But didn't you just say you'd treat me to a meal?" "You were the one who said it." Aeon suddenly changed the subject again. "Even with the right to conquer, you can't just barge in. Dungeons are priceless resources, sources of magic spirit stones. Even if you have conquest rights, they won't let an outsider like you in easily. Player guilds on both sides will find every excuse to block you, trying to delay until your conquest rights expire." Tae Hyun listened calmly and said, "It's okay. I already have a plan to handle that. Besides, if the time gets extended, I have other things to do." AI loved watching Tae Hyun intently, and then asked what those other things were. He sipped water and answered, I realized I'm still weak. The skill I got from the bloodthirsty soldier. Suddenly, he recalled the notification that popped up the other day. Bloodthirsty currently unavailable, unlock conditions not met. Strong blood absorption. I tried activating it a few times, thinking maybe it would work, but nothing changed. Tae Hyun looked at his hand, deep in thought. Strong blood absorption. That's originally the power of Grand Duke Igmoon, so maybe it needs a special condition, not just the contract, even if it's at the national level. But I can't resist the Duke's power. To face the Duke and access the secrets of the King and the Devourer, I definitely have to be much stronger than I am now. Night fell over a remote mountain area, where Tae Hyun stood in the rain before an old building. Looking up, it was the Bang Chesu distillery. On the 2 doors were signs that read, temporarily closed. He stepped forward to open the door. Probably because it was old, it creaked loudly and eerily. Suddenly someone's voice came from somewhere. Don't young people know how to read anymore? The man stood before a large jar of liquor and continued. It clearly says, no longer in business. Without turning around, he called out, Go back, Tae Hyun! Ignoring him, Tae Hyun went deeper inside. I'm not here about the distillery. What I want help with is simply skill fusion. Hearing that, the man was stunned and turned to look. This was Chesu. He stammered, How do you know that? Who are you? Tae Hyun replied, I'm Tae Hyun, a national-level player, and here to save you. Bang Chesu, the distillery owner on Seoul's outskirts, was an old man waiting for death, and the world's only awakened being, possessing an S-rank skill to fuse world fragment skills. However, instead of clinging to that skill, Chesu preferred to focus on his distillery work. His son regretted this, and said with such an extraordinary skill, why live like this? Try living brilliantly for once, perhaps out of resentment, at living as an E-rank awakened in an era of fake awakenings. Chesu's son had different thoughts. Eventually unable to refuse his only son's request, Chesu tried skill fusion with the magical creatures his son brought. But the results were disappointing. One of the magical creatures convulsed violently after fusion. Back to the present, Tae Hyun asked, Is there something wrong? All magical creatures fused with the skill either died or became disabled due to magical anaphylaxis. Then, fearing revenge, your son ran away and you decided never to use that skill again, feeling guilty. Chesu tensed and asked, How do you know all this? But you know everything, and still want me to fuse the skill for you, Orzu. He motioned with his hand, signaling Tae Hyun to leave. He shouted, Are you crazy? Go back right now. Whether you're S-rank or national level, it's none of my business. Lives ruined by me, even if their magical creatures are already too many. Moreover, as if anticipating this reaction, Tae Hyun spoke calmly to reassure him, Don't worry. Chris widened his eyes, looked at Tae Hyun in surprise. Tae Hyun, on the other hand, revealed his power. He confidently looked at Chris and continued, I won't let your skill destroy me. After a moment, Chris spoke up, Is what you just said true? At this moment, Chesu was channeling power into Tae Hyun. Behind him were countless magical circles of various kinds. Tae Hyun replied politely, Yes, that's the truth. Originally, the magical anaphylaxis phenomenon that the demons experienced wasn't your fault. Hearing this, Chesu was surprised and stammered, What? Seeing that he seemed confused, Tae Hyun explained. The magical anaphylaxis occurs entirely due to the huge level gap between you and the demons, combined with the acquired skills fusion far exceeding their capacity, which causes side effects. With my current ability stats, it won't be a problem. Even if magical anaphylaxis happens, I won't be turned into a cripple. Hearing this, Chesu became even more bewildered. Thinking silently, Could it really be like this? I have always regarded my awakening and skills, and even my hands, as a curse that ruined others' lives. Yet with this young man, everything was resolved in an instant. Who exactly is he? He's like someone from the future. Suddenly, Tae Hyun turned his head to look at him, and cheerfully said, Besides, no one knows I'm here. So even if I die, no one will know it was because of you. Hearing this, Chesu panicked and immediately shouted, Don't say such scary things. Before returning to the past, the truth that Jesus' skill wasn't faulty was only confirmed through the later investigation by Association 15, but by then it was too late. Jesus carried guilt and loss. The only son drowned in alcohol and died from health failure. If his misunderstanding isn't resolved now, maybe he would have lived his whole life in torment and died that way. Tae Hyun closed his eyes, thinking, luckily it's not too late yet. Suddenly, a dark voice echoed. Do you want to fuse the Soul Stone and invisibility? Do you want to fuse Supreme Night and paralysis? Do you want to fuse King's Heart and a motionless world? Seeing this, Chesu was surprised. He couldn't help but exclaim loudly. 3 skills fused at once in one person, and he possesses so many skills. Are you really okay? Tae Hyun remained calm, closing his eyes, and thinking just as I thought. A skill like Devour, which has an unclear origin, seems undetectable. Out loud, he quickly responded. A skill like Devour with unknown origin seems to be undetectable. Out loud, he quickly replied. Jesus was sweating profusely from tension, but hearing Tae Hyun's answer, he felt reassured. Understood, then proceed with skill fusion. The magical circles began to glow, radiating powerful energy, which then flowed into Tae Hyun's body. This was the headquarters of the American Players Association. In a closed conference room, everyone sat around the table in deep thought. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. A well-dressed man stood before the projector screen, breaking the silence. It's been a long time since we gathered all the top forces of the United States. This man was Kevin Ian, chairman of the American Players Association, an S-rank player. The casually dressed man was Greg Gogol, the United States number 10 national rank player. He sneered and said, "What's this about this time? Planning to declare war." Unable to tolerate Gregory's attitude, Dylan Gray, a BA rank national player of the U.S., slammed his hand on the table impatiently and shouted, "Gregory, show some respect to the chairman." Tired of this situation? Ricky Harris, the U.S.'s number 2 national player, sighed and said, "Why does every gathering turn into a brawl like this?" "Cody, say something." The one called Cody replied irritably. "Leading like this, how childish can you be? Besides, rank order is just formality. I'm not forcing anyone." He was Cody Jr., the U.S.'s number 1 national player. Seeing the tension rising, Kevin quickly changed the subject. "Anyway, let's get back to the main issue. Has everyone received information on the top national players from China participating in this Asian-friendly match?" Montel. Roman, the U.S.'s number 5 national player who had been silent, spoke up. Sui. Shin Jaimin. Min and Liu Ping, right? Nick Rogan, the U.S.'s number 6 national player, also added, 2 people died during the mission to eliminate Samrozu, and 1 was reportedly killed while trying to assassinate the chairman of the Singapore Association. Gregor kept his indifferent expression and asked, "So what?" Gregor maintained his indifferent look and asked, "So what? After all, they're dead anyway." Dylan, sitting next to him, raised his voice. Seeing that Kevin quickly explained, "That's correct. That's the official stance of the Chinese Players Association. But according to new intelligence received today, all 3 of them lost and were killed by a single person. Notably among them was Liu Bing, who had signed a contract with Grand Duke IG Moon of the Abyss, a vampire lord." One person gasped in shock. "Grand Duke, those monsters!" Ricky also turned to ask the person beside him, Cody, "Do you know about this?" Cody remained silent, not answering. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "So who was the one who handled them?" Kevin heard the question and pondered. Tae Hyun from Korea. At that moment, at the earlier distillery, a circle of blood-red light surrounded the building. Kevin continued, "Of course, even if he defeated Liu Ping, he still can't compare to top players like you. But it's necessary to investigate him thoroughly." Tae Hyun looked at his hand in disbelief, surrounded by blazing red flames of power. "Not S rank, but only AA. Right now he is Tae Hyun, a national-level player ranked AA." A strange voice spoke up. "That's why at the Korean airport." A well-dressed man walked ahead. Gregor followed behind and asked, "Because of investigating that Tae Hyun guy, you and I have to come all the way out here, right?" The man in front replied, You could say that." Gregor frowned, grinding his teeth. "Damn that Tae Hyun if I get the chance." Before he could finish, he was interrupted. "Calm down, we're not here to fight him. At least not yet." That man was Marcus Go, the United States national player ranked 8. The elevator panel showed floor 24. Tae Hyun stepped out from inside, walking while thinking. The skill unification went smoothly. The issue is, I wanted to try out the newly unified skills as soon as possible. The system panel displayed info shadow cloak, enhances the body, and grants invisibility costs, 15 mana. The Monarch's world creates a special field, enhanced by mana costs, 20 mana. The Monarch's might releases power boosted by mana, costs 20 mana. He was still lost in thought. If I try these moves here, it might cause chaos. Right, maybe I should go to ABC. He imagined the city in chaos, everyone scared, running everywhere. These were all new skills from Tae Hyun's imagination. Suddenly, a strange voice rang out. Finally, you've arrived, player Tae Hyun. Hearing his name, he looked up, puzzled. Huh. At the end of the corridor was a door with 2 people already waiting for him. Marcus, the U.S. national level player, ranked 8. Lifted his glasses and said, I've been waiting for you a long time. Beside him was Gregor, the U.S. national level player, ranked 10. He couldn't believe his eyes and shouted loudly, This kid defeated Liu Ping. Is that info accurate? Tae Hyun noticed the tense atmosphere in front of him and thought, are these American national players? Marcus calmly reminded, Don't say that, Gregor. But Gregor ignored Marcus's words and shouted fiercely. Dick led the group into a room. Tae Hyun and Marcus sat at the table while Gregor leaned against the door observing. Tae Hyun spoke. So, what do you want to talk about by coming to see me? Marcus couldn't hide his excitement and replied, You're rushing. I'm just here to talk. He tapped on the table, hesitated, then said, Please allow me a moment. Marcus gently touched the tabletop. Green circles appeared continuously around, also surrounded by similar circles. Tae Hyun watched silently, thinking, Is this Ziggurat? Tae Hyun's information appeared one after another. Name Kim Tae Hyun, rank 8OA power. 200 stamina, 200 speed, 180 mana, 280. Ziggurat is Marcus's skill, considered the best measurement skill, currently allowing viewing of all player status information, from ability stats, skills, even height. Weight and mood. Marcus looked at the data and analyzed it mentally. It was the first time seeing an AA rank player whose stats were at the level of a national player. But just saying he defeated Liu Ping didn't seem enough. Maybe we should check his skills. Suddenly, Tae Hyun's power flared intensely, and Marcus's system panel repeatedly notified. Cannot check skills, cannot check skills. He grabbed the person alarmed, exclaiming, What? Tae Hyun here seemed impatient now, asking, Are you done examining? If you want to test his true strength, that's enough. Seeing this, Marcus thought to himself, He managed to block my ziggurat. What? This was unprecedented. Out loud, he admitted, Sorry, it's just a habit of mine. He stared at Tae Hyun, analyzing silently. Tae Hyun, the strongest national-level player in South Korea, seems like. Now I understand why Guildmaster Kevin cares so much about you. After a moment of silence, Tae Hyun asked, Then what's the real reason you came here? Marcus answered honestly. We want to request a shared conquest, right for an unexplored dungeon in China. The reward from a friendly match. Hearing this, Tae Hyun was puzzled. Shared conquest rights. What do you mean? Marcus, seeing he still didn't understand, continued. I can't disclose details, but recently our guildmaster has been eager to investigate that area. And since you defeated Liu Ping, surely the Chinese players' guildmaster, Zhang Long, will try to block you. Don't we share common interests? If you agree to share conquest rights with us, we won't just stop Zhang Long, but also support you in conquering the dungeon. Moreover, establishing a partnership with you right here benefits both sides. If you accept the American Players Guild, gains a new ally. If you refuse, we won't become your enemies either. After Marcus finished persuading, Tae Hyun finally made his decision. I refuse. Thanks for the offer, but I don't need help. Marcus looked regretful and replied, That's a pity. But inwardly he thought, That's enough. However, Gregor didn't seem calm at all. He stepped forward from behind and shouted, What the hell is this? Grabbing Tae Hyun's collar. He angrily yelled, You came all the way from America. Just to hear this kind of answer, Marcus panicked and tried to stop him. Gregor, what are you doing? Let go right now. Gregory looked straight into Tae Hyun's eyes and taunted, If this kid won't talk, then let's settle it with fists. Tae Hyun was speechless, thinking, Is he having a seizure? It seemed Marcus wanted to build a good relationship with me, but this guy was clueless. He looked straight into Gregor's eyes full of contempt, silently understanding the truth. That look was exactly the same one I faced countless times. before awakening. This guy had no special reason to provoke me, just simply didn't acknowledge me as his equal. It's been a long time since I was treated like this, but now things are different. Tae Hyun ended his thoughts smiling as he said, "All right then." Gregor couldn't believe it and exclaimed, but Tae Hyun ignored his expression and continued, "If you really want me to accept the offer, and then let's talk with fists." Before finishing, he thought silently, "Might as well test my skills at the same time." Leaving the previous room, Tae Hyun and Gregor moved to a large arena where thousands had gathered to watch the fight of the century. This was Guillaume Semiro's arena. Seeing this, Higuain was astonished. "Wait! This duel will take place in Gildan Semiro's arena," Kang Hyuk excitedly responded from the stands. "Yes, that way we get the chance to promote Gildan to the audience. Isn't that great?" Unlike him, Hyezeon didn't like the idea. She spoke irritably, "I'm not okay with this. What if they destroy our building?" Kang Hyuk only just noticed this and panicked. Seeing this, Hyezeon added, "How can the arena withstand national-level players? They're just grasshoppers." Standing in the middle of the arena, facing Tae Hyun, Gregor excitedly ran his hand through his hair. How can the arena withstand national-level players? Just grasshoppers, standing in the middle of the arena facing Tae Hyun. Gregor excitedly ran his hand through his hair. "The arena, huh? Interesting idea. I'm quite pleased." Tae Hyun on this side responded upon hearing that. "Hopefully the result will be even more satisfying." Gregor smiled smugly, full of confidence. Rest assured, he transformed into a huge, ferocious werewolf. "Keep talking, I actually enjoy fights like this." Facing his sharp claws, Tae Hyun showed no sign of fear, not afraid at all. In fact, he seemed somewhat amused. Calling it a fight seemed a bit much. Gregor, in his werewolf form, charged forward to attack. Tae Hyun and Hyezeon sat in the stands confused as the arena trembled. Kang Hyuk, sitting nearby, was also startled. "A werewolf? What's going on?" Marcus had been watching since earlier. He calmly explained, "That's the wolf heart skill." Kang Hyuk, surprised to see him, loudly commented. Marcus, ignoring the comment, focused on explaining the skill, is honed to its limit. It transforms the user into a werewolf, while significantly boosting physical abilities. Marcus watched the match seriously. He thought silently, "It's a pity I couldn't build a good relationship with player Tae Hyun, but it's for the best. By the way, I'm checking how strong he is after defeating Liu Ping." Back on the arena floor, Gregor madly charged at Tae Hyun. He thought confidently, that guy is an idiot, according to Marcus. Although the skill can't be checked through Ziggurat, the stats show that aside from mana, he's completely outmatched. Tae Hyun's info appeared, name Kim Tae Hyun. Rank AA, strength 200, stamina 200, speed 180, mana 280. Next was Gregor's info name, Gregor Gill, rank S. Strength 232, stamina 245, speed 28, mana 220 plus. He activated Wolfheart to boost his stats. He looked like a raging monster. Attacking so fast, Tae Hyun couldn't react. Gregor pinned him down with his hands. He smugly thought, "This kid isn't skilled enough to beat me." Gregor raised his claws to deliver the finishing blow. As he moved, he shouted, "Let's finish this kid!" Gregor's claws aimed straight at Tae Hyun. Yet Tae Hyun showed no fear at all. Instead, he gave a mysterious smile and said, "No wonder you're top 10 in America. This strength lets me test you without worrying about you dying." Gregor suddenly widened his eyes. Something was happening. It left him speechless. Before he could act, a slimy substance appeared from Tae Hyun's side. It writhed like a living entity, growing larger, as if to demonstrate its overwhelming presence. Marcus in the stands couldn't believe his eyes, yelling, What the hell is that?" Suddenly a black shield appeared, covering the entire arena and blocking the view of the spectators around. Marcus thought quietly, "That's a black shield Tae Hyun's fusion skill. It creates 3 new skills." First, everything happened so fast, Gregor was still stunned. Behind him, 3 giant statues appeared simultaneously, standing with hands folded in front, forming a massive fortress wall. These giant statues, standing with folded hands, formed a huge fortress wall. This is the World Lord skill, a fusion skill from the insensitive world and Lord's heart. World Lord weakens enemy stats while boosting the user's own. Gregor felt like he was in a strange place. He shouted tensely, "What the hell is this place? Where is he?" Suddenly he was hit hard on the cheek. The blow was so fast he couldn't react, causing Gregor to fall backwards. The second skill was a skin armor, fused from stone skin and invisibility. Along Tae Hyun's body ran a strange purple energy. His eyes glinted with ruthlessness. This skill not only reinforced his body far beyond stone skin, but also allowed him to switch invisibility on and off freely. Gregor was hit repeatedly, but couldn't see where Tae Hyun was attacking from. Losing his temper, he shouted, "You damn bastard!" Gregor was swept away by a wave, panicking as he clawed around. "Come out! Show yourself!" Gregor calmed down, looked up, and suddenly something appeared that startled him. His pupils darted wildly. Finally, the third skill appeared, a gigantic body, holding something in its hands. It was a sleek black sword, radiating tremendous power. This was the Majesty Lord, fused from Majesty Night and Paralysis. It emitted an overwhelming killing intent, its power scorching the air. Because it was a fusion skill, all effects were combined and enhanced. Gregor gaped in shock, speechless. He stammered a few incoherent words. "Tae Hyun," then confidently said, "So the outcome is clear." He hurriedly urged him to stand up and leave. By now, the night sky had fallen about to cover the entire arena. Suddenly, a strange light flashed from the arena floor, illuminating the entire night sky. Rocks and dust flew everywhere, and the spectators all stared in amazement, mouths agape. Marcus couldn't believe his eyes. Impossible. Tae Hyun smiled subtly as he looked toward Gregor, who lay sprawled on the arena floor. Speaking of which, the match was quite entertaining. Gregor Kim Tae Hyun turned his back and left, leaving behind the words, "See you next time." The system screen displayed character information named Kim Tae Hyun, age 19, rank A strength, 200 stamina, 200 speed, stamina, 280, willpower, 150, fatigue, 30%. Remaining mana, 280. Bloodthirst skill, temporarily unavailable. Devour. Swallow the designated target, and mana cost 50. Shadow skin enhances the body. Concealment costs 15 mana. Lord of the World creates a special field using mana. Mana cost 20. Authority of the Lord emits power enhancement with mana cost 20. Chains bind the designated target, and mana cost. The Queen's Man summons the Dream Demon. Queen Rosalia with mana cost 200. Absolute Hypnosis hypnotizes the opponent, mana cost 40. The battle has ended, but it seemed the audience still hadn't realized. Everyone was whispering, "What's going on? What just happened?" That strange veil made it impossible to see anything. Has Tae Hyun already won? Marcus, in the stands, anxiously looked at the arena, silently wondering what exactly is happening. The dark veil just dropped, and the match ended immediately. What actually happened inside Gregor was still stubborn. He stood up amid the chaos and shouted loudly, "Who said the match was over? It's not over yet. Not over yet." His face was smeared with blood, like a wild animal out of control, yelling, "I haven't lost. I will kill you, Tae Hyun." Before he could make a move, suddenly a white sword appeared, along with a blue-haired man with a triangular mark on his forehead, and finally a third person with sharp horns, the trio known as Ion. Sung Jin and Kang Hyuk stood in front of Gregor. Ion, in a defensive stance, spoke first, always eager to fight. "Is this bet always this serious?" Kang Hyuk said enthusiastically. "Just accept your loss." Sung Jin seriously looked at Gregor. "If you keep fighting, it won't just be about the bet anymore, right?" "Stop it, Gregor." Tae Hyun, watching from afar, saw them and said, "Player Sung Jin and also player Joe Ion. Since when did you all—" A man wearing an eye patch emerged from the smoke and approached Tae Hyun. Walking forward, he said, "I've been watching from the start." Tae Hyun turned to look and asked, "The SAO Association Chairman. So the person called the chairman is Jin Hee." The man approached cheerfully and said, "I plan to just observe, but things seem out of control." Tae Hyun tensed at this, but Jin Hee seemed unconcerned and continued, "Even with so, let us handle the rest." After speaking, Jin Hee and the three others moved straight toward Gregor, who was in werewolf form. He was no longer calm. Seeing them approach, he roared, "You dare block me! Foolish! SAO idiots! Then I'll take you all down right here." Marcus had somehow entered the arena. Standing before Gregor, he shouted, "Shut up, Gregor! Don't cause more trouble. You go. She will really punish you no matter how reckless you are. You know what happens if she takes it seriously, right, Gregor?" Hearing that name, I trembled uncontrollably. He stammered, repeating, "She—" "Go, Gregor!" Angry, he ground his teeth fiercely. Then he transformed back into human form and turned to leave. While walking away, Grigor cursed loudly. "Damn you, Marcus." Marcus looked seriously at this group. "Yeah," he apologized sincerely. "I deeply apologize to player Tae Hyun. Please forgive our disrespect. Now that things have come to this, it's awkward to bring up, but have you considered joining the U.S. Players Association?" Rigo was so surprised he stopped walking and turned around. Honestly, Marcus on this side wasn't doing any better. Hearing this, Jin-hee shouted, "What kind of audacity is this?" right in front of the association chairman. Despite the noisy scene, Marcus remained calm. He tried to persuade Tae Hyun, "Whatever conditions you want, we will all comply. For the unconquered dungeon in China, we can assemble the best raid team. If you're involved, Tae Hyun." Hearing this, he quickly replied, "I'll take this invitation as a compliment to my abilities. As for the unconquered dungeon in China, my next destination is Japan." Marcus asked in surprise. "Japan, why?" Tae Hyun looked at his phone and answered, "That's right. It seems the Japanese saintess Surata has awakened." The scene shifted away from the arena just now, becoming dark and gloomy. A woman was trying to escape. That was Surata. Her face was smeared, mixed with blood. She ran, gasping for breath. Tentacles slithered toward her, from somewhere writhing menacingly. They quickly closed in and held Surata back. She tried to scream for help, but a tentacle blocked her voice, rendering it unintelligible. Surata silently pleaded in her mind, "Stop! Please stop!" Her voice was desperate. She bit off a chunk of the tentacle's flesh, fiercely. A cold voice from the shadows echoed, "You started this first, exactly 01. The monster appeared with sharp teeth. In front of it sat a man on a throne, looking at Surata. The one struggling below was none other than Uppa Gangster. He glanced downward. He continued, "And now you ask me to stop. Truly disgusting." Surata struggled to crawl up. She looked up at him. Her face turned pale. Sweat drenched her. A loud shout rang out from somewhere. "So Surata has been having nightmares all along." She lay on her bed, screaming continuously, thrashing violently. This alarmed the nearby guards. They quickly approached, calling out loudly, "Saintess, are you okay?" Surata sat up, drenched in sweat. She ignored the guards rushing over and muttered to herself, "A nightmare, this same nightmare, ever since I looked into Tae Hyun's spiritual world and fell into a coma. This nightmare started the moment I woke up. Every time I pass through, countless mysterious tentacles of unknown origin, a mysterious entity resembling Tae Hyun, appears to greet me. Then death follows, and I wake up again. How much longer must I endure this pain until I die?" The guards reached her bedside, earnestly trying to persuade her. "Saintess, you need to rest. If you get up now." Before they could finish, she had already stepped off the bed, searching for something. Demon sword. Where is the demon sword? If it's not beside me, then where is it? The guard stammered, unsure how to explain. "That thing." Realizing something, Surata hurriedly ran out. She left the room, calling out loudly as she went, "Demon sword!" Suddenly, Surata stopped, eyes wide with shock. In front of her, Shinji was fighting an unfamiliar man. That man was Tae Hyun. He was blocking attacks while saying, "I didn't come here to fight you. I'm only here to—" Before he finished, Shinji lunged forward, his target clearly Saintess Surata. "You bastard, I'll avenge the humiliation Saintess Surata endured." Shinji leapt high into the air. He readied his signature move, the Demon Sword Spirit. Shinji charged straight at Tae Hyun, aiming his sword at his neck. Behind him were skulls with blurred faces. The Demon Sword Spirit was said to be able to cut through souls with its blade. It gleamed brightly as Tae Hyun swung his arm toward Shinji's sword and spoke. But honestly, everyone. He grabbed the sword. The problem was, they wouldn't listen until they were hit. Shinji was surprised by what he saw, and hesitated briefly. He exclaimed in shock, "What?" Tae Hyun seized the opportunity and quickly snatched the sword away. He delivered a direct kick to Shinji. Surata, standing to the side, was even more stunned by the scene. Seeing her look at Shinji lying in a chaotic pile of rocks, she shouted, "Demon sword!" Tae Hyun dropped the sword he had taken onto the ground. He strode over to Surata and Shinji. "Surata, I came for two reasons. First, to find out what you saw in my spiritual realm." Surata saw him approach and turned pale with fear, whispering, "Your name is Tae Hyun." He ignored her expression and continued. "And second, to prevent the greatest dungeon break in history from happening." At a certain sea, the wind rose, making the waves increasingly violent. Offshore, a massive vortex was approaching. Two people stood on the shore looking out. One said, "So this is the entrance to the unexplored dungeon." No matter how you look at it, it only resembles a massive storm. The other person was leaning against the railing, then added, I heard there's a gate leading to a dungeon inside that storm. This storm was definitely caused by mana leaking from that gate, the man said calmly. But don't worry, there's no sign it will erupt yet. We're just here to stand guard, the other person replied, while looking through binoculars. Hearing that was reassuring. But the two of them belonged to the dungeon surveillance team, still unexplored, the Japanese Player Association. Suddenly, the observer looking through the binoculars saw something and urgently said, I think I see something inside the storm. Could it just be my imagination? Someone shouted from somewhere. Lord Kentakana's, Everything is ready, my lord. Following your orders, we have accumulated mana and energy for tens of centuries, and finally today we broke through the gate. They stopped us and made it here. A group of centaurs below looked toward the towering figure. There was a huge mouth on his abdomen, constantly shouting, Lord Kentakanas, please give the next order. Next order. Next order. The man who spoke earlier continued, but before he finished, the giant grabbed him, lifted him up and shouted, enough. He raised the centaur, brought him in front of the giant mouth, and said, the more we consume, the stronger we become. So there's only one thing left to do for my son. For Grand Duke Organ, we will leave here, slaughter humanity, and devour them. Let the blood festival begin. He was the Deputy General of Grand Duke Organ Kentakanas, ranked SS. Nearby, Sarata trembled as she looked toward him. What I saw in the spirit world was something that looked just like you, but it was neither human nor monster, rather an unidentified entity. Tae Hyun heard this and thought silently. It was indeed the one that appeared in my dream. The information was still incomplete, but at least it wasn't just a simple dream. Moreover, it was a nightmare. Even without using the devouring skill, I could still feel its mana inside her body. Could this be the cause Tae Hyun reached out toward Sarata? I've cast a spell to remove the remaining mana. Maybe you won't have nightmares anymore. She still looked tired, but seemed better, and asked, Why did you help me? I attacked you. Tae Hyun replied calmly, I'm not helping you, just trying to stop Danjin break. Suddenly the corridor shook violently. Everything around trembled fiercely. Sarata sensed something strange and asked, an earthquake. Tae Hyun was 70% sure, but in his mind he confirmed it had begun. He turned and shouted, Sarata, Danjin break. It's happening. First, let's wake Shinji. On the other side of the corridor, a group of people suddenly approached. The man at the front said, After attacking our guild's player, where do you think you're going? It was Matsuda Kuro, leader of the Japanese Player Guild and former national level player. He stepped closer and continued, Seo Tae Hyun, national level player of Korea. When Matsuda Kuro was a player, he was a national warrior. After retiring, he discovered talents like the Saintess and Sword Demon, earning a reputation as one of the best guild leaders in Japan's history. But in truth, Tae Hyun looked at Kuro and thought, he was someone who didn't care about civilians' lives, as long as his personal goals were met. Though that was his thought, he politely said out loud, Are you aware the Danjin break just occurred? I came here to help. Kuro replied, I've known about it for a while. There have been many noisy announcements. But what does that have to do with you? Tae Hyun, surprised by his indifference, continued, with a smug expression, Incomplete dungeon access rights only matter while the dungeon is intact. But once break dungeon happens, those rights become invalid. Not to mention your friendly matches, you've embarrassed me badly. Meanwhile, if you dare to handle this dungeon break, what will happen to my status? Therefore, you will be temporarily detained for attacking our guild's player. Sarata saw the group behind approaching quickly and spoke up immediately, President. But to minimize the damage caused by dungeon break, he didn't pay attention, he said loudly. You don't need to interfere. Sarata, don't forget that I've turned a blind eye to you using skills to control others. If you dare take the side of that brat, still wet behind the ears, both you and the demon sword will be dealt with. After saying this to Sarata, he turned and ordered, Take Loi Tae Hyun away. Surrounded, Tae Hyun showed no hesitation, and instead seemed more amused, talking boldly. Really, they handcuffed him strangely, thinking to himself, but if I refuse to cooperate and resist with force, President Jin Hee will also be put in a difficult position. He seemed quite calm about the situation, and said peacefully, I guess I have no choice, Sarata. You go and send Shinji to stop them first. Sarata tried to persuade Tae Hyun, but Kuro, seeing Tae Hyun's compliance, became even more pleased, laughing loudly and saying, "That's right, a wise decision. Don't worry. If the investigation proves you innocent, I'll release you immediately." Tae Hyun cut him off before he could finish, saying, "Don't get cocky, Chairman Matsuda. You just refused my help. If anything happens because of this, you will bear full responsibility." He calmly walked away after giving a warning. Kuro, though annoyed, still smiled and said, "That insolent brat." At the coastal residential area, the centaurs from the earlier storm charged into the city. They brutally attacked and slashed the inhabitants. Leading them, Jen raised his sword and shouted, "Stop them at all costs. If they get through here, everyone will die." The young man standing beside him hesitated and said, "But how exactly are we supposed to stop them? They keep coming endlessly. Moreover, every monster pouring out is either rank A or rank S. There's no other way, Jenna." Despite trying, they had to hold the line. "If we don't stop them, the AI will." Suddenly, Kentakinas approached and grabbed Jen, lifting him high. The people below panicked and shouted, "Lord Kimura again! Lord Kimura again has been captured!" Kentakinas looked at Jen and said, "What a nuisance, I'll start with you first." He squeezed tightly, causing Jen to choke on blood. Desperately, he thought, "It's over, we're all doomed." At this moment, he seemed utterly hopeless. Suddenly, someone rushed in and chopped off several of Kentakinas' fingers. Jen was freed and fell freely. Blood, dark as night, poured from Kentakinas' severed hand. Jen's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Ah!" The people below were equally stunned, mouths agape. When they recognized the newcomer, they cheered joyfully. Demon Sword, the one who rushed in to strike, was Shinji. The Demon Sword, a national-level player. Those who had just been fighting, though, injured, suddenly felt their bodies healing and exclaimed, "My body is being healed. What's happening?" A girl approached from behind and said, "Thank goodness everyone is safe." Everyone saw her as a drowning person spotting a lifebuoy. They cheered loudly, "Saint Sarata, the national-level player." Shinji landed lightly on the ground. He walked over to Sarata and asked, "Saint, is your body okay?" Sarata quickly reassured him, "Yes, I'm fine. You don't need to worry. The strange mana I once felt inside my body has completely disappeared. Now, even if I can't unleash my full power, I can still support you, Shinji." He called out tensely, "Tae Hyun!" Before he could finish, Kentakinas from afar spotted them and spoke with a hungry tone. Drool constantly dripped from his mouth. "I didn't expect such a high-quality meal." He pulled his sword from his mouth and continued, "Excellent, you will become a feast for my son." Shinji and Sarata took fighting stances. Standing behind Shinji, she shouted, "Devil Sword, Kentakinas' giant blade!" It rushed quickly toward them. On the other side, Shinji immediately dashed forward. The two swords clashed, creating a blinding flash of light. Shinji struggled to block the giant sword with both hands. Sarata directed from behind, "We'll handle Kentakinas. Everyone else focus on the remaining monsters." The centaurs shouted energetically, "Follow Kentakinas-sama!" Kentakinas was struck on the shoulder, black blood oozing out. Shinji pushed forward to attack. Kentakinas lunged and severed part of Shinji's left arm. He dodged the blow while thinking, as expected, the master of an unexplored Danjigen, an SS rank monster, along with Kentakinas. One small mistake could cost me a limb, while the wounds I inflict on him are nearly useless against his terrifying regeneration. That's why previous attempts to conquer him failed. Kentakinas stepped forward and split a nearby building in two with a strike. He smugly thought he had killed Shinji. Shinji thought to himself, but Kentakinas confused among the ruins he created. Shinji still stands firm. He gripped his sword tightly and prepared to charge. He gathered all his strength and dashed forward, shouting, "This time I will cut you down." The arm that had been severed earlier had now regrown. Shinji held his sword firmly, recalling all the years since his last defeat at the unexplored Danjigen. "I have trained non-stop just to finish you. Thanks to rapid regeneration skills, my wounded body is healing. And now with the power of the accompanying saint and the influence of holy revelation skills, all my physical abilities are enhanced." Sarata tried to buy time and urged Shinji, "I can't hold on much longer. This has to end now." Shinji looked at Kentakinas with determined eyes, emphasizing each word in his mind. "There is nothing I cannot cut." Kentakinas hesitated briefly, faltering. Shinji charged and slashed his arm. One slash to the eye, another to the leg. He howled in agony with a terrifying roar. But Shinji didn't stop there. Like a tireless machine, he prepared to strike again. He rushed like the wind, slicing Kenta Canis' body in half, severing him completely. Everyone in the large hall watching the replay cheered happily. Shinji! This was the headquarters of the Japan Players Association. Kuro grinned widely proudly, telling everyone, "See, I told you with the Devil Sword and the Saint, even an SS-rank Danjigen break can be stopped." He turned to look at Tae Hyun, who was tied up. Then he continued. "We didn't really need your help, Tae Hyun." Tae Hyun responded with an expressionless face. "It's lucky we defeated Kenta Canis, but why do you think it's over?" Kuro asked, confused. "What?" Tae Hyun spoke again. "A few months ago, the gate break in Korea upgraded from C to A. Last month, the Danjigen breaks in France and Russia also rose from S to S+. The old ranking method for Danjigen break is no longer accurate. So why are you sure this Danjigen break is only SS rank?" Shinji looked in surprise at where Kenta Canis had fallen and exclaimed in shock, "What?" That came from Kenta Canis' back. A grotesque body emerged. The horrifying figure was chewing on Kenta Canis' flesh. He loudly asked, "Aren't you Kenta Myun, the SS+ rank master of Danjigen, yet to be unlocked in Japan?" Shinji, battered and bruised, looked up at him silently, thinking, "What is that?" It suddenly emerged from the corpse of Kenta Canis and began devouring the body, as if it was the most natural thing. What is it planning to do? No, whatever it is doesn't matter. Sarata saw Shinji, readying to strike, and called out to stop him. "Shinji, wait." Yet he remained lost in thought. The monster is still a monster no matter what. A voice urged him from within. "Destroy it." Shinji and the spirits dashed toward the creature, but suddenly a hand clamped tightly onto his sword. The grip was so strong it wouldn't budge. Shinji was stunned, frozen, as if he had seen a ghost. Sarata behind him was no better. Her mouth agape in horror. Kentamian, who had just been ravenously biting, now stood up to block Shinji's attack and asked, "Are you my father's enemy?" Shinji remained motionless, unable to resist, only thinking silently. Before it could do anything else, the creature threw Shinji flying straight into the building behind. Sarata shouted in panic, "Shinji!" She looked up suddenly and saw Kentamien right above her. He stomped down fiercely, pinning her to the ground. Sarata coughed up blood immediately from the blow. He spoke gloomily from above, "Don't worry. I will devour everything." The crowd that had been cheering in the hall was now full of confusion, endlessly questioning what the hell was going on. Where did that monster come from? Wasn't everything supposed to be over when Kenta Canis was defeated? What about the sword demon? Is the Saintess still alive? Its power was measured as ESSE+. I've never seen anything like this before. Tae Hyun wasn't surprised by this development, quietly calculating. Finally, it appeared the master of the invincible dungeon, Kentamian. Kentamian was the true master of the invincible dungeon in Japan, and a monster of SS+ rank. Its original form wasn't impressive for an SS+ monster, neither in size nor in strength. But the more monsters and humans it devoured, the stronger it became. This creature was at a completely different level of danger. If Chairman Masuda realized the gravity of the situation now and called for help, the damage could be minimized. But that was unlikely. Those near Kuro kept begging, "Chairman, please give the order." At this point, we're doomed. The chairman was tense, grinding his teeth, unsure if it was anger or fear. Kurazun internally thought, "Damn it, we just took down an SS rank Toward. Now there's an SS+. This is absurd. Should I call for backup from another guild now? If even the Saintess and Sword Demon can't handle it, calling for reinforcements is pointless. That thing will destroy everything. Before help arrives, players, the whole city, and even my political standing." Those around him still tried to persuade him, but before they finished, he ordered, "We retreat." Someone who didn't understand his intent asked, What about the players still fighting?" Kuro replied urgently, "It's too late. Even the national forces can't handle it. What chance do we have to survive? If we want to stay alive, we have to run now." Suddenly, Tae Hyun struck him hard on the head with both hands from behind. The handcuffs shattered. He dusted himself off and said, "I held back for Chairman Jin-hee, but nothing's changed since I reverted." Those around shouted, "Chairman Masuda, what are you doing with those handcuffs?" Tae Hyun didn't hesitate to speak the truth. "I'm here to stop the dungeon outbreak. What about you? I don't know if you're planning to run like he said, or to arrest me." Your choice. But then he paused, thought for a moment, and continued, I will save them. With that, he turned and left. Those behind him froze a bit tense. I will save them. With that, he turned and left. Everyone behind him froze at his words, feeling a bit tense, but they still exchanged nods as if confirming something. By now he had reached the hallway, walking while planning in his mind. Good before everyone falls, if I can kill Tae and stop the dungeon explosion. Suddenly, someone appeared out of nowhere and spoke. Tae Hyun looked surprised in that direction and asked, Why are you here? Go back to where the chaotic battle is happening. The entire city is in ruins. The man stood in the center, holding someone upside down by the ankles. Shinji was injured, sitting against a rock near Jen. Everyone had fallen. No matter how many times they regenerated or strengthened themselves, it was all useless. Sarada hung upside down, speechless and desperate, whispering to herself, No one can defeat this. Kentamian said arrogantly, Has the blockade ended? I will devour you. She no longer felt any fear. Desperate and awaiting death, Sarata remembered someone at that moment, Tae Hyun, then asked, If it's you. She recalled his earlier words, I'm not helping you. I'm doing this to stop the dungeon explosion. Sarata blamed herself. That's right. Even as an enemy, Tae Hyun helped stop the dungeon explosion when I first became a player. I only wanted to use my power to help everyone. But when did I start walking down this wrong path? Is it too late to turn back now? Kentamian brought her closer to the mouth full of sharp teeth on his abdomen. Just when it seemed everything was over, Sarata relaxed and gave up. Suddenly, a flash of power streaked like lightning. It was Tae Hyun quickly rushing in, carrying her away from death. Kentamian stared in shock in that direction. Sarata, now terrified, exclaimed, You, seeing her safe, he sincerely said. I didn't expect much, but you fought quite well. Seeing him, a name popped into Sarata's mind. Tae Hyun. She weakly asked, How did you? Before she could finish, a group of people approached, calling out loudly, Saintess. On their shoulders were either backpacks or injured people they carried. They shouted, We've arrived too. The woman carrying Shinji called out, Sorry about before, player Tae Hyun, but as non-combatants, all we can do is help wounded players. He looked at them and replied, That's enough. Sarata was touched by the scene. Tae Hyun turned to her and said, Anyway, the thing I have to deal with is this. As he finished, he stood before Kentamian. Sarata, rushing madly forward, shouted in shock, Tae Hyun, wait! No matter how strong you are, you can't do it alone. Before she finished, he suddenly called out, Azon! Tae Hyun stood firm in place. As the man advanced, huge ice blocks suddenly erupted from the ground surrounding Kentamian. The man looked bewildered, and the others were equally shocked. What is this? It's an SAO ice wall. A fortress of ice rose in moments, trapping Kentamian inside, and the others outside. A stranger standing on the ice wall shouted down, Tae Hyun, are you sure about this decision? Tae Hyun admired the sturdy wall and said, Oh man. The voice continued loudly, This isn't why we came here. This person belonged to the Korean Player Association, an A-rank zone player, grade S. She explained her mission, stating that President Jin Hyun's request was for the player. Tae Hyun had been detained by the Japanese Player Association. They were probably trying to stop Tae Hyun from interfering with the dungeon explosion. But Tae Hyun is an important figure for Korea. We can't leave him in a place like that. By any means, bring him back. Tae Hyun shouted from below, What, weren't we here to stop the dungeon? Seo, a zone dungeon explosion. Hearing this, he yelled, No, the Japanese Player Association had already refused our help. He calmly replied, Then helping them on the side is fine. Tae Hyun turned to look at her, thinking, By the way, the president said to bring him back at all costs. What a considerate person. Azon lost his composure and ranted. Kentamian, who had been silent until then, spoke, I really can't understand. Players don't run away in SAO yet. Here you are willingly placing yourself in this situation. Don't you realize you're just prey, SAO? Tae Hyun responded without hesitation to the threat. The one who doesn't realize that is you. The man immediately angrily retorted. What? Tae Hyun pointed his sword straight at the man, emphasizing each word. From now on, the one who gets swallowed is you, Kentamian. Everyone outside was busy securing the scene, shouting to each other. The rescue operation there is complete! Not yet, get out of here now! Someone called out to Sarata, when they saw her still standing frozen. Saintess, it's too dangerous to come here, Saintess. Surata ignored their words, anxiously, watching the ice wall. Darkness enveloped Tae Hyun inside. The situation within was completely chaotic, and Lao quickly attacked Kentamion. Tae Hyun flashed past the man like a whirlwind, but his strikes only grazed him lightly. The man remained unharmed. The wounds on his cheeks smoked and rapidly healed. Observing from afar, he whispered in thought. Damn it. His wounds recover too fast. Also is he detecting my hidden state. The longer the fight lasted, the stronger Kentamion became. Then he slammed his spear down into the ground. Kentamion assumed Tae Hyun was there, but suddenly realized something. He looked up in shock as a giant silhouette appeared holding a mysterious black sword. Two statues stood on either side with hands clasped. Tae Hyun ordered him to kneel immediately. The man blocked the tip of the giant sword aimed at Kentamion. With his spear, still he spoke boldly. He blocked the tip of the giant sword aimed at Kentamion, but still spoke boldly. Truly a lowly pest at the bottom of the food chain has some tricks, but that's not enough to defeat me. Before he finished, Tae Hyun interrupted. The real move was here. He was riding a monster. Its entire body was blood-red, bearing sharp fangs at Kentamion. Tae Hyun said excitedly, "Let's see this time! Can you block this?" The man facing the monster's sharp teeth panicked and blurted out. The monster lunged forward to claw at Kentamion. The spear couldn't withstand the immense power and gradually cracked into pieces. It swallowed him whole, piercing every part of his body, making him scream in pain. Tae Hyun sat on its back, controlling the monster, thinking in a prolonged battle. The one who suffers in the end will be me. So even if I have to pour all my magic into a brutal attack to finish this, I will decide the outcome right here. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed. How many times have I told you that this power isn't yours? The scene shifted from the chaotic battle. Tae Hyun now stood before a throne. He said in confusion, "Huh." Tae Hyun looked at the person sitting on the throne and thought, is this the sea of consciousness? What the hell is happening? Another dream. This has to be reality. But why? Now defensive, he shouted, "Who are you really? What do you want? Why do you keep appearing before me?" The other person, amused, asked back, "You want to know what I want? You have to reach him." Tae Hyun tensed up, thinking, "Him?" You sitting on the throne continued. To do that requires someone not blinded by the power I granted, but able to overcome everything on their own. So it's the gangster Uppa. He descended slyly. This is the test for that. Tae Hyun lost his composure and shouted, "Don't mess with me. Who do you think you are to dare?" Suddenly his hand froze, unable to move even a finger. Tae Hyun was extremely tense, sweat pouring down. A mysterious power had activated. The brutal attack was cancelled and unusable. He couldn't believe what was happening and stammered, "The Death Aura. Lord has been cancelled, unusable. The World Lord has been cancelled, unusable. The Shadow Clone can't be used. The Binding Chains can't be used. Queen Esmond can't be used. Absolute Hypnosis can't be used. Currently, no skills can be activated." He felt powerless all over, watching the throne move farther away. Then suddenly Kentamion lunged forward to pull Tae Hyun back to reality. His body was covered in wounds full of fierce energy rushing quickly to him. Tae Hyun was still in shock, his face pale. Kentamion used his broken spear to chop off one of Tae Hyun's arms and legs. Azon, standing on the city wall, sensed the danger and cast a spell to freeze the man in place. She worriedly shouted, "Tae Hyun!" He clung to a nearby ice block, thinking, What's going on? What exactly is he?" Suddenly it appeared and locked all my skills. What is this? Isn't this my power? I had known this from the very beginning, because I was once just an unawakened, useless person, simply the chosen one, but the power bestowed was immediately withdrawn. So while he was still lost in his own world, Kentamion was no longer under control. The madman charged forward, throwing a fist, and Kentamion slammed Tae Hyun hard onto the ground. Unaware of the situation, he mentally shouted, "This is outrageous!" The man poured all his humiliation into that punch. He screamed wildly, "How dare a lowly prey like you humiliate me? I will kill you!" Tae Hyun was punched by Kentamion until blood spurted from his mouth. At this point, he had no fighting spirit left. Despair filled his thoughts no matter what. I tried my best. But what was it all for? What have I been fighting for until now? Just as Tae Hyun was thinking this, the madman prepared a finishing blow. but Azan suddenly dropped down from the castle wall. She created a large block of ice to block his punch. Only then did he regain his composure and speak. Azan turned quickly and said, "I'll buy us some time. I'll buy us. Take this chance to find the Holy Maiden and heal yourself." Surprised, Tae Hyun sat on the ground, looking toward Azan ahead, and shouted, "What the hell? You're no match for him. You should run." Azan suddenly shouted loudly, "That's why I have to stop him. The only one who can defeat that monster is you, Tae Hyun. Weren't you here to stop Daniel Break? Don't you realize that if you die here, everything will be over?" Azan's words were like a wake-up call. He snapped back to reality. Tae Hyun clenched his teeth and thought, "Right, what I need to do is find out what his goal is. This isn't the time to just sit and think. Why did I lose my skills? No matter how frustrated I am, the situation won't change. If I can't defeat Kentamion, everyone here will die. I have to find a way, but how? With this body and no skills left, how can I face Kentamion?" Suddenly his eyes widened, as if he found a lifesaver. "No, I still have a skill I can use. The skills that were initially unusable." Tae Hyun remembered a system panel that showed blood rage was currently unusable. Activation condition, absorb a powerful amount of blood. He muttered under his breath, "Powerful blood." Tae Hyun turned to look behind him. Behind him was the shattered body of Kentasinus, crushed under a pile of large stones. Kentasinus lay motionless, showing no signs of life. After struggling, Azan was completely exhausted. Her entire body was covered in blood. Kentamion said arrogantly, "How dare a lowly person like you stand in my way? But it doesn't matter. Using your blood to heal won't be a bad idea." He stepped closer to where she was unconscious, ready to grab her. Suddenly, the massive face of Ejimun appeared behind Kentamion. He turned his head in shock. Then he looked at Tae Hyun, who was gradually recovering, confirming he had absorbed the powerful blood. A colossal power was awakening. His damaged body was regenerating, and all stats increased by 250. Feeling this immense power, Kentamion tensed and said, "This magical aura belongs to the nameless Grand Duke. What exactly are you?" While he was still confused, Tae Hyun had fully recovered. His previously severed limbs had fully regrown, meeting all activation requirements. Blood rage was activated. In a dark place, Appa Gangster sat proudly on a throne, his face full of amusement. He muttered to himself, "Maybe I should let him use at least one skill, but it seems there's nothing to worry about." By devouring the AI magic beasts, he actually dared to unlock the power of Grand Ajimun. That's right, he must grow like this. With each fierce and challenging battle, he must realize how calmly he's lived. And the power he's been using so far is different, why only that? He paused to build suspense before returning to the fight. Tae Hyun fired up, raised his fist to strike. Saying this, the man paused for dramatic effect and turned back to the fight. Tae Hyun fired up, raised his fist, ready to strike. Kentamion was still confused, his face showing a hint of fear. Tae Hyun charged and punched him hard in the chest. At that moment, Oppa Gangster's incomplete phrase from earlier echoed, "Only then can it reach him." The man took the direct hit and collapsed to the ground. One of Kentamion's arms was severed. He struggled to prop himself up on his remaining arm to sit up. Kentamion's whole body trembled in panic. What is going on? Wasn't he just on the brink of death? How can such a lowly human wield the power of the Grand Duke? It doesn't really matter. He's someone I have to kill anyway. I don't know how he got that power, but this is the territory of Grand Duke Organ. If my current body isn't enough, I'll consume more corpses and absorb magic energy to completely tear you apart and devour you. Kentamion surged up, having fully transformed into a different version of himself, blood dripping from the mouth on his abdomen. After ravenously chewing the nearby corpses, Tae Hyun turned back toward the unconscious Azan, quietly relieved. He called her name Young, then realized thankfully she was still breathing. He looked down at his blackened hand with sharp claws. This was the power of a Grand Duke Ajimun blood frenzy coursing through his veins, his heart ready to explode, pain from the monster he had become. Clearly this power wasn't sustainable for long, but somehow, Kentamion had already recovered and madly charged toward Tae Hyun. He saw nothing, yet deep inside he felt somewhat at ease. His body felt light. He raised his double-headed axe high, pointing it at Tae Hyun, and said, "This time I will definitely finish you." Kentamion's axe slammed down hard. Tae Hyun quickly dodged to the side. Part of the ground cracked open. Taking advantage of the moment Kentamion hadn't lifted his axe, Tae Hyun went on the offensive and lunged straight at Kentamion, slashing the long line from his left shoulder to his right waist. Blood sprayed horrifically from the wound. Enraged, he shouted, "You brat!" Tae like a mad beast, wildly swung his axe around. Wherever Tae Hyun was, he would destroy it. Each time Tae swung, Tae Hyun evaded gracefully. When he swung high, Tae Hyun ducked. When he swung aside, Tae Hyun swiftly slipped through. Seeing this, Tae was far from pleased. He grew so angry he was practically steaming. What the hell is happening? Why can't my attacks hit him? Why am I being overwhelmed like this? My power is not weaker than his. In fact, I'm stronger after absorbing more corpses. But why? Why am I? Tae Hyun swiftly closed the distance and threw a punch directly into Tae's face. He couldn't react in time and took the full blow, spitting blood. When he unleashed the blood frenzy, he gained not only strength and stats, similar to a beast, but also the emergence of the red eye on the right side. Tae Hyun felt something different. His right eye had become a blood eye, like when using the devouring skill. But this time, it was different, not like before. Now the flow of magic energy was clearly visible. I could see where he was focusing his power. I could see all your movements clearly, even the location of the magic stone in Tae's beast heart. Now there was nothing he could do. Weakly, he asked, "What exactly are you?" Tae Hyun crushed part of the magic stone with one hand and replied, "What am I? Go to hell and find out." His heart was destroyed. Tae roared fiercely like a trapped beast. Then his upper body exploded, shards of magic stone scattering everywhere, flying all around. Tae Hyun hovered in midair, speaking to himself. Of course I'll have to find out for myself. With his victory over Tae Hyun had successfully ended the Danjin break crisis in Japan entirely. The Japanese Players Association worked tirelessly to treat the wounded and restore losses, while Kuro, who refused support from other associations for personal gain, was detained for investigation. Amazon was lucky to have only minor injuries and no life-threatening damage. Still, she worried about being reprimanded by association leader Jin Hee. Dien Hai cheerfully told Amazon, "No need for scolding, it's a relief you're safe." Hearing that, she happily replied, "I'll try even harder." Meanwhile, the Saintess and Demon Sword Surata, along with Shinji, held a press conference. Both sincerely bowed and apologized. They confessed to all the illegal acts they committed. Using her player skill, Surata honestly confessed the dark secrets she had tried to hide. All this time, I used the Apocalypse Saint skill to manipulate and control others for my own gain. I accept any punishment, and once this is over, I will start anew as a legitimate player. At the American Players Association, Kevin looked at the screen and remarked, "Amazing. That guy Tae Hyun, I knew he was a talented player, but I didn't expect him to defeat an SS rank magic beast." Marcus beside him chimed in. "And it seemed like only Cody could do that alone." But this time, he even surpassed that when fighting Gregor in the friendly match. That red magic energy could be considered the power of a Grand Duke, no less. Kevin pondered. What a shame for such a talent. That he couldn't be recruited by us, but there's no other way. People like him aren't easily tempted. Not by money or power. The only thing that guides them is firm faith and ideals. What we can do is hope that those beliefs don't conflict with each other. Marcus watched Kevin turn and leave, then asked aloud, "So the association's decision has been made?" Kevin replied as he walked away. "Yes, except for that boy. It's time for us to act. After all, everything we do is for the progress of humanity." Kevin walked beside the railing, looking at the massive creature gradually taking shape inside the incubation cage. It had wings and a muscular body, but no face, no name. Unknown traits, unknown level, leaving the American Players Association. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Tae Hyun was drinking a bottle of magical water, draining it completely. Not a single drop left. Tae Hyun reached out to try activating a skill, but nothing happened. He couldn't use the Blood Rage skill. Couldn't activate Blood Rage. Seeing this, he pondered quietly. Still, no luck. After removing Blood Rage, my beast-like body returned to normal human form, but the sealed skills have yet to unlock. For now, I can only use the power of the Blood Rage Grand Duke and the newly acquired skill. After activating Blood Rage Demon Eye, the system panel displayed Demon Eye. Activated mana cost 10. That's why I sought help from the potion master Sang X, someone Tae Hyun viewed highly. He placed the new potion among the empty bottles and said again, 7 failures already. I believed this time would succeed. He is Sang X, leader of the Alchemists and S-rank player. His signature skill is Potion Creative. This skill allows the creation of potions far more effective than ordinary alchemy, from stat boosts, beast lures, curse removals, to curing diseases once thought incurable. Sang X approached Tae Hyun sincerely and said, "I'm sorry I couldn't help." Tae Hyun quickly replied, "It's okay, maybe the curse on you is stronger than we thought." He looked at his newly healed hand and thought silently, "But if Sang X's power is useless too, then there's only one way left. That Oppa gangster guy still refuses to remove this curse, doesn't he?" the man asked anxiously when he saw Tae Hyun silent. "What are you planning to do now?" Tae Hyun turned to look and replied, "If even Gil the Master and Sang X can't solve it, I might have to go abroad." Hearing that, Sang X spoke up loudly, "Are you seriously planning to go to the US? Tae Hyun ignored his hesitation and continued, "That's right, to meet the number 2 ranked player in the US, and also the world's top curse remover, Ricky." The person mentioned was currently standing above a crowd of people lying flat on the ground. She looked up at the man standing above and said, "Long time no see, guild leader Zhang Long. I've announced this many times, but today I'm not here as a member of the American Players Association," Zhang Long said with a pleased expression when he saw her, "but as an investigator for the World Players Association." Ricky paid no attention to his expression and continued, "I'm here to investigate illegal experiments near the unexplored dungeon in China, so I hope you will cooperate." Zhang Long's face darkened upon hearing that. "If I refuse, what will you do?" Tae Hyun silently wondered to himself, of course before she disappears. Ricky heard Zhang Long's words and smiled. Refuse. She recalled Marcus's presentation. There are currently 2 unexplored dungeons to conquer. One is Japan's dungeon, Kenta Canis' Storm, conquered by player Tae Hyun, and the other is China's dungeon, the Grey Abyss, which has destroyed countless conquest teams. What we need to focus on is China's unconquered dungeon. There are many mysterious laboratories around it, and magical energy has been detected in the area. Clearly under Zhang Long's direction, some experiment is underway. We can't just watch this happen forever. We must uncover the truth behind it. I hope you will cooperate." Ricky was silent for a long moment, seriously considering this. Back in the present, Ricky was still ready to fight. She stepped forward and said loudly, "Then the only way left is to resolve this with force." Zhang Long, seeing her like this, was somewhat cautious, silently calculating in his mind. Ricky, as the 2nd-ranked player in the US, was expected, but he hadn't anticipated her overwhelming magical power. She was extremely eager now, ready to attack with just a small signal from him. Zhang Long suddenly smiled mysteriously, his scheming thoughts clearly reflected in his amused expression. "Our plan seems very well suited to this situation." Suddenly he burst into loud laughter. "Just kidding, no matter what. No one goes against the World Players Association. I will fully cooperate with this investigation." Ricky quickly responded, but Zhang Long interrupted before she could finish. "But seeing it with your own eyes and judging for yourself is more accurate." "Right, I invite you to the laboratory." Ricky's eyes widened at his words, her emotions mixed with surprise and confusion. Zhang Long looked down from above with a sly gaze. "So tomorrow, you will witness our experiment firsthand. Then we can discuss further at the hotel, reserved for players in China." Ricky was sipping her drink, gazing out at the magnificent city, pondering an invitation. What is he plotting? There's no way he would cooperate so easily. Zhang Long, such an unpredictable man, must be approached with caution. After finishing her thought, she spoke up. "That's disrespectful, Tae Hyun. How can you barge into a lady's room like this?" Sitting opposite Ricky was Tae Hyun, who apparently had entered unnoticed. She was a bit hesitant, carefully observing Tae Hyun, the promising talent from Korea. The American Players Association had started paying attention to him recently. She thought it was only a matter of time before they met. She didn't expect to meet under these circumstances. What is he scheming? Her mind raced. Suddenly Tae Hyun stared at Ricky and said, "You will die here." Ricky was stunned and speechless upon hearing this. The same went for her. Tae Hyun also silently guarded against Ricky, the number 2 national player in the US, who had gained global fame. I didn't expect to meet under these circumstances. What is he plotting? She wondered, her mind in turmoil. Suddenly Tae Hyun stared at Ricky and said, "You will die here." Ricky was stunned and speechless upon hearing this. So was she. Tae Hyun was also silently wary of Ricky, the 2nd-ranked player in the US national level, who had gained global fame. But her most famous skill was Cancel, which could even nullify the Awaken's contracts. Right now, aside from monster forms and Berserk, I couldn't use any other skills to conquer the unexplored dungeon. I needed Ricky's skill, but she was notorious for never negotiating with outsiders. According to memories before the regression, Ricky would die in the Guangzhou dungeon, a well-known event. It sparked worldwide discussion, but any person, if truly human, values their own life. I have to find a way to catch her attention like that. After a brief moment of surprise, Ricky returned to her usual calm demeanor. Then she returned to her usual calm demeanor. She set her glass down and asked, and then her composed attitude caused him to hesitate slightly. Ricky calmly looked at Tae Hyun and continued. Players always face danger and can die at any moment. Whether you believe it or not, with great power comes great responsibility. Tae Hyun saw her about to leave and quickly said, Don't you value your own life if you were human? Ricky stopped what she was doing and asked curiously, Human someone who can manipulate everything like me. Am I really human? With just a snap of my fingers, not only this place but everyone in this building would be wiped out. In some respects, I'm no different from a monster. That's why players need something, whether it's justice, a mission, a dream, or money, something to bind us together. What binds you, Tae Hyun? Ricky approached, placing her hand on his shoulder and asked, Which side do you belong to? A human who can control himself, or a monster, driven by desire? Tae Hyun was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained composure. He didn't look at her and said, I don't know. Honestly, I'm a bit surprised. Though not to the extent of a demon. Many players lose their humanity after endless battles. You're quite principled. Tae Hyun looked up at Ricky with interest and added, But I'm also someone who lives by principles. She fell silent, offering no reply. Soon after, Ricky smiled, softly brushed her hair back and said, You must have come here for something. Tae Hyun didn't hesitate to reveal his true purpose. I need your cancel skill. Most of my skills are currently sealed. For some reason, Ricky quickly responded. Demanding that right after meeting, isn't that a bit much? If I help you, what do I get in return? He immediately set conditions. Her biggest concern now was helping those who might be affected in Guangzhou. Can I help you with that? Is that enough? Ricky raised her eyebrows and replied to Tae Hyun. Do you think I need your help? Tae Hyun didn't hesitate to reveal his true intention. I need your canceller skill. Most of my abilities are currently sealed. For some reason, Ricky quickly replied, Isn't it a bit too much to ask right after we just met? If I help you, what will I get in return? He immediately set his condition. Her biggest concern right now was helping those who might be affected in Guangzhou. Can I help you with that? Is that enough? Ricky raised an eyebrow and looked at Tae Hyun, responding, Do you think I need your help? Her answer only boosted Tae Hyun's confidence. He calmly said, That remains to be seen, but it doesn't hurt to be cautious, right? The scene shifted away from the hotel room. At the entrance of Jiang Long's secret research lab, 2 scientists stood waiting for her. Welcome, Ricky. We've been waiting for you. But who was the other person? Ricky looked toward the one mentioned and replied, That's my bodyguard. At this moment, Tae Hyun was disguised to avoid detection. After being brought inside, they moved to the meeting place. While waiting, he silently calculated in his mind. The secret research room of Jiang Long and Ricky was the only invited player. They wouldn't allow any other top-level players in, especially since he was famous for conquering the Japan dungeon, so he disguised himself as a bodyguard. While Tae Hyun was still calculating, they arrived. Someone was already waiting there. Upon seeing them, the man said, How interesting, a so-called national-level player needing a bodyguard. Strange, isn't it? The man was Jiang Long, chairman of the Chinese Players Association. Ricky responded politely, Better to be cautious than sorry. Surely you approve of this. Tae Hyun silently scrutinized the man beside him, Jiang Long, who had orchestrated assassination attempts on players during the Asian-friendly matches and was the source of future disasters. That man was Jiang Long, chairman of the Chinese Players Association. Ricky responded warmly, Better to be cautious than sorry. At this point, I assume you have permission. The man beside him silently observed Jiang Long, the one who had orchestrated the assassination of contestants during the Asia-friendly match and was the source of future disasters. A scientist stepped forward and said, Before entering, swear the oath of the awakened. Tae Hyun thought silently, an oath. Ricky also muttered the oath. That seems useless for me. He turned to look at her tensely, thinking the woman claimed to be human, but the aura she emitted showed Ricky's confident demeanor clearly. Then Jiang Long stepped back. I think so too. Besides, there's no way an oath can stop Ricky. Sorry for the inconvenience. He walked over to the door and led the way. Then let me start by giving everyone a tour of the laboratory, a project I call the S-Ranked Awakening Experiment. Below the railing were countless cultivation cocoons. Ricky stopped in her tracks at the sight, unable to believe her eyes, as she muttered to herself. People trapped inside glass tubes? I suspected something like this, but I never imagined it would be this cruel. Ricky quickly walked up to one of the cultivation cocoons and looked back at Zhang Long, who continued speaking. We are trying to create S-ranked awakened humans by injecting demonic energy into their bodies. Humans isn't that amazing power that challenges even the gods, she exclaimed slightly, losing her composure. What is this thing? Tae Hyun quickly approached and spoke up to stop Ricky. Don't use your skills here. If you're careless, those being experimented on could be in danger. You know you can't do anything, so just stay calm. Damn it. Zhang Long smirked in satisfaction when he saw her attitude. Still standing on this railing, he called down. Another awakened is about to be born. The moment of awakening is always a miracle. You're lucky to witness this. The scientist next to him read the experiment info for B102. Heart rate increasing rapidly. Stamina increasing rapidly. Magical power increasing rapidly. Ricky gently touched the glass of the cocoon and softly asked, Is this really a successful experiment? Suddenly the person inside opened their eyes wide, then exploded with a bang. From the outside, nothing could be seen inside the cocoon anymore. Zhang Long heard the noise and said, What is this, another failure? Ricky lost her composure hearing that. Tae Hyun noticed and quickly moved closer to her. He whispered just for the two of them to hear, Wait, calm down. But before he could stop her, she shouted, You've crossed the line. Tae Hyun was so tense, sweat kept dripping as he watched her prepare to attack. He thought quietly, I guess she has another skill besides Canceller, but its power is shaking the whole lab. At this, Ricky's face darkened. She swung her hand toward Zhang Long, emphasizing each word. Are you ready to pay the price? Zhang Long calmly replied. Humans have never been equal. That's a fact everyone knows. Since the player system was applied to the world the moment a player's rank is set, their life is determined by that rank. But no one wants to remain weak forever. I'm simply making that hope a reality. He paused and asked, Isn't that right? Ricky didn't want to hear his reasoning any longer, and yelled, But that ends here. Zhang Long looked at Ricky in surprise as she activated the fusion energy, a powerful surge of energy. Directly aimed at Zhang Long, he just smirked mockingly and slowly pulled out a scroll. Ricky and Tae Hyun were stunned. It seemed to be the black hole skill, which nullifies all skills around it. Not only is it a rare skill, but it's also extremely difficult to use. Where did he get it from? Zhang Long grit his teeth and said forcefully, Because my magical power surpasses yours. Humans need to know how to utilize tools. This is the scroll containing the black hole skill, he said with a smile. I've prepared another gift as well. Hope you like it. Suddenly the base shook violently, and Tae Hyun was terrified. He quickly ran to the edge of the wall, watching the spreading shadow intently. He said, I always wondered why the research lab was underground. It turned out the entrance to the Grey Abyss dungeon was right next to it, and a deep pit appeared from the wall. Tae Hyun pondered. The reason the lab was underground was probably to efficiently harness the dungeon's magical energy, most of which likely came from him. Zhang Long sneered at them. What a pity. I thought you would understand my ideals. Ricky Tae Hyun, you and I still have a debt to settle. He looked at Zhang Long in shock, thinking to himself he must have known his identity all along. Then Zhang Long continued, Now you're out of options. Tae Hyun sealed the gate, and the assistant asked in surprise, What? But there are still experimental entities, and researchers below. Zhang Long said, confused, So what? The experimental entities and researchers elsewhere are enough. If we handle them this way, it's not really that big of a loss. With that, the old man left with his assistant, abandoning the group. Ricky stayed frozen. Frowning, It looks like we've fallen into a trap, she replied. Exactly. Even my skills have been disabled. This is really troublesome. It's the first time I've faced an opponent like this. Suddenly, the other researchers screamed in terror as a sinewy foot appeared. One stomp shattered the floor into pieces. The creature stared at the people before it seemingly sizing up its next meal. Tae Hyun and Ricky took defensive stances. Surprised by the sudden appearance, then wondered aloud, how is this possible? The researchers trembled, stammering. Did they come through the gate? Yeah, but if they were normal, We could still handle it. The vicious creature glared at them. One man exclaimed in shock, "What is that?" "It's an infected parasite brain." The creature let out a roar. "Parasites!" The air clung to one man and his face began to break out with disgusting blue pustules, his pupils turning red. Once infected, the creature loses all but its attack. Instincts relentlessly spreading the infection to others and increasing the number of monsters controlled by the parasite's will. One person ran away, shouting a warning. "Be careful. If you touch its aura, you'll get infected." Ricky stared at the creature in horror, instincts telling her to run, but for some reason she stood frozen in place. Tae Hyun panicked and cursed. Damn it, at this critical moment, a loud explosion rang out as the creature was blasted into the wall. The dust gradually cleared. A loud explosion echoed and the brain was blasted into the wall. The dust slowly began to clear. Tae Hyun stood firmly, holding Ricky tightly surrounded by swirling rings of blood. She stared at Tae Hyun in shock, and through his glasses, one of his eyes flashed with a strange red glow. Ricky bluntly said, "This skill is extremely critical right now." Most of the researchers had already been infected by the parasite. Tae Hyun reminded himself he couldn't let anyone else get infected. He had to stop the parasite at all costs. It couldn't spread beyond this laboratory. He thought carefully that to stop the infection he had to target this, the entity controlling all the parasites. I have to destroy it. With that thought, he charged straight at the brain. Tae Hyun used his skill to see through the brain's skull and was relieved to spot at the parasite's core on top of the brain. Tae Hyun struck the skull with all his might, but when he saw his blow miss, he was shocked. It dodged. He had no choice but to fly behind the brain, only to see it viciously chasing the uninfected researchers. They screamed in terror. "Help me!" Tae Hyun thought. "No, if more people get infected here then—" He gathered momentum and delivered a powerful punch to the brain's body, flattening it against the wall. Tae Hyun thought that should have dealt some damage. As the dust cleared, the brain's head peeked out, its eyes still ferocious. Tae Hyun couldn't help but be surprised. That punch was nothing compared to that monster, Tae Hyun thought grimly. Unexpectedly, the target was him. An explosion roared loudly. Ricky covered her nose, struggling to stand, and called out to Tae Hyun in surprise. Through the smoky haze, she saw him standing still. Ricky grew worried, thinking, "Please don't tell me he's become the host." If a player that powerful became the host, then not just this lab but the entire world would face a monster no AI could control. Behind his cold expression, Kia suddenly smiled triumphantly. Tae Hyun smiled and said, "Got you." He grabbed the monster's skull firmly and said, "Did you really think you could escape?" One grab from him caused the skull to bleed. Ricky was still stunned watching Tae Hyun's reckless move. Tae Hyun put on his glasses and walked coolly with the giant monster knocked down behind him. He smiled and asked, "Ready? Time to catch Jang Long." Elsewhere, Jang Long stood with his assistants and subordinates. Someone suddenly asked the chairman, "What if they survive?" After all, these were two national strategic-level operatives. He glared darkly at his men, and the one who asked flinched, a strange fear crossing his face. Jang Long turned away and replied, "You're worrying over nothing. This lab was built with special materials, designed to prevent any test subjects from escaping. It's a combination of the most advanced technologies, durable enough to withstand most conventional attack skills, and the shoe-shaped door made from the same material as these walls is at the bottom of the elevator. Once we leave and seal that place, no one can get out." Whether Ricky or Tae Hyun, they'd be doomed facing the monster in the dungeon. Suddenly the base shook violently, and everyone panicked. What the hell just happened? Thunderous sounds rang out as the doors that Jang Long had proudly mentioned were pierced straight through. Tae-hoo jumped out fiercely. He said in shock, "How did they break through the barrier?" Tae Hyun smiled at the enemy and said, "We still have unfinished business, right?" Jang Long's eyes now glowed red blood vessels visible on his face. He clenched his teeth in anger. Tae Hyun still blocked his path until the last moment. He fixed his shirt to look a bit cooler and thought Jang Long had never acted alone before. Maybe he had no real power. Thinking that, he charged forward. Jang Long suddenly spoke. "You think it's over?" Then he launched an attack. Their fists collided with a deafening sound. Tae Hyun was surprised, thinking he blocked my strike and blood rage with his bare hands. "No problem." Jang Long didn't give him time to recover and powered up his punch. Tae Hyun was pushed backward by the blow. He started wondering where that overwhelming strength came from. But with his monster vision, he understood clearly. Zhang Long had infused the monster's magic into his own body. He was now half human, half monster. I suspected something would happen, but I didn't expect him to go mad and experiment on himself. Zhang Long laughed and said, I originally planned not to get involved directly, but you pests are just too annoying. Go drink some more milk, kid. Then he struck Tae Hyun right in the forehead. Tae Hyun looked at him and said, By now it's probably about time. Zhang Long's hand suddenly went numb. He collapsed to the ground, looking at the electric wires tightly binding him. Zhang Long trembled, his body completely drained of strength. Those things clinging to me, they're sucking all my power away. Tae Hyun suddenly looked up and said, You've arrived? Ricky's sudden appearance surprised everyone. It turned out Ricky came to help Tae Hyun. She said, Sorry I'm late. Why can't I cross that distance as quickly as you cleared the blockers? I'm late. Why can't I cover that distance as fast as you took to clear all the obstacles? But surprisingly, not only could you use skills inside the black hole, you also have the power to break through barriers. Since you told me to use Canceller, you must have many other skills, right? I wonder how you'll surprise me this time. Tae Hyun laughed and replied, Is that all you've got? Is that all you've got? Zhang Long cursed angrily. You bastards dare! He screamed wildly. Not again, seeing Zhang Long struggling to break free. Tae Hyun remarked, Looks like he still has some fight left, Ricky replied. Seems so. The two quickly tensed their muscles. Stubborn as a snake! He angrily charged forward. Ricky said, Don't rush in so recklessly. So rude. Her light strike severed one of Zhang Long's arms. Tae Hyun joined in politely saying, Excuse me. His hands transformed with magic into sharp claws. Tae Hyun calmly slashed Zhang Long, blood streaming from the wound like a river. Tae Hyun followed with a series of swift claw attacks before turning away stylishly. Ricky watched in surprise. She exclaimed, Zhang Long aside, that guy isn't an ordinary player either. Zhang Long still hasn't given up. He slipped past Tae Hyun, seemingly aiming for easier prey. Suddenly, he dashed toward Ricky, ready to strike a devastating blow. Ricky was caught off guard and slammed into the wall. Tae Hyun shouted anxiously, Ricky! Zhang Long kicked Tae Hyun. Although Tae Hyun managed to block with his hands, the blow still pushed him back. Sweat broke out on his forehead as fear crept in. He stared at Zhang Long in shock. Does he have the ability to regenerate his body? Zhang Long arrogantly said, Your attacks are useless. My body keeps regenerating. Tae Hyun's worry grew. Damn it! Blocking the direct hit caused his arm to tremble uncontrollably. Could he counterattack now? Zhang Long stroked his beard, smirking with satisfaction. You blocked that, I like your strength. Killing Guo would be such a waste. So what do you say, want to join my side? Besides, you're bound by a contract with the Grand Duke. Tae Hyun was stunned. He knows about the Grand Duke. How does this guy know that? Zhang Long babbled on. National strategic level players. Those titles mean nothing against those contracted with the Grand Duke. To us humans are just meaningless pests, so take my hand. Tae Hyun suddenly stepped close and said, What nonsense is this? He said arrogantly. I never trusted those who sneak attack from behind. Ricky weakly spoke in this tense moment. Maybe I have no choice but to rely on you. Tae Hyun said, I've never trusted you guys. Then he activated the monarch's aura he had unlocked. Zhang Long stared at Tae Hyun in shock. What's happening? Why am I overwhelmed by this aura? He pointed and asked loudly, You want me to take your hand? Someone like you. The voracious skill was unlocked. You and I are not on the same level. Tae Hyun unleashed the unlocked voracious skill. Zhang Long couldn't believe his eyes. He was being swallowed whole. Why? Why did I really lose to a kid like this? I accepted the monster's power and successfully evolved into a new species, but it was all for nothing. I need more power, more power, more power. Give me that power. Just when he thought it was over, a shadow appeared behind him. Tae Hyun cautiously turned his head. The pitch-black creature blew out a bunch of bluish-green slime. Tae Hyun fortunately dodged it. He observed the ground and guessed, is the ground melting? Is it a strong acid? Could it be that thing? The strange creature raised its head, posing as if taking a photo. Actually, it was winding up. Without waiting for everyone to recover, the monster sprayed several patches of blue slime again. The bodies of those hit by the blue slime were corroded, some even severed. Ricky panicked and shielded herself. She thought in horror. I've seen countless monsters before, but that one is on a whole different level. At that moment, Tae Hyun rushed over and tightly embraced Ricky, using his body to shield her. Tae Hyun said, "I had a feeling and its appearance confirmed it." The dungeon master, who had never been conquered in China, was gray venom. His eyes gleamed with deadly intent. In China, that was gray venom. His eyes shone with killing intent. Tae Hyun recalled. The expansion of unexplored dungeons in China was a globally famous event. Even before I regressed, Venom took advantage of this expansion to infect countless people, turning them into hosts. I also respect Zhang Long's boldness. Zhang Long isn't experimenting with monster transformation enough for you, so you gave your body to Venom as well. Tae Hyun turned to instruct Ricky. You should fall back first. You don't have much mana left after using extermination on me, right? I'll hold him off here while you escape. Go back with reinforcements. Ricky objected. But then you'll be alone. He firmly said, I'll be fine. I don't think I can fight and protect you at the same time. Ricky clenched her teeth, saying nothing because she knew she would only be a burden. In the end, she just patted his shoulder in compromise. Please come back, Venom said with amusement. Interesting. The Duke's contract bearer is protecting humanity. A contract bearer should obey the Duke without question. So why? Would you use that power for inferior humans? His curiosity rose. I'm very curious, just like when I viewed this human body's memories after absorbing it. If I turn you into my host, I could see them too. Memories of this human body after absorbing it. So if I turn you into my host, I'll be able to see them too. Suddenly, Venom sensed a powerful aura, so Tae Hyun had activated Bloodthirst. While Venom was still mumbling, Tae Hyun said, Why is this bug buzzing so loudly? First, let's control that annoying speed. At the same time, a notification window popped up. The Superior Species Eye skill activated. Your agility has drastically increased. By now, Ricky had moved some distance away worriedly, looking back toward the room where Tae Hyun was. Ricky recalled him telling her earlier, Go quickly. I'll handle this here. Thinking this, she couldn't help but worry. Maybe I won't be of any help, but will he be all right alone? On tour. Until I returned, Tae Hyun was fiercely fighting Venom, who suddenly appeared behind him. Tae Hyun quickly boosted his unique skill, Bloodthirst Enhanced. Feeling the change in his body, he muttered, I can see everything now. Tae Hyun continued to use Bloodthirst, the evil dragon, opening his mouth to lunge at Venom. It was very fast, appearing right in front of Venom. Tae Hyun observed as the Superior Species Eye skill was active. Venom's movements would slow down, and applying Bloodthirst to that monster with these eyes, I can quickly track its movement direction. I can take it down. Venom sprayed acid-like slime again. Tae Hyun gritted his teeth. This again. I won't lose again. Tae Hyun's and Venom's attacks clashed simultaneously, creating an explosion. It seemed Tae Hyun's power overwhelmed Venom's green slime. Tae Hyun lunged out from the dust. He thought, one more strike, need to attack it quickly while I can. I will thoroughly finish it off with this attack. Meanwhile, outside the base, cracks began to appear. Explosions echoed, rocks flying everywhere. The building seemed to crumble to dust amid the desolate scene. Tae Hyun appeared covered in scratches, but with unshaken eyes. He looked at his trembling hands and cursed silently. Damn it, my mana is almost depleted, and I still can't block all of Venom's attacks. Where's Venom? Is it over? Before Tae Hyun could even celebrate, Venom suddenly appeared behind him. He said, Interesting, just as expected from the Duke's fake contract. Tae Hyun's face turned pale. You're still alive after that. He lunged forward and punched Tae Hyun. His words came out sharply, but that was only the beginning of the battle. Venom squeezed Tae Hyun's throat tightly, making it hard to breathe. Tae Hyun struggled this time. Venom was faster and stronger than before. I can't keep my focus. Suddenly, Tae Hyun noticed Venom absorbing mana from the air, and that unique mana could only be sensed inside a dungeon. That means this laboratory has turned into a dark dungeon. Venom grinned wickedly. You can't defeat me here. I will make you my host. Despair seemed to overwhelm Tae Hyun as he trembled, thinking, my body is freezing. Is this fear? Fear of impending death, yeah. And more than that, I'm already used to it. Tae Hyun ended his thoughts with a spectacular counterattack. Venom now had an extra mouth, making him even more talkative. He laughed maniacally. You're struggling too much. Seeing how you curl up defensively like that, it seems your mana is completely drained. Humans really can only endure so much. Just like this, you'll never keep up with my regeneration ability. Tae Hyun struggled to sit up and said, I thought I was going to die. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Venom was a bit surprised. What's this? Tae Hyun continued. Even I didn't know about this feature. Venom was still stunned. Earlier when he bit me just now, my mana was transferring to him through the earring. What? Tae Hyun slowly opened his eyes. Got it now, your mana? Notifications appeared one after another, absorbed a huge amount of mana speed, increased by 1. Stamina increased by 1. Strength increased by 1. Venom looked at Tae Hyun and said, "Playing petty tricks again. No matter how hard you try to steal my power, as long as I have this punch, my mana will never run out." Tae Hyun laughed upon hearing that. Really then, let's see if it's still infinite in this world. Behind him appeared a huge blood-red monster with a mouth full of sharp fangs. Venom held himself still, staring at the giant monster. It dashed toward Venom like a gust of wind. Tae Hyun and the monster vanished. Venom found himself in an unfamiliar place. He wondered aloud, "Where is this?" In the distance was a throne adorned with bones. The person seated there looked annoyed upon seeing Venom and said, "At this point, you're even releasing bugs crazy." He looked down at Venom and quickly said, "You're not the one I'm fighting. This unusual aura, are you an AI?" The other person narrowed his eyes at Venom's attitude. "I never gave you permission to ask questions, you disorderly Beelzebub up a gangster," speaking while glaring down at Venom with fierce eyes. Venom was unafraid and boldly replied, "How dare you casually call my master by that lowly tone?" "Oh, so you're a duke too?" The man, losing patience, shouted. "How long do you plan to keep rambling with that foul mouth? Get out of my sight." While the Appa gangster spoke, suddenly many blood-red chains appeared beneath Venom, tightly wrapping his legs. Venom was restrained, but still haughtily said, "It seems your contract partner miscalculated. I am the gray parasite. No place is safe from my invasion, even the Duke's domain." Smoke rose gradually from his legs, then thickened into an illusory, bone-like layer. A mysterious power opposed me. The energy from the Appa gangster made Venom shrink back. He was speechless and thought impossible. Venom couldn't believe this was real. It was absurd. This can't be. The power I got from Lord Beelzebub. Before Venom could resist, he was defeated by the Appa gangster. The nagging voice was gone, and the man was satisfied. Finally, some peace. Outside Zhang Long's secret laboratory, someone had been lying in wait there for a long time. He nervously glanced at the ruined building ahead, sounding a bit impatient. "Damn it! What the hell is going on?" He was Monteo, a national-level strategist ranked 5th in the U.S. He observed carefully while calculating in his mind. "My mission is to protect Ricky, an investigator from the World Players Association, and also one of their top talents, the foremost in the American Players Association. Protect Ricky, even if she adamantly refuses." He recalled when he made that offer. She only smiled lightly in response. "You want to protect me?" "No need. I already have a personal bodyguard." Remembering her words made him even more anxious. But now hours had passed since she entered the research area, without a single update. And what is this magical fluctuation about "we have to act"? As Monteo stood up suddenly, bricks and debris flew everywhere ahead. It was Ricky kicking through the wall to escape outside. Seeing the person he was looking for, he rushed over anxiously and asked, "Ricky, are you okay?" She looked carefully at the man who just ran up. She hesitated and said, "Monty Roman." He didn't answer her, but helped her up and asked Han about the situation. Someone like her, seriously injured like this. What exactly happened inside? Ricky told Monty the truth. They were conducting illegal experiments turning humans into monsters. No one inside could be saved, not a single one. As she spoke, she turned to look back at the chaotic scene inside. Monteo also glanced that way, but he quickly turned back to check her expression. Seeing she was still weak, Monteo spoke up. "First, let's get back. We'll report everything later." Hearing this, Ricky quickly replied, "No, there are still people who need saving." He was surprised to hear her say that, and asked, "Are you talking about AI?" Ricky tensed up and hesitated mentioning that name. Tae Hyun. Monteo was also surprised, and immediately asked, "Tae Hyun, what?" Suddenly the nearby trees rustled loudly, the sound echoing throughout the area. Ricky turned to look behind her. A blinding flash of light appeared out of nowhere. A gate gradually took shape and began to slowly open. Countless terrifying monsters of all shapes poured out racing from within. Seeing this, both Ricky and Monteo were certain. "Daniel, break." He stepped forward a few steps to stand in front of her and shouted loudly, "Ricky, fall back." In the air, guns of various sizes appeared simultaneously, barrels aimed straight at the horde of monsters. This skill was genocide bullets rank. Countless firearms conjured from magical power. Monteo urgently shouted, "Ricky, I don't know why you're with that Tae Hyun, but Daniel break has already happened, so the odds of him still being alive inside are very low." Monsters struck down by the attack rolled and died, but it barely reduced their numbers. More monsters poured from the gate, possibly even more than before. Seeing the worsening situation, he stressed, "At this rate, there's no end in sight. If only we'd called for backup earlier." Ricky, though exhausted, forced herself to say, "For now, I will join the fight." The monsters surrounded her, but her mind was focused on one person, Tae Hyun. Was he really defeated by that guy? While lost in thought, a monster approached and closed in on her. Monteo saw this and urgently yelled, "Ricky!" The monster tried to grab her with both hands, and only then did she realize. Ricky stepped back slowly. The monster advanced relentlessly. She retreated to where Monteo stood. Both were now surrounded by monsters. He exclaimed in surprise, "Who is this?" Someone suddenly rushed in. A powerful sword slash cut the monster in half. Seeing this, Ricky couldn't help but cheer. "Tae Hyun." He calmly landed and walked over to them, saying, "Venom is dead. Now we just have to deal with the remaining weaklings." After Daniel Break in the Unconquered Dungeon, Storm Kentakana's next was Daniel Break in the Grey Abyss Dungeon. These two events almost became disasters, spreading across Asia, and coincidentally both were stopped by a single player, Korea's Tae Hyun. Now, not only the Asian and American Players Associations, but the entire world followed Tae Hyun's exploits closely. Meanwhile, at the World Players Association, faced with increasing false awakenings and SS-rank monster exterminations, including Tae Hyun, they began discussing implementing a new system, a realm no longer limited to S-rank alone. An SS-rank player in a desolate area collapsed, staining the sky red. Someone stepped deep inside without making a sound. The old demon looked to one side, and then spoke, impressed. "You're even stronger now." He looked up at a person sitting on the back of a giant monster that had just been defeated. That person with blood still on their face also spoke up, one of the great achievements. "I have successfully made a contract with the King Beast." The demon below showed no surprise as expected. "This power suits a ruler well." The man approached, placing his hand on the demon's shoulder. "Long time no see, demon. Your visit means there's trouble outside Abyss, right?" The demon turned to him and replied, "Yes, many things have happened while you were away." Hearing this, the man showed no emotion. His name was Ji Hong. After a cold expression, he suddenly smiled, but the smile showed no joy. This is truly something to look forward to. Several weeks had passed. Since the Unconquered Dungeon in China, the Grey Abyss was shattered by New Korea. On an isolated island offshore, while the world was caught up in drama, Ricky was enjoying the summer sun. She stretched comfortably after exhausting days. It felt great. How long had it been since she had such free time? Tae Hyun crossed his arms and clearly stated, "I invited you here, but this isn't a trip for fun." Ricky, expressionless, finished her drink in one gulp. "Whatever, I've been busy non-stop for a long time. I might as well enjoy it while I can." He silently observed Ricky. This girl had a unique status. As an investigator for the World Player Association, she testified about illegal magical creature experiments there. The World Player Association investigator had come forward to testify about the illegal magical creature experiments conducted there. But the main culprit, Zhang Long, was still missing, and most evidence was destroyed in the final dungeon riot. This made it difficult for Ricky to prove her claims. Tae Hyun felt more conflicted inside. In addition, those used as test subjects couldn't be saved. She must feel deeply disappointed. However, he reassured himself that the situation was much better than in his previous life. Tae Hyun recalled the painful memories from the beginning. Ricky was caught up in Zhang Long's plan and disappeared, and the initial suppression of venom failed. Then an unknown plague broke out, plunging the world into suffering. He held his glass, surprised by the current outcome. "I originally sought Ricky to remove the skill seal, but this result is beyond expectations." Tae Hyun smiled and said, "It's been achieved." "Then it only lasts until the end of today." At that moment, a young woman spoke sarcastically. "Look, I knew it. Suddenly saying you'd come with Ricky? I thought something serious was going on." Amazon caught them in the act, like an anti-group admin, pointing and exclaiming. Unexpectedly, it wasn't a date at all. Seeing her pout, Ricky smiled brightly and asked, "Are you mad, Amazon?" Tae Hyun quickly explained, "I said it's not like that." He tilted his head, feigning doubt. Besides, I never even invited Amazon here. Why are you following us? She casually responded, then suddenly realized her excuse. Of course, to supervise, right? Because the facility you're renting belongs to us, doesn't it? Hearing this, Tae Hyun looked confused and replied, I've already overpaid the rent. Amazon didn't hesitate to argue back. Having money means you can do whatever you want, right? Who knows what tricks you'll pull there? Watching the two like young lovers, Ricky teased with a sly tone. You really are a charming man. I guess I shouldn't take up too much of your time. She seriously brushed her hair back and got straight to the point. Let's get to the main matter. The scene shifted to the training area, where Amazon explained the situation. According to the alchemist's assessment, this is a barrier that can withstand even the power of SS rank magical creatures. She added an important point. Moreover, it's located quite far from residential areas, a perfect place for major operations, Evan, one that's rarely been used until now. Amazon turned back curiously and asked, So why did you rent this place? Tae Hyun pondered. The skill seal was removed, but that wasn't enough. I don't know when or where that guy like me will show up again to block the way and try to take this body. Then he resolved with a burning determination. I won't take that risk again before the upcoming big battle. I have to subdue him right here, right now. Tae Hyun spoke up, predicting the worst-case scenario. I might lose control. Amazon was startled and guessed anxiously what lose control. You mean unleashing the SAO skill, Tae Hyun explained with a grim expression and helpless tone, leaving Ricky somewhat stunned. It's similar, but even more intense. I might lose my sanity. Then he seriously asked for help. Since you've come this far, I have something to ask of you, Amazon, Tae Hyun said earnestly. If you notice anything unusual, please work together to stop me. Seeing his determination, Amazon silently sighed. I really can't figure out what Tae Hyun is thinking anymore. She turned to ask her friend Ricky. Do you know anything? She shrugged in response. Who knows? A second later, Ricky ran her fingers through her hair thoughtfully. When I used Canceller in the lab, I saw Tae Hyun's skill. She recalled his extraordinary ability, especially that unusual power. Could that be the power of the Grand Duke? After a moment's thought, Ricky sparked hope and smiled confidently. Maybe I can gather useful information. At that moment, Tae Hyun stood silently still, holding his phone, then prepared to act. All right, let's see. Looking at himself on the screen, Tae Hyun rubbed his hair, thinking to himself, well, this is the first time I'm trying this. Immediately, he triggered a full hypnosis command. In an instant, Tae Hyun's whole body froze, and the phone slipped from his hand onto the ground. He entered a virtual space, astonished, clutching himself tightly, staring at the surrounding lake. Tae Hyun realized the truth. This was the answer. Right in front of him was a towering throne, with someone seated in the center. It was Appa. Tae Hyun's SAO version, Genser, smirked mockingly. Looks like you finally know how to use your brain. He continued with an amused tone. I didn't expect you to come here in person. Seeing this, Tae Hyun mocked in return. I should meet the guy occupying my body at least once, right? Tae Hyun stared at him and questioned. Just like me, no different from an SAO version. So what exactly are you, gangsta Appa? Propping his chin arrogantly, he calmly replied, I have a duty to tell you why. Hearing this, Tae Hyun coldly accepted the truth, all right? I guessed you wouldn't cooperate anyway. Without hesitation, Tae Hyun issued a warning, but he didn't intend to keep a ticking time bomb inside him forever. He cracked his knuckles and threatened with a rough voice. Hey, get out of this body right now. The other smirked savagely, then challenged him. What if I refuse? See no negotiation, Tae Hyun raised his hand, deciding to attack. I'll use my power to crush you out of here. The gangsta Appa clenched his fingers, his veins bulging with contempt. You think your power? Seconds later, he took a stance just like Tae Hyun's. Don't be delusional. At that moment, Gangsta Appa unleashed a blazing red magical attack. At the same time, Tae Hyun unleashed his blood-red magic. Both shouted their attack commands, unleashing 2 fire dragons from each side. They collided mid-air, creating a blazing explosion like a scene from an intense Marvel movie poster. Meanwhile, outside of reality, Amazon and Ricky were startled by the tremor. She shouted in panic, What the hell was that? Why is the ground suddenly shaking like an earthquake? Realizing the seriousness, Ricky responded sternly. No. She looked toward his body and explained, It seems it has already begun. At that moment where Tae Hyun stood, the ground suddenly cracked open. Before he could process it, The earth formed a huge, shattered circle. Ricky tensed, recovering her energy, then warned Amazon to prepare. This definitely won't be easy. Inside Tae Hyun's subconscious, everything was violently shaking. The blood-red lake surface churned turbulently. He and Oppo Gangster faced off with fierce punches, both spinning and slamming their blows into the ground. Their beasts collided headfirst. Tae Hyun trembled in waves, thinking carefully about the enemy's weaknesses. Just as I thought, this guy also knows how to use blood magic. When two sources of blood magic clash, there's no clear winner. He risked the next idea. At that moment, the opponent interrupted Tae Hyun's thoughts. I can guess what you're thinking. Relying on the monarch's power alone isn't enough. You plan to use your own skill to win, right? Seeing Oppo Gangster anticipate his next move, both started to retreat. Moments later, the opponent raised his hand forward, smirking with contempt. But even that doesn't truly belong to you. Hearing this, Tae Hyun froze, unbelieving. What? Oppo Gangster paused, then broke into a savage grin and shouted his attack, summoning a massive sword right above Tae Hyun's head. The monarch's aura was unmistakable. Tae Hyun felt the energy and looked up, but before he could see Oppo, Gangster mercilessly plunged the sword down. Amidst the dusty haze, a drop of blood flew like a slow-motion effect. Tae Hyun curled up to avoid it, then worried this isn't going as planned. He caught the wound on his chest with a grimace, gritting his teeth in surprise. I didn't expect he could use that too. Facing Oppo, Gangster sneered, acting like he knew everything. Wasn't that obvious? Before Tae Hyun could fully recover, the opponent delivered a combo of punches straight to Tae Hyun's right arm. He staggered backward. Oppo Gangster continued taunting. Even your other weapons in the end are things you gained through the king's power. He raised his fist, smirking provocatively. You think I can't use them? Tae Hyun struggled to hold on, shaking his head in frustration. That's truly arrogance. At that moment, he reluctantly admitted, bitter though it was, though he hated to admit it. The opponent was strong. He had defeated many enemies before whom Tae Hyun couldn't do anything. While facing Oppo Gangster, Tae Hyun panicked, scratching his head and tearing at his hair. I prepared many strategies to take him down, but they all became useless. What should I do? Seeing him frozen, the opponent furrowed his brow teasingly. I can hear your brain working overtime. This resistance was pointless. Oppo Gangster summoned fiery chains from thin air, then coldly declared, Give up! Without waiting for Tae Hyun's reply, he commanded the chains to rush forward like a runaway truck. Then a classic explosion erupted, sending water flying everywhere like rain. Oppo Gangster raised an eyebrow, squinting. From the smoke and dust, Tae Hyun still stood firm, like a statue of determination. I'm not giving up here. Give up what? From the moment I entered here, I knew it wouldn't be easy. At that instant, a surge of explosive power rose, and Tae Hyun smashed the bundle of chains with a fierce expression. As long as I can, I'll give everything I've got to fight. Seeing this, the opponent couldn't help but smirk slightly. Outside, Amazon's eyes widened as she exclaimed, Is this Tae Hyun's burst mode? The mana is incredible. Ricky stood beside her, nodding like an expert. It's not just incredible. That magic power rivals mine as a greatest mage. Seeing the abundant magic energy, she seriously assessed. Maybe it's even far stronger. Realizing the situation was serious, Ricky turned to urge her teammate Amazon. We need to act immediately. Delaying any longer will only cause more trouble. Then she carefully instructed, While I use my skill. Before she could finish, something made both of them startle. Tae Hyun seemed hacked, rushing like a rocket toward them. Amazon activated a magic defense formation to block his attack. Looking at him, she curiously asked, Has he regained consciousness? Seconds later, she unleashed her power, shouting loudly. Amazon anxiously asked Ricky, What should I do? She nervously replied, I need a little time, while I chant restrain Tae Hyun. As soon as she understood, Amazon gathered her energy, confidently responded, Leave it to me. She charged forward like a war goddess. Anyway, I've wanted to fight Tae Hyun once. Back then, he seemed possessed by a divine spirit. He lightly flicked his hand. Then a blue energy emanated from his fingertips. When they collided, a burst of light exploded like fireworks. Amazon struggled against his strike. She trembled in waves, but resolutely said, Remember the Grand Phoenix battle. The situation was completely reversed then. Amazon spoke clearly. Given how things are, it's my turn this time. She jumped and swung her staff with all her strength. I have to knock some sense into him. Without hesitation, she struck down, but Tae Hyun dodged like a professional dancer. Then he quickly moved up using his leg to slip past the staff and kicked her face. Seeing this, Amazon swung her staff to counterattack. She gritted her teeth and leaned back. At the same time, Ricky launched a supporting attack from behind. She created a small orb in her palm. Ricky was caught off guard, but raised it high. "My secret weapon! I really don't want to use this." But there was no other choice. Immediately, the small orb grew into a massive sphere. Inside the orb shimmered a wondrous, sparkling light. Ricky was silent as the orb expanded larger. At this moment, Amazon was desperately resisting, thinking confidently as she charged, but her arm began to go numb. Watching him attack, she was stunned and wondered. Even unconsciously, he can still dodge Tae Hyun. What exactly are you? At this critical moment, Ricky signaled Amazon to run. From the giant orb sprouted a large tree trunk. Amazon startled and leapt over it. She looked back confused, asking Ricky, "What's the plan?" Ricky leaned against the branch and explained her mysterious power. "My skill is a teleportation gate. I summoned a magic beast from the deepest layer of Ibis." Then she continued to explain how it works. Using Tae Hyun as a test subject, it reacts to strong magic energy, and once attached it will drain all magic power until there's nothing left. When the magic power is depleted, the skill automatically cancels. Hearing this, Amazon's eyes went wide, and mouth dropped in astonishment. "You're saying you opened the gate to ABC using human power, and summoned magic beasts from there to fight?" Looking at the American player before her, she silently admired truly the strength of one of America's top players. At this moment, Ricky saw Tae Hyun still struggling, but seconds later he exhausted and let go of everything. Seeing the battle come to a close, she sighed in relief. "Looks like it's over." Amazon swiftly ran over Tae Hyun. She hurriedly called out, "Are you awake?" Ricky quietly observed from behind. Even after the magic beast drained his power, Tae Hyun continued to increase his strength. If delayed any longer, things would have become dangerous. As she muttered about the next step, a beam of light severed the tree trunk. "I expected this wouldn't be an easy mission. I'll keep track of this debt carefully." At the same time, a perfect slash cut across Amazon's body, leaving her frozen. Ricky froze in horror. Staring at the horrifying scene, she gasped, "Ah, hang!" Shocked, she summoned another orb. Impossible. How can he still move? At this moment, Tae Hyun raised his hand and disdainfully said, "Magic beasts ND to Zero's idea about a human. But still, an individual can't absorb more magic power than they can contain." Feeling a bad omen, Ricky pressed, "Tae Hyun isn't a gangster, Appa." He looked up and smiled smugly. "I'm not who you think I am. Am I really that weak?" Understanding the situation, Ricky angrily nearly shouted, "Where is Tae Hyun?" Emboldened, he then flashed a fierce smile. "He has already lost to me. Now this body completely belongs to me." Looking at the person before her, she silently guessed, "This feeling is like an SS rank spirit beast." A moment later, Ricky sneered, "Is that so? But I have no idea what nonsense you're talking about." She made her decision quickly. "I'll strike first." Ricky launched an attack, asking, "Anyway, you're the enemy, right?" Lightning bolts immediately surged toward Oppo Gangster, but these attacks meant nothing to him and were lightly knocked to the ground. Then he forcefully kicked the lightning bolts away. Seeing this, Ricky was shocked and couldn't believe her eyes. "There's no way he can block my energy compost barehanded." Taking advantage of this, Oppo Gangster excitedly heated up his body. Seizing the moment before she could react, he began to show off. "Maybe I should warm up a bit, huh?" Ricky was out of options and could only grit her teeth and retreat. Inside Tae Hyun's subconscious, his soul lay limp beneath the water. The entire space fell silent and still. Just then, Tae Hyun's finger slightly moved. From beneath the water, steam rose into the air like a newly opened hot spring. Tae Hyun writhed on the floor, realizing the harsh truth. He thought the gap had narrowed significantly, but the opponent was still this formidable. What exactly is this monster? He recalled the past and concluded, this is neither the king I once met, nor a madman like that. Something the king implanted inside me. Feeling confused, Tae Hyun forced himself to sit up, suddenly determined. I don't know why he did this, but now is not the time for distractions. I have to stop him. However, a big question arose in his mind. As his body gradually fades away, how will I do it? Tae Hyun looked up, gritting his teeth. This was the last option. Meanwhile, outside in reality, Oppo Gangster was squeezing Ricky's neck like a toy. He lifted her up and sighed in frustration. Is that all truly disappointing? Not even enough to warm me up? Ricky refused to give up, sneering mockingly. You're the first to underestimate me this much. Still, I'm of national strategic rank. Oppo Gangster showed clear contempt upon hearing this. Those human-made standards are trash and not worth caring about. Anything else? He continued with a suggestive tone. If I've reached national strategic rank, I mean AI surprise attack. He called Tae Hyun's name, stunning the man so much he froze. She trembled as she placed her hand on Oppo Gangster's arm. Then, with final hope, she resolutely withdrew her hand. You're not that kind of person, Aeon firmly said. Snap out of it. After hearing that, Oppo Gangster fell silent for a moment. He mercilessly threw Ricky down. Then he used his speed ability to move behind Aeon. Without hesitation, Oppo Gangster flung her aside, showing clear disdain. A worthless insect like you. With murderous eyes, Oppo Gangster snapped his fingers. How dare you touch my body? He gleefully watched her fall to the ground, patiently waiting his turn, because soon she would die too. Suddenly nearby, Ricky spoke up, drawing his attention. Tae Hyun can't be brought back anymore. Then Ricky raised her hand to challenge, and began to gather the remaining magic power. Earlier you asked if I had anything left to perform, right? She continued with a mysterious tone. Though the demonized tree has vanished, the magic it absorbed still lingers in the air. Oppo Gangster glanced at the XXL-sized magic orb blinking slightly. The magic it absorbed still lingers in the air. Oppo Gangster glanced at the XXL-sized magic orb blinking slightly. You concentrate all that magic into one point. Ricky worried she wouldn't withstand it if this monster was unleashed. The consequences would be worse than Daniel Break. That cannot happen. With her last desperation, she whispered, sorry. Tae Hyun, I will be your final companion. Then Ricky, blazing with determination, reached out toward him. Look closely. This is all my power. Moments later, the massive orb crashed down on Oppo Gangster's head. He stood still staring at the orb like he'd caught something, then smirked. Next, a giant dragon lunged forward and bit the orb. Seeing this, Ricky was stunned, speechless. She stammered in surprise. How is that possible? Oppo Gangster laughed bitterly in disdain. I've seen enough. Are you done pretending? Ricky sighed in despair and sank to the ground. That's nothing but cheating unstoppable. The man smirked, arrogantly, and took slow steps forward with a condescending air, as if rewarding himself for the entertainment. Special move. I will absorb you without hesitation using my devouring skill. Oppo Gangster sucked all of her magical energy with satisfaction. At that moment, something made him stop mid-action. In Oppo Gangster's mind, a faint image of Tae Hyun appeared. He halted. Ricky's eyes widened in surprise, confused. He slightly raised his brow, then slowly looked up, grinding his teeth and growling each word. Tae Hyun. In his subconscious, he angrily cursed this madman. Seeing that familiar figure, Oppo Gangster closed his eyes and smiled welcomingly. You're here already. He couldn't believe it, and questioned his subconscious. What the hell are you thinking? Staring at the magnificent scene before him. Oppo Gangster said in shock, Sir, you dare to use devouring on yourself. Tae Hyun confidently confirmed his suspicion. Looks like my guess was right. Your goal was to make me reach something. You didn't kill me to steal this body. He continued with a warning. If I die now, I'm afraid you'll be in big trouble too. Hearing this, the man sneered disdainfully at the ridiculous threat. You think I care about some container? Tae Hyun taunted sharply. Someone like you rushes back so quickly. Oppo Gangster raised his brow threateningly. Don't act tough. Opportunities like this won't come twice. He looked at his palm and said firmly, Yes, I know. After all, I've died once before. This is my second life, a final reward. Tae Hyun ended with a resolute tone. If I can't achieve anything here, I'd rather be dead than like this. His eyes burned with fierce determination. After a moment of thought, the man admitted, Looks like I underestimated you. Suddenly his soul fragment automatically returned to its place. Oppo Gangster reluctantly conceded. All right. This time you win. Then he gave a mysterious warning. But remember, the only reason you're still alive is because of my purpose. Oppo Gangster gradually vanished into thin air, repeating chilling words. Struggle, struggle, until you reach the king. And if I find out you can't do it. Then he summoned the monster and threatened, I won't hesitate to devour you. Tae Hyun retorted fiercely without backing down. Even if that happens, I won't surrender easily. Then the screen displayed the player info. Kim Tae Hyun, 19 years old. Rank A, power 219. Stamina, 220. Speed, 18. Magic, 327. Willpower, 150. Fatigue level, 9. Remaining magic, 327. Devouring skill. A can swallow desired targets. Magic 50 for stealth shadow ho. A. Body enhancement and concealment magic. 10. Monarch World. A creates a special magic enhanced zone. Magic. 30. Monarch Force. A releases enhanced force. Magic. Tightening binding. Target designated for binding can track and cancel magic skills of 20 people of the Queen A. Summon Dream and Emin Queen Rosalia magic. 300. Absolute Hypnosis. A designated target and hypnosis. Magic 100. Berserk Blood. A. Activate Maximum Physical Condition Beast Eye. A activates Strange Eyes. Magic 10 returns to reality. He stared at his palm and wondered, have I surpassed rank AA and reached rank A now? At that moment, Ricky anxiously spoke. Tae Hyun. Looks like you've woken up, huh? Tae Hyun panicked, seeing her lying collapsed on the ground. He gently helped her up, filled with guilt. Did I cause you to end up like this? Ricky helplessly forced a smile and replied, yes. Moments later, he nervously turned to look at Aeon. Lying motionless on the floor, she immediately reassured him. Don't worry, it seems your life is still intact. Nestled in Tae Hyun's arms, Ricky expressed admiration. You really are a terrifying person. Yet you managed to hide your true face all this time. Then she sincerely added, surprising Tae Hyun enough to widen his eyes, but she still thanked him. Ricky shrugged knowingly. In the end, you were the one who stopped this ride. Consider us even. I'll keep this secret. She made a deal. In return, next time I'm in danger, you have to help me, because I felt I could trust you with my life. After hearing this, Tae Hyun frowned slightly, then accepted the request. All right, I promise. After the fierce battle ended, they were given thorough rest and care. Every cloud has a silver lining. Neither of them suffered injuries severe enough to affect their future actions, but they still had to stay hospitalized for a while. At this moment, Tae Hyun was feeding Aeon fruit. She opened her mouth grumpily. Hurry up and give it to me! While feeding her, he thought to himself, I felt guilty this time, so I have to take care of her. Aeon beamed like a flower, happily expressing, so delicious. I wonder when I'll have the chance to eat fruit peeled by Tae Hyun himself. Tae Hyun peeled it himself. Sometimes getting injured like this isn't so bad, right? He forced a smile and turned his face away. Just once is enough, don't make me feel guilty again. Seconds later, she felt a bit sad and confided in Ricky. It would have been better if she stayed longer. I didn't expect her to leave so suddenly. Tae Hyun diligently peeled an apple and replied hesitantly. Although very busy, Eo agreed with some hesitation, suddenly remembering. That's right. The SS rank license ceremony is coming up soon. She was curious and asked Ra. Ricky, also on the list, chimed in. Seeing this, Eo shared the information with Ra. I heard the World Players Association is preparing a grand event this time. Moments later, she suddenly jumped up and sternly warned, That's an international stage. Tae Hyun, don't cause any trouble there. He calmly held a steamed bun and responded, Who knows? Tae Hyun took a bite and gave a sheepish smile. That's not entirely my decision. As dawn broke, the wind fluttered the national flags, making them wave gracefully. Inside the building ahead, the host spoke enthusiastically. Dear members of the World Players Association. Vincent stood at the podium, recounting past times. We were once pushed to the brink of extinction by the emergence of Abyss. Then he proudly spoke of the achievements made through international cooperation and outstanding contributions from players. Step by step, we conquered the monsters of the dimensional gates and dungeons. At that moment, the chairman of the World Players Association, Vincent Trang, joyfully announced, a new era has dawned, and now we have achieved peace, moving toward an unprecedented period of prosperity. Because of this, Vincent recognized a major change thanks to stronger skills and more experienced players gradually emerging. Our association has reviewed the achievements players have made through recent events and concluded that the old ranking system is no longer suitable. He excitedly declared an important decision. It's time to enter the new era with the SS rank. Then, Vincent solemnly introduced the players. Today here, I present the first 10 heroes to receive the SS rank player license. Vincent invited everyone to applaud and welcome them. Let's greet them with a round of applause. Next, he announced the superstar list: Cody Montel, Ricky Harris, Dylan Gray, Aiden, Simon, Sergey, Karamzin, Thomas Provine, Daniel Harrington, Alexandra Bazoo. He paused briefly, and finally Vincent carefully introduced the special player Tae Hyun from Korea. Everyone below was deeply moved and applauded non-stop. Vincent continued explaining the crucial privileges these players would carry with their licenses. Since the World Players Association recognizes freedom to operate across borders, contributing to maintaining peace for humanity. Standing center stage, Tae Hyun emotionally thought, "I've finally made it here." He recalled his incredible journey once hearing curses shouted at him for awakening the demon. Those were the first steps from rank S to a new level, a national power tier. Tae Hyun never expected his achievements surpassing the limits players reached in his previous life, reaching the pinnacle of SS rank. At this moment, he was given a sharp knife as a gift. He reflected on his past self. If it were me back then, I definitely couldn't have imagined this achievement. Tae Hyun accepted the reward and firmly resolved to himself with burning determination. I have no intention of stopping here. This license is just one step on the path. What I truly want is to uncover the mystery of the Grand Duke, the doppelganger, and the king who sent me back in time, the secrets hidden behind this world. Tae Hyun confirmed his future goal to discover everything. He must keep moving forward. After the award ceremony ended, everyone gathered at the party. Jin Hai punched him playfully in the back, and Manhwa Dieter Han praised. Congratulations, congratulations. Oh my, after all these years, Korea finally has such a grand occasion. Tae Hyun saw him and grimaced, saying, "That hurts." President Jin Hee of the association laughed and teased. An SS-rank person complaining about an old man's punch. Tae Guk stepped forward, gently explaining, "Player Tae Hyun, you should understand this. The chairman has been waiting longer than anyone for an outstanding player like you to appear." Then, Tae Guk emphasized his importance. A strong player is proof of the National Player Association's growth. With you here, we'll be able to achieve even greater things. Jin Hyun patted him on the shoulder, acknowledging Tae Hyun's contributions. Many have been empowered because of you from the friendly tournaments among Asian players until now. Tae Hyun humbly replied, "I'm just doing what I should." Just then, Ricky approached admiringly, commenting, "South Korea is truly united. It's impressive to see." She waved happily and asked Tae Hyun, "How have you been lately?" He saw her and called out her name, Ricky. Tae Hyun quickly ran over to Han and asked, "Are you feeling okay?" Seeing this, Ricky complained, "Not really. I'm still aching all over." "I told you, why don't you go easier on me?" Then came a string of complaints from her about her delicate body as a young lady. Tae Hyun sneered and deliberately said, "Trying to cause misunderstandings, huh?" She froze and asked, "What?" Jin Hyun and Tae Guk stood behind looking puzzled. It seemed Azon was watching the relationship between the two. "You two aren't finished yet." "Right, who knows? No more talk, Ricky, get to the point. I'm here today, not just to chat. There's someone who wants to meet and greet you too." At that moment, a surprised man stepped forward. "Me," she spoke with hidden meaning, drawing everyone's attention to him. "Guess who it is?" He extended his hand and agreed. "Yes, I also want to meet and thank that person once." She politely greeted. "It's an honor to meet you, player Tae Hyun." Tae Hyun approached him, thinking admiringly. "So if I reach SS rank, I'll officially be on the same level as this man." He recalled the man's previous status. If someone were to represent all players in the past life, surely everyone would mention his name. Tae Hyun thought of the person before him, the man who always stood on the front lines against the abyss. He assessed him the strongest player. Codius. Tae Hyun felt the other's power. Just facing him was already a heavy pressure. He extended his hand and solemnly said, "No, I am the one who should be thankful." They shook hands. Tae Hyun expressed his respect. "It's an honor to meet you." After listening, she seriously promised, "I'm sure we'll have many opportunities to cooperate in the future. I look forward to your support." Tae Hyun frowned. Cooperation in the future. At that moment, a man pushed open the door and shouted, "Everyone, Vincent! drawing everyone's attention again. Please pay attention, he continued with urgent but sudden news. We have a new announcement to share. Jin-hee and Tae-guk looked confused and asked, "What announcement?" Vincent declared an important decision. The World Player Association, after receiving a proposal from Mr. Kevin, chairman of the U.S. Player Association, has decided that from the moment of issuing this SS license, he revealed the grand plan with explosive energy. We will form a large-scale assault team to conquer all unexplored dungeons on Earth. Vincent affirmed the new strategy with a bold move. This will be an unprecedented campaign. The SS rank players of the U have agreed to participate. Hearing this, everyone around buzzed. What? How large is this scale? Another person commented on the gamer's appearance if all the US SS players join. Then another person reasoned further, causing senior players to become alert. That means some SS players. Around the world, too. Immediately after Vincent called for cooperation, we hope other associations and SS rank players will also consider joining. It's time for the world to unite to build lasting peace. DNHE was silent, frowning in skeptical thought. On the surface, it's cooperation. But is it really that simple? The timing is just too perfect? Jin Hyun doubted the true motive. Half of the SS-level players in the world belong to the United States. They can leverage that power to manipulate everything. The plans of the World Players Association and declare who the true dominant nation is. The rewards from the unexplored dungeons are just a side benefit. He anxiously watched Tae Hyun's back, realizing South Korea's weak position. Although aware of this, except for player Tae Hyun, South Korea's power remained weak. Jin-hee had to accept the current reality. There was nothing she could do but go with the world's flow. At the same time, the English Players Association enthusiastically declared, "The English Players Association, along with player Daniel Harrington, requests to join the raid team." Seeing this, a French player eagerly volunteered. "Please allow the French Players Association to join as well." Russia was no exception, and would participate too. Vincent saw everyone agreeing unanimously. He clapped in celebration, very pleased. Then, just as he turned, he saw a hand raised. Everyone was surprised by player Tae Hyun's unexpected move. Vincent formally invited. "Does South Korea want to join?" However, Tae Hyun flatly refused no. He firmly stated his position. "We will act independently." Upon hearing this, everyone around the hall was stunned. Mouths agape, unable to respond. Really even? Ms. D frowned, staring at him. Time passed on the plane, and Ricky regretfully confided to Cody. "What a shame. Previously, they failed to recruit Marcus and Gregor, and now they've been rejected again." After hearing this, Cody asked, "You feel sorry?" She continued with impressed observation. "If they joined, you'd be a very formidable force." He silently speculated. "But it seems that's not why you feel regretful, right?" Ricky chuckled. "I'm just personally intrigued." "What about you, Ms. D? D, what do you think of player Tae Hyun?" Ms. D coldly commented. "He looks very strong. Now, I understand why you ended up in this mess." Hearing his assessment, Ricky pondered. Even the strongest person in the world acknowledges that. Then it seems I wasn't mistaken. After hearing this, he explained, Tae Hyun is a contract holder of the great ABC Corporation. The title of the strongest in the world means nothing at all. Ricky muttered darkly, silently gazing out the window, then wondered, "So what now?" After a moment of silence, she hummed thoughtfully before speaking. "Then, during the stormy flight," Ricky asked, "Let me rephrase that." "Rephrase." She curiously asked about his ability compared to other contract holders. "Does he look strong?" The question thundered so loudly that lightning flashed outside the window. Ms. Dai was silent, frowning irritably. After a while, he cryptically answered, "There will be a time when we know the answer clearly." Meanwhile, inside a high-rise building in the quiet night, a man angrily slammed the table. Cursing, "Damn it! SS, level my ass, large-scale raid team my ass. This grumpy man was the new chairman of the Chinese Players Association." Liu Jiazin, gritting his teeth in frustration. "They don't even bother to pay attention to the Chinese Players Association." Jiazin blamed everything on him. "It's all because of that bastard Tae Hyun. He pulled the brake." Then he decided to use the last resort. No other option remained. Jiazin held a USB in his hand, then approved using the secret manual, the document he painstakingly obtained through Abyss Research. He had no choice but to use it. Jiazin leaned back in his chair, muttering, "Chairman Jiazin let things get to this point. Should I be grateful that at least he left this behind? While pondering, suddenly there were screams outside. He was shocked, almost asking, "What's going on out there?" Blood trickled in through the door. Moments later, the door burst open, and a man with a mysterious voice entered. "I am the new chairman of the Chinese Players Association. Sorry for dropping by so suddenly in the middle of the night." He explained his abrupt arrival. "I just returned from ABC, and I'm still jet-lagged." Seeing the man before him, he grimaced. Stammering, You are AI Jihong," confidently introducing himself, Min Jihong, leader of the Black Society. This mysterious man was Min Jihong, the leader of the Black Society ranked at Dawn level in the New Korea Nightwalker Association. Someone showed irritation. "Sure enough, there's some conspiracy going on here." Someone frowned and sneered disdainfully. Does New Korea really want to conquer the dungeon on their own? What was AI? Kai-Fa thinking to declare such a bombshell. Tae Hyun sat quietly, resting his chin on his hand, with a knowing smile. Ai-ong recalled Jin's frustrated expression and his hopes. He spoke softly in his voice. "I don't know whether to laugh or cry about this." So she confided in Tae Hyun. Guild leader Jin Hee also looked extremely troubled. "No matter how strong you are, Tae Hyun, if others remain the same." At that moment, he cut her off and said, "That's exactly why. New Korea can't keep relying on my strength forever, right? If others don't grow, then it will be very difficult. Besides, unexplored dungeons are a perfect opportunity to gain experience points." Ai-ong scratched his head, looked at him, then agreed. "That actually makes sense. But does it have to be rushed like this?" Tae Hyun continued to share his opinion. "There's not much time left. From now on, I'll focus my activities in ABC." Hearing this, Aeon suddenly stopped and widened her eyes at Tae Hyun. Her lips parted, as if to ask something, but then closed, her thoughts stirring like when sorting at the tournament. Asian player-friendly matches divide players into two types based on their main battlefield. One is those who explore the unknown depths of the abyss, expanding humanity's territory. The other fights outside the abyss. They stop monsters spilling out from Denzel Break and combat demons, as they always have. Tae Hyun mainly operates outside the abyss and has thus been recognized as an SS rank. Yet as soon as he reached SS, he said he wanted to enter the abyss. But in truth, he always had a purpose in mind. He ignored Eon's questioning gaze and focused on his own thoughts. The key clues about him aren't on Earth, but inside the abyss. If I remain bound here, I will never achieve my goal. But as I leave, an unexpected danger may strike again. To prepare for that moment, I have to help others grow stronger. Ai-ong sighed in frustration and complained, "Tae Hyun, you're truly unpredictable, as if living in a completely different world." Her words unintentionally but pointedly hit Tae Hyun's soft spot. He had too many secrets. Like when his skill went out of control before. That wasn't an ordinary skill, right? Ai-ong touched the armrest, slowly stood up, then walked straight up to Tae Hyun and asked directly, "Who exactly are you?" "Kim Tae Hyun." She stood there hesitant, her eyes fixed on Tae Hyun. He seemed embarrassed. With a nervous look and avoiding eye contact, unable to stay silent any longer, Tae Hyun replied briefly, "I don't want to say." I, surprised by the answer, quickly asked, "What?" His indifferent expression at that moment made Aya furious. "Don't joke around, I'm serious," Tae Hyun calmly added to clarify. "Even if I explained now, it would be hard for you to accept. One day, there will be the right opportunity for me to reveal everything. Then," he suddenly paused, his expression turning sad. Though his lips still carried a slight smile, Ai-ong took over his unfinished sentence. She glared sharply and declared, "You're not going to make contracts like the Awakened, are you?" Tae Hyun immediately denied. "I'm not the type to go back on my word." She dropped it. The questioning shifted to something else. "All right, I get it. So why did you contact me as soon as you joined New Korea?" Tae Hyun stated his point clearly. "I want to bring Amazon into New Korea's assault team, but it seems she still has many things to handle." Aeon responded with a louder, sarcastic tone. "Thanks to I, she was bedridden for a long time, unable to do anything." Tae Hyun pretended to cough and continued. "So I want to ask you to introduce someone else to replace her." She immediately understood the replacement he meant was only that kid. Right. Even if it stings. It's definitely cautious. "Are you still waiting for my permission?" Tae Hyun leaned on his chin, looking out the window, still straightforwardly replying, "Even if you disagree, I'll take him anyway." In another building, Kang Hyuk was laughing heartily. That's Tae Hyun for you. I knew you'd come to me. After being healed by the Saintess for his lost arm, Kang Hyuk regained his top-ranked position in Korea. Sung Jin, sitting nearby, also smiled with satisfaction, pushing up his glasses menacingly. It seems like I've gotten caught up in another earth-shaking event. Still one of the most important powers of New Korea CEO Jin. While the two of them were visibly excited, Han Gil seemed a bit hesitant. I wonder if someone like me, who once betrayed New Korea, deserves to be here. Shizang stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder as a reminder. Thanks to Tae Hyun for giving you this chance. After the friendly match among Asian players, both Han Gil and Shizang had taken a step forward in their growth. The elite players of New Korea were all gathered here, but the focus was on Amazon, rather than the sisters. Did she really deserve to hold this position? While everyone was chatting animatedly, a voice suddenly rang out, silencing the crowd as they turned to look. Thank you all for coming. Though this is a sudden summons, I'm sure you've heard the basic situation by now, right? Tae Hyun addressed the members. Those present here will be joining the raid team I'm forming. The five stood at attention, listening intently to every word he said. Sung Jin raised his hand to ask first. Being chosen by an SS rank is truly an honor, but is this even feasible? I heard the unexplored dungeons remaining. All require a minimum level of SS, yet everyone here is only S rank so far. Tae Hyun smiled and answered immediately. For now, that's true, but I've observed your abilities beforehand. You all have the potential to reach national level SS rank, or even beyond. And in this dungeon expedition, you'll prove that for yourselves, including you, Amazon. Amazon clenched her fist and placed it over her chest. Her voice quiet, but firm. If you say it's that serious. My mind was spinning with a tangle of overlapping thoughts. I'm not the type to speak lightly, to motivate others. That's not who I am. Everyone here is a talent who reached SS rank in their past lives. Though that was supposed to happen far in the future. Since everything's changed, so will I. Speed things up, Kang Hyuk was impatient, his face already blazing with fierce determination. He declared boldly, All right, let's go, little brother Tae Hyun. You must quickly guide everyone, but rushing into unexplored dungeons unprepared will only lead to death. With the professionalism and seriousness of a leader, Tae Hyun warned everyone. We'll enter the dungeon in a month. Until then, everyone will have to train with me. First, we'll push ourselves to the limit and fight like it's do or die. Seeing the wicked capitalist smile on his face, everyone exclaimed together, Terrifying! 1 month later, unexplored dungeon in France, Opera House. Ironclad feet stood firmly on the stage, while Shinji showed no expression other than a determined lip press. In an instant, his body was clad in thick armor, waist. With sword raised, Shinji's movements were light but precise as he struck the blade down onto the floor, shattering the ground beneath. Another person, seemingly a team member, rushed over and praised her strength. You always attack with such ferocity, huh? Other members, attackers, defenders, joined the conversation as well. Together with other SS ranks, this truly was a monstrous lineup. Conquering the dungeon today didn't seem impossible. They fought fiercely when suddenly someone loudly asked, Hey, have you heard New Korea and Tae Hyun are also entering the unexplored dungeon today? The person opposite replied, Really? That idiot Tae Hyun, unexplored dungeons aren't playgrounds for kids. Bringing along only S ranks, what's he planning? What's he? Just for some silly pride is he going to send his teammates to their deaths? Too bad we can't watch this drama unfold in person. Among them, only Shinji didn't join in. He stood silently listening and casting a slight glance their way. Meanwhile, unexplored dungeon. In Greece Snake Cave, Kang Hyuk could no longer laugh. An unexplored dungeon is no playground for kids. Leading a bunch of SS ranks. What do you think you're doing? Just to save face, you're trying to push your teammates to their deaths. Too bad I can't watch this fun show in person. Among the group, only Shinji stayed out of it. He stood quietly listening to everyone and glanced at them lightly. At the same time, in the unexplored dungeon in Greece, the Snake Cave, Kang Hyuk could no longer smile. He, along with Sijang and the others, were busy running away from the giant venomous serpent. The intense situation forced him to curse silently in his mind. Damn it, if this keeps up, I'll really die at Tae Hyun's hands. Tae Hyun just stood watching, calmly relaxed. Smiling, Kang Hyuk understood the situation and warned the members. Aren't you guys going to speed up, or do you want to get punished together? Sijang frowned desperately and shouted, Not just you, could you stop sprinting like a bullet? Han Gil seemed on the verge of tears. Oh God, I want to go home. After running for a while, suddenly someone shut their eyes tightly and shouted. "It's hard to breathe." Tae Hyun observed the situation thoughtfully. They were sweeping through like a storm. It seemed the training hell had paid off. After running desperately for a while, the group came to a halt. Sung Jin stepped forward and asked, "Where are we? What are these things, blocking the path?" He couldn't help but ask, "What are those strange stone piles?" Amazon cautiously approached each stone block. "Now I see they're all statues carved in human shapes. That's why you said they aren't just stones. They are all players who went missing in this dungeon. Their sweat hasn't even dried yet." Then suddenly the sound of whistling wind scared the whole group. Everyone looked up at once, hearing the eerie voice. "Come here, foolish humans." Amazon's face turned pale with fear as she clenched her teeth. The dungeon's ruler appeared a woman wrapped in snakes, her hair made up of writhing serpents. She declared to them, "Today the collection on the wall. My fame will gain a new member." She was the ruler of the unexplored dungeon in Greece. Medusa SS rank would never let her members face life or death battles alone. Tae Hyun slowly stepped forward and declared loudly, "Who becomes the collection still needs to be decided. Hey, my wallet is missing a layer of snakeskin." Medusa's appearance made them freeze in place. Amazon's face turned pale as she hesitated to speak. She was the master of Medusa's snake cave. All the members shared the same expression, frowning, gritting their teeth, cautious and fearful. Can we really defeat an SS rank monster? It felt like their whole bodies were frozen under that cold gaze, because they were losing courage. Tae Hyun couldn't accept this and shouted, "What are you doing?" For those hesitant feet that dared not step forward, he could do nothing but warn them. "Remember what you've done for the past month. If you set limits for yourself and give up, you won't achieve anything." Sung Jin and Azon stiffened for a moment, but the fear on their faces lessened. He was the fastest to regain his composure. Hearing that rebuke, he quickly pulled himself together. Yes, Tae Hyun was right. We have trained relentlessly to surpass our own limits. Azon pressed his lips and reminded himself, even if the enemy ahead is much stronger than us. Kang Hyuk regained his enthusiasm and eagerness from before. He grinned and clicked his tongue. Damn, it's all or nothing. Kang Hyuk stood in the middle. On behalf of the members, he raised his hand high and shouted fiercely, "Everyone, follow the plan!" Immediately, all the members blurred forward and started moving. Each used their own weapons and strength to charge at Medusa. Azon wielded a great hammer. Sung Jin charged forward with a fiery blade to attack Medusa, who looked at them with disdain. She sneered, a half-hearted attack, nothing significant. Azon was now very close to Medusa, and she hissed to boost her spirit. At the same time, Sung Jin seemed a bit unsteady as Medusa began to move. Hangil and Shizang, tall and strong, were also focusing on summoning their strongest moves. She decisively stretched out an arm toward the two of them. Just then, Kang Hyuk placed a large wooden plank on the stage, using it as a stepping board, to move upward, laughing mockingly as he went. This attack is so boring. The beast spirit merges into the form of an ancient giant dragon. Meanwhile, Sung Jin silently flew up, closing in to Medusa by a small margin. But the sharp Medusa noticed and turned to warn him. No way. But Medusa accidentally got caught in a trap. Her arm was frozen and couldn't move. She seemed surprised by this unexpected attack. Medusa looked down and saw Azon using his great hammer to freeze her arm while she was temporarily restrained. Sung Jin took the chance to charge and used his sword slash to support him. Azon decisively raised his great hammer high and summoned an ice slash. Medusa suffered both attacks at once, bending over and screaming in pain. Medusa's face contorted. Her brows furrowed tightly. Mouth wide open, revealing 4 fangs, letting out a painful roar. After a moment, she broke the ice that imprisoned her arm. Medusa immediately poured all her rage into the next move. At that moment, her staff slammed down with a curse. Damn trash. Tae Hyun didn't intervene, silently observing each player and analyzing which attacks were effective, even against an SS rank monster. Si Jiang and Hangil, as mages, continuously attacked from a distance, disrupting the enemy's vision, while Kang Hyuk's shadow course protected them from behind. Sung Jin and Azon coordinated attacks on the blind spots. No finishing blow yet, but they were steadily accumulating damage. Thinking this, Tae Hyun suddenly blinked with alertness, but Medusa wouldn't let herself be hit forever. Just as he predicted, Medusa grew tired of wasting time going from garden to garden, grinding her teeth and threatening, "This isn't over yet." Moments later, Medusa opened her mouth wide and let out a terrifying roar that shook the entire space. Dark magic and a ghostly sound emerged simultaneously, slowing everyone's movements. Already knowing the general gameplay, he thought to himself. At the moment, Medusa began to unleash an extreme attack. She pulled her hand back and aimed the tip of her trident at the members, confidently declaring that they would all die. But then Medusa suddenly hesitated, narrowing her eyes, as if sensing something strange. She counted her opponents and realized one had disappeared. The one who confused Medusa was Kang Hyuk. She got caught in his trap, which made him cheer with delight. Kang Hyuk seemed to have been waiting a long time for this moment. While Medusa was still hesitating, he dashed forward and punched straight into her stomach. "You're as good as dead." The beast spirit embodying Queen Medusa screamed in pain, leaning to one side with a grimacing face, howling miserably. Tae Hyun laughed heartily at Kang Hyuk's brilliant comeback, the secret damage move he had hidden until now. Now each member unleashed the skills they had been holding back. Zhizang's Starlight Beam. Hongyu unleashed the Magic Blow spell, Azon the Furious Ice Storm, and Sung Jin activated his Shadow Sword skill. Beams of light alternated, filling the space, as sharp flashes streaked decisively, reflecting the determination of each member. At that moment, Medusa was directly attacked by all of members simultaneously. She could only helplessly endure and scream. After a while, the commotion gradually subsided, leaving the space filled with an eerie silence. The lingering smoke drifted through the air, slowly dissipating, until only a few white streaks remained. Medusa had officially fallen. She lay on the ground with vacant eyes, and her mouth still slightly open in shock. Hanju, still unsure, cautiously asked, "Have we really won?" Zhao and Shizang also looked at the scene before them with disbelief and said, "Unbelievable." Kang Hyuk laughed hoarsely as usual. "Looks like my new ultimate move finally worked." Tae Hyun stepped forward and patted Azon on the shoulder. He didn't hold back his encouragement. "Everyone did great. I'm sure you all can handle this." Kang Hyuk then pretended to be hurt and teased Tae Hyun. "Brother, aren't you being a bit too harsh? How could you just stand there without lifting a finger? After all, we just conquered a dungeon. One no one has ever cleared before. Could it be that we've grown stronger than we imagined?" Tae Hyun. Suddenly he lowered his head and spoke with regret. "I wish that were true." His words silenced everyone instantly. Everyone's eyes shifted toward Tae Hyun, filled with questions, as they glanced back at Medusa's motionless body. A few streaks of purple light crept along, signaling something ominous on her body. Suddenly, a mysterious blue light burst forth. The members stared in astonishment, eyes wide, as they followed the scene. "What's that? Why hasn't the gate closed? Could this be a double dungeon? How did they just—" One of them noticed another monster appear, along with a hint of regret in their voice. "The gatekeeper's been defeated, huh? This time it's a basilisk with dark pink glowing scales. From its head down to its back, its long neck swayed from side to side as it said, 'Strange. One pupil is blue, the other red, glaring at you players who are still stunned. I don't see anyone strong enough to do that here. This is the second monster, the SS-class owner of the double dungeon, the Basilisk Plus.'" Hanju felt dizzy as he stared at the basilisk. Defeating Medusa was already tough enough, but this one was on an entirely different level. Sung Jin and Kang Hyuk felt like they were back at the start, both exclaiming, "This is crazy!" Their bodies were frozen, no way to move. How could they look away? Azan had turned to stone without them noticing. Tae Hyun remained safe, unharmed. Suddenly he stepped forward, his hand clenched tightly, as if preparing to act. One by one, the other members had turned into lifeless stone statues. Only Tae Hyun remained unaffected. The basilisk chuckled and said, "I see you're the one who killed Medusa." Tae Hyun said nothing, his face dark and expressionless. Seeing his silence, the basilisk let out a soft, "Ah." Tae Hyun glanced slightly pointed behind him and said, "Let it know it wasn't those guys." Basilisk sneered arrogantly. "Those insignificant nobodies, unbelievable." Tae Hyun then switched to a sarcastic tone, retorting, "So your subordinates are too arrogant to train. I don't see anything special. Then what makes their master different?" His mock-innocent expression and taunting question infuriated the basilisk. It growled as if Tae Hyun were its subordinate. "Don't you know your place?" Rage boiled within it, its eyes bulging and steaming. Then its mouth curled into a jagged point. But the basilisk's eyes suddenly filled with confusion and doubt. Suddenly it screamed, as if tormented, a feather drifting and swirling in the air. It raised its head, staring at its agape mouth. It looked ridiculous. Tae Hyun stood with arms crossed, his expression cold and intimidating. He summoned a pair of large feathered wings. It looked ridiculous. Tae Hyun stood with his arms crossed, his expression eerily emotionless. He had summoned large feathered wings, passing through the basilisk's back, horrified to realize that form was. Tae Hyun's pupils were now filled with red. In a haughty tone, he coldly declared to the dual dungeon master, "You'll soon find out who the real weakling is." Tae Hyun drew his familiar weapon, then aimed the sharp blade swiftly at the monster, dashing through it and slashing its body with the tip of his knife. But the basilisk was not easily defeated. It roared, angrily shouting, "This guy's quick on his feet. All you do is run away." It lunged from behind Tae Hyun. He immediately used blood sight to detect the silent movement and turned around. Moments later, Tae Hyun quickly slashed again, drawing blood from another part of its body. The basilisk screamed in agony, its roar thunderous. Calmly, Tae Hyun taunted his opponent. "Getting angry just because you can't catch a bug. What makes a lizard crawling on the ground think it can act arrogant? Unique Reddit rank. SS tier Valhalla reward. Unique rank." The cunning basilisk realized the power hidden within its body. "Tae Hyun, you actually know how to use Ajimu's power acting. Like you're some big deal." It growled, radiating dominance. "Don't get delusional. It doesn't hesitate to reveal its trump card. You're not the only one blessed by the great work." Suddenly, the surrounding area was engulfed by swirling water, rushing to sweep everything away. Basilisk's voice echoed, "This is the demon sea, the true power of the great work among the great works." Its tone was full of arrogance. "The demon sea is infinite and overwhelms all. You think Ajimu's power—" It suddenly surged forward, opening its mouth to bite Tae Hyun, but he simply smiled faintly. "This isn't the power of the great work." Tae Hyun raised his hand. "This is a blazing red power descending the power of the Basilisk King." Startled, but it was already too late. The red dragon crashed down on the white waves. Kang Hyuk snapped awake from his nightmare, returning to reality, leaving him bewildered. Everyone around was also coming back to their senses. He shouted loudly, "What's going on? Where's that damn lizard?" Tae Hyun smirked, putting his knife away, as everyone was still petrified. "I've taken care of it," his expression full of confidence. "That's the unconquered dungeon of Greece, done and dusted right." The Amazon's admiration grew even stronger. Just by looking, it was clear this was at least an SS rank monster, and he defeated it alone. Tae Hyun was truly himself. His brothers ignored it angrily, grabbing him and questioning, "Tae Hyun, shouldn't you have said earlier that it was a 2-level dungeon? You just pretended not to know." He shrugged. How was I supposed to know? Of course, Si-Jang didn't believe him. "Why do you always know everything, but then ask questions like that?" What did that mean? She stammered at this point. Tae Hyun just calmly adjusted his shirt, not caring about those details. "Anyway, it's all done now. I've also done my part." He cheerfully encouraged everyone. "Good job, your performance exceeded expectations." Of course, all this was part of his plan. I already knew the unconquered dungeon of Greece was 2 floors, but I deliberately chose it as a starting point because I wanted everyone to have an extreme experience, facing death up close. He smiled softly, hoping everyone would continue to improve and grow stronger. The blue gate finally appeared, along with a dream of the future to come someday. Tae Hyun quietly laid a solid foundation for them, becoming a reliable support for this place when he was gone. Stepping into the light, flashes of cameras flickered. Reporters were always curious. The unconquered dungeon in Paris, long considered unbeatable for years, had been conquered. "Mr. Chairman, could you share a few words about this achievement?" Reporters bombarded him with questions. "Was anyone injured? What's the next target?" Vincent calmly adjusted. "I'll give everyone time to ask their questions." He was used to this, taking it slow, one person at a time. Then a reporter's phone vibrated. As soon as he answered, he shouted, "What is this, for real?" A wave of shock spread. All the reporters picked up their phones and mentioned one name, New Korea. Vincent didn't understand the situation yet. Then someone behind spoke up, "News about New Korea's conquest team has already spread." All the reporters lifted their phones and mentioned one name, New Korea. Vincent didn't yet understand the situation. Then the person behind spoke up. "News about New Korea's conquest team has already spread." Marcus quickly updated the information. "Not exactly." The blue light reflected in New Korea's glasses as he expressed surprise. "They conquered an unexplored dungeon. Gregor couldn't believe it. Are you kidding? A bunch of S-rankers, not even the National Strategic Force, managed to clear the Snake's Den. Marcus continued. The National Strategic Force cleared the Snake's Den. Marcus went on. Not only that. He had gathered all the information, glanced briefly at him, and heard that the unconquered Greek dungeon is a 2-level dungeon. This information was truly absurd. Tae Hyun didn't say anything, but no one on the team was injured. Was New Korea's strength already at this level? At the same time, a mocking laugh echoed before the replay video. They've definitely been surpassed, Kevin said calmly. The main character of this event was supposed to be the US, but if his competitive spirit is affected like this, we have to quickly step up as well. After the news of the New Korea Conquest team, led by Tae Hyun, spread to the US, the Global Player Association was provoked. They continuously rushed to conquer other dungeons, and whatever their initial intentions were, the world was rapidly regaining stability. Somewhere deep in the jungle, a heavily guarded building stopped anyone from entering without permission. An older man struck down the guards with ease. For him, it was as simple as waving his hand. A bunch of weak, demonic humans dared block his way. He was ESC player and CEO of the Taesan Corporation, Lee Jung-soo. He strode in confidently. A deep voice echoed in the dark room, dripping with threat. I don't recall giving anyone permission to come here and play around. Chairman Jung-soo frowned and raised his voice. Duplication isn't just useless, it hasn't even been swapped. Don't you know why I'm here? Jung-soo repeated. At first the plan was to eliminate Tae Hyun, but now it's SS rank and untouchable. Today he must settle the score with them. He was furious because Tae Hyun led the conquest team allied with the 4 major worms of Taesan. The worms were losing their position. Teeth clenched tightly, he said. And my son, the one I planned to hand over the worms to, has become a failure. Still unconscious, Jung-soo roared, In this situation, you expect me to keep holding back. On the contrary, the other voice remained calm. I understand your anger, but as I said before, the filth that rises. Jung-soo suddenly felt a cold chill down his spine. The voice was right behind him. Tae Hyun was aiming for a bigger picture. Those following him were wrapped in tentacles. What was this guild leader Jung-soo spun around? When did he get behind me? The masked man said in a low voice. Tae Hyun's unusual growth was also beyond our expectations. But we haven't given up yet. Sooner or later, he will clash with us. The gloved hand reached out. Now, let's talk business. Jung-soo, saving people what for? The other party patiently explained, This is what Gilbert planned to steal from the Chinese Player Association. Research data was extracted from it. He produced a small vial, his red eyes flickering. A smart man like the chairman surely knows how to use it for Taesan's benefit, right? Jung-soo seemed to have a plan in mind and smirked slightly. Now this makes more sense. A triumphant smile appeared on his sly face. Flashback to the past. The blue circle appeared. The Global Player Association declared conquest of all unexplored dungeons. Starting a year ago, everyone stepped out one by one. And now with New Korea entering, the last unexplored dungeon in Mexico, all unconquered dungeons on Earth have completely disappeared, and so, Sung Jin returned to a satisfied tone, exhaling. Everything is over now. At first we thought this was impossible, but in the end, we did it. Kang Hyuk's face was bright with excitement, still full of energy. Honestly, I feel a bit sad, since there's nothing left to do now. I'm currently at my peak performance. Si Jiang suddenly spoke up. You're the guild leader of Onsemiro Gil, right? How long do you plan to neglect your position? He leisurely folded his arms behind his back, very confident, laughing loudly. My guild has an outstanding secretary that even Han Gil admires. Truly pathetic. Secretary Kim Azon hurriedly ran over from afar. Everyone wait for me. Everyone had gathered. Now, all players in New Korea. Secretary Kim Azon hurriedly ran over from afar. Wait for me, everyone. Everyone had already gathered. Now, all the players from New Korea had reached the national strategic rank. Tae Hyun looked very confident. If this keeps up, reaching SS rank is only a matter of time. He looked at his own hands, feeling the moment was ripe. And not only were they progressing, but he himself as well. Conquering unexplored dungeons had significantly upgraded his power. Perhaps the time had come. He approached a tall building, and inside a voice said, Long time no see, Mr. Chae-sun, excitedly greeting him. Oh, you're here. He happily shook hands with the player Tae Hyun. The two sat down for tea. He also congratulated him on the good news. I heard you became the head of the skill research department in the guild. Congratulations, Mr. Chae-sun. He smiled politely. What's there to congratulate? He calmly sipped his tea. I can't believe an old man like me who had lost all hope could redeem himself and live on like this. Even now, it feels like a dream. Chae-sun was deeply grateful. It's all thanks to you? Chae-sun smiled happily. Looking back, after meeting Tae Hyun, Chae-sun decided to surrender, confessing to the guild. After meeting Tae Hyun, Chae-sun's guild leader decided to surrender voluntarily, reporting to the association about testing his skills on demons. Chae-sun was allowed to continue his work, but thanks to Tae Hyun's request and the decision of Chairman Jin-hee, who highly valued his talent, he has now become a member of the association, working for New Korea's Artificial Awakens. He felt curious and asked directly, "Hey, someone as busy as you in the world, why did you come here? Could it really be just to chat?" Tae Hyun heard this and answered frankly, "Actually, I have something to ask of you, Chae-sun." He was willing to help. "Is there still something you need me for? Listen, tell me, and I'll help you with whatever I can." He proposed, "I want to fuse skills." He was puzzled. "What? But you've already fused them, haven't you?" Tae Hyun clarified his intention. "What I mean is I want to fuse again a skill that was already fused before." He was both worried and alarmed. Fusion of a fusion. No one has ever tried that. You said if a skill spikes too fast, the mana could rebel against the body. Chae-sun tried to dissuade him. "You're already very strong. If you keep taking risks like this, even you will." Tae Hyun was determined. "But there's something I have to achieve, even if I have to risk it all. With my current power, I'm still not enough. The only one who can help me is you." Seeing this, he was stunned and bewildered. Tae Hyun smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, I've prepared a body strong enough to endure this." Chae-jun sighed, holding his head in resignation. "Honestly, I really can't beat you." Chae-sun stood outside and explained, "This is a fusion chamber made with the advanced technology of the alchemists. That machine is equipped with a powerful mana stone, which boosts my skills to the maximum level. Although this is also my first time using it." He asked for Tae Hyun's consent again. "Once it starts, you can't back out. Are you ready?" Tae Hyun was ready. "Yes, any time." Chae-jun hesitated, then reached down to press the button. "So this machine asks if you want to fuse multiple skills." An electric current began to surround him, initiating the skill fusion. The electricity grew brighter. Tae Hyun stood waiting. A mysterious figure appeared, smiling with satisfaction. "Choosing you was not a mistake," the figure reminded him. "Lightly touch your forehead, but to control such a massive mana source, the human body still has limits." He decided, "Perhaps I should lend some help." Tae Hyun suddenly opened his eyes. The machine also announced the result. "From an unknown power, your rank has changed to S." A massive power was awakening. He had finally succeeded. New skills had been registered. Kim Tae Hyun woke up looking curiously at his body. Info name, Kim Tae Hyun, age 20. Rank S. Stamina, 268. Mana, 389. Willpower, 210 fatigue. 20% remaining mana. 389 out of 389. Special skill, Devour, capable of swallowing the desired target. Mana cost 100. Regular skill. Perfect hypnosis hypnotizes designated targets. Mana cost 100. Along with Blood Rage activates all body stats. Mana cost 200. Superior Perception. See through opponents. Mana cost 10. Apocalypse creates an infinite space area. Mana cost 200. Inner Dragon releases a mighty aura, enhanced by mana. Mana cost 100. Beast Demon Transformation. Transforms body into beast demon form. Mana cost 200. Demon body grants mana poison attributes. Mana cost 200. Summon skill. Rosalia summons Queen Rosalia. Mana cost 300. Hazard. Summons Dragon King Hazard. Mana cost 11,000. He was still staring intently at himself. It wasn't just a combination of skills, but they were rearranged and supplemented with new ones. Maybe it's because my rank increased that I can now perceive them. Taeguk hurried over from afar, opened the door and started talking. "What's going on?" He came inside and panicked, seeing him slumped over. "Director Chae-sun." Chae-sun reassured, "I'm still fine." Taeguk was very worried, but inside he looked in and spoke strangely. It seemed we, Chae-sun, eagerly awaiting, were witnessing a historic moment. It seems we, including Chae-sun, who is eagerly waiting, are witnessing a historic moment. The person slowly opened their eyes. In front of that large building, Jin Hyun sat with arms crossed stern, and Tae-guk was beside him. Tae Hyun sat opposite, sweating nervously. He probably guessed what was coming then. I got lightly scolded. He tactfully reminded the player, Tae Hyun damaging the guild's facilities is unacceptable. He scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry. He examined the scene and was very surprised after all. Considering what you've accomplished so far, I'll handle this. You've done something unbelievable once again. He probed. Do you feel any different? Tae Hyun glanced around and confirmed his body was brimming with power. He even wanted to enter ABC immediately. He was very excited, as it seemed there was a skill related to a great achievement. Whatever it is, I really want to try it right away. The man showed clear regret. I wish I could witness it myself, but I can't hold back someone as busy as you any longer. Jin Hyun stroked his chin and recalled, almost forgot, there's a mission for you. What do you plan to do? He mentioned it came from the World Player Association. Tae Hyun asked. What is it? Jin Hyun named the player. Tae Hyun had someone sharpening a blade nearby. Someone was stretching Sarah. McQueen turned to look at Jeffrey, silently waiting. Jin Hyun explained the mission. They wanted Tae Hyun to be a judge for the new SS license exam. Tae Hyun was very excited. It's time to select SS players. How quickly time flies. Others looked bewildered. Is it really Tae Hyun? They eagerly anticipated, and were curious about the person compared to Cody. They looked toward him as the famous SS player Vincent approached to thank him for agreeing to participate. Tae Hyun. He turned around and said, So everyone's here. Then he pointed to introduce player, Thomas Proven, who had arrived earlier, and Vincent continued the introduction. Player Cody loudly declared, The 3 SS players will be judges for this exam. It couldn't be any fairer than this. Vincent asked everyone, So, how do you want to conduct the test? The association proposed a scoring system based on player skills. She listened and became thoughtful. Tae Hyun spoke up. It doesn't need to be complicated. I'll just unleash my great power here. Vincent bit his lip in confusion. What Tae Hyun? He immediately explained. What a player needs most is ultimately spirit and strength. Just watch who gets knocked out to know their true power. And we can combine this with skill testing 2 birds with 1 stone. Vincent hurriedly intervened. Wait, that's too violent. She was intrigued. Sounds interesting. He unleashed power that rivaled Tae Hyun's. She smiled, watching for a while, and confirmed, I'll join. Vincent stepped back, puzzled. I understand Tae Hyun, but why is she joining too? Someone was very worried, guild leader. Wouldn't that affect the plan? Everyone was very concerned. Is the difficulty level of this exam really appropriate? Back in the exam room, Vincent made the final decision. Then the exam will be conducted in a duel format, as decided by the judges. He turned to instruct the 3. Judges, please divide the participants and take charge of each group. Vincent announced this in the training room. Group 1 would be led by Tae Hyun, Room 2 by Thomas. Jeffrey looked very annoyed. These judges just got lucky reaching SS before us, and now they're acting all high and mighty, Sarah McQueen warned. Come on, Jeffrey, be careful not to get overheard. He was still trying to shout recklessly. Wasn't he? But it's true, SS was only established last year. We just haven't had enough time to build up achievements like them. A direct battle might not mean defeat. We just haven't accumulated achievements like they have. A direct fight might not mean losing. Jeffrey even said bluntly, You can't keep hiding behind your master forever. Sarah. He was full of ambition. Today we have to smash their arrogant noses. The one Jeffrey was most annoyed with was the arrogant Tae Hyun. Tae Hyun entered and greeted niece to meet the newcomers. Let me introduce myself. I'm Tae Hyun, appointed as a judge for this exam by the World Player Association. Tae Hyun explained the exam rules. I set them very simply, just land 1 effective hit on us. Easy, right? Everyone was confused hearing this. Just 1 effective hit. Then it's even easier than I thought. Tae Hyun was confident, but I think that's impossible, so he arrogantly told them to all charge in together. At first they froze when they saw that. They didn't dare move. Jeffrey was so angry he couldn't stand at this guy. He was the first to charge forward. Enough joking around. Seeing this, Sarah McQueen hurriedly tried to stop him. Wait, Jeffrey! He stood there, waiting without any fear. Seeing that he grew even stronger, veins bulging. 1. He grabbed him. Tae Hyun only needed to swing a fist to knock him away. Sarah McQueen heard a loud thud as he fell. Feeling intimidated, he declared temporarily. Tae Hyun! His face full of confidence. One down, Jeffrey lay there, in pain. Seeing that Sarah McQueen grew fearful and turned back to advise, Don't charge in out of anger, everyone calm down. But as soon as Sarah McQueen finished speaking, they all charged forward to attack at once. At the same time, they searched for openings to strike. Tae Hyun easily defeated them. One tried to sneak an attack. He quickly turned and kicked that one forcefully. They surrounded him from all sides, ready to attack. Tae Hyun stepped forward, lifted his foot and charged. Tae Hyun easily took them down. The man lay beneath, bitterly angry, as Tae Hyun didn't hesitate to stomp on him, cracking the ground beneath. He was kicked away by Tae Hyun. Sarah McQueen stood frozen. Even with that charge, no one could touch him. Another was terrified. Is he a monster? He slowly approached the others. It was hopeless. The other kids over there weren't as foolish as those who charged first. But Tae Hyun grabbed a throat and challenged. Standing still won't change anything. He told them, still planning to stand frozen. Sarah McQueen lowered her head and made a suggestion. Everyone, may I propose an idea? Sarah McQueen bravely stepped forward. He stood there dumbfounded. Willows began to appear. Sarah McQueen was ready. Tae Hyun crossed his arms disdainfully, thinking it was a discussion, but it turned out to be a skill. Did she have anything strong enough for a direct confrontation? He was ready too. Let's see. Both charged in to attack. Tae Hyun was surprised. She managed to block that strike. Her hand trembled, blood spattered from her mouth. At this moment, Sarah McQueen shouted, Everyone, let's take him down together! Everyone understood her intention, planning to use themselves as bait to hold him back. He smiled mysteriously. The power orb revealed black smoke enveloping around the other person. At that moment, he looked terrified. What's that? What is this? I can't see anything. The man clutching his neck in pain couldn't breathe. Another screamed in panic. Help me! Tae Hyun counted his skills. Monarch's world. Monarch's aura and binding chains altogether gets combined skills, including low-level skills. Another wanted to give up. Unfair, let me go, let me go. His senses blurred, but he had planned carefully. Gravity weighed down his body, and being bound reduced his stats. How could mediocre guys stand it? Tae Hyun was quite surprised, yet she held on for quite a while, Sarah. McQueen was extremely determined. My teacher taught me never to give up, no matter the circumstances. Because if you don't give up, there's always a chance. He gradually realized her moves were absorbing the mana around her, then converting it into her own stats. The reason she withstood one of my hits was because she absorbed mana from others. Tae Hyun suddenly let go. Sarah McQueen suddenly threw a punch. Now was her chance. He stood still, his fist moving toward her. He didn't understand why his body wouldn't move at all. Tae Hyun almost met her cold gaze, then looked away. He had to admit that even though the punch didn't land, well, that effort was commendable. Consider it an effective strike. He confirmed Sarah McQueen had passed. Tae Hyun could predict that the owner of the terraforming skill was Sarah McQueen. Later known as America's Hope, the SS rank player truly had a different caliber. From the start, he also tried to speculate. Then the master she mentioned is, Congratulations, Tae Hyun, you guessed correctly that your disciple passed. It's her. Go inform the chairman. The exam had ended. Vincent anxiously asked, Have the results come out yet? The other person stammered in reply. Only one person passed, Sarah McQueen from America. His face turned pale. Only one person. A complete failure. Vincent's plan collapsed due to Tae Hyun's unilateral actions. And the impact Tae Hyun caused that the Global Players Association should have handled. The unexplored dungeon was already weakened, so they intended to recover with this second-round license exam. Yet Tae Hyun only selected one person, while Cody and Thomas didn't choose anyone. Wasn't this exam too rushed? The other urged the chairman. What's his frustration about now? He announced, Player Cody wants to borrow the highest-level training room. He continued saying the reason was to fight Tae Hyun. He became even more shocked. With the two standing opposite each other in the arena, they were ready for a fierce battle. The two faced each other amid smoke and shattered stone floor. Congratulations, your disciple passed. Tae Hyun calmly crossed his arms, though surely he didn't come all this way just to confirm that. What brings you here? She murmured softly. You're feeling desire, aren't you? No one here satisfies me. She walked slowly closer. You and I are the same Tae Hyun. His voice continued with a serious expression. Is that so? Shall we give it a try? Her eyes flashed brightly, filled with determination. Let's have a match and see. Hearing this, Tae Hyun smirked. I used to think that one day we would have to face each other, but didn't expect it to be under these circumstances. He clenched her hand tightly. I don't know why you came back like this, but I don't mind, because I want to see how far I've come. What level I've reached. Tae Hyun exuded a terrifying aura, his face full of confidence. And if I fight the strongest person in the world, the hostile stance between Cody and Tae Hyun was being watched by someone else through a screen. The observer tilted their head slightly confused. Why are Cody and Tae Hyun now ranked first and second in the world, facing off? Shouldn't I be stopping them? Vincent reluctantly spoke up. If they can be stopped, then let them do as they wish. His words surprised the other person. Ma'am. But he immediately interrupted himself. Instead announced that all footage will be recorded. The recent SS rank exam was a failure. At least they needed to salvage something. He rested his hand on his chin, calculating. If we collect data on those two, we might even get unexpected media attention. The whole space was bathed in blue light from the screen. I take responsibility. Permission granted to proceed. The announcement caught Tae Hyun's attention. Permission to use the facilities, but clearly stated everything happening here will be recorded by the association. Hearing this, he exclaimed, I see. She still calmly held his shoulder. No problem. Anyway, once we start those things will all become useless. Tae Hyun showed some interest, glancing sideways. Unexpectedly, someone like him struck first. She kept her expression unchanged, moving her wrist. Isn't that good news for you? You're still aiming to be number one over me. His voice was surprised. Me. Tae Hyun confidently prepared, waiting in a fighting stance. You know as long as I want. I can take that position any time. Her face immediately turned cold and dark. So that sharp tongue is Tae Hyun's weapon, but it won't work on me. The camera gently moved as two fists collided, creating a seismic shock that tore through the air. Tae Hyun, charged with dense aura, swiftly swung his fist. She furrowed her brow tightly. His punch missed, swinging through empty air. She suddenly attacked from behind, her fist full of power directed straight at Tae Hyun, who easily dodged with a fierce expression. Finally, he counterattacked with a terrifying move. Tae Hyun's eyes stared forward as if predicting. Her cold face emerged through thick dust and smoke. He blocked the opponent's strike. Their strength and speed stats were evenly matched. Immediately, Tae Hyun delivered a strong kick to his stomach. Then he steadied himself, pressing his hands firmly on the ground. This would decide the outcome of the fight. His eyes were sharp and dark. His hand reached out, activating the apocalypse power, which exploded with a dark death aura. The other person's legs were tightly bound by bright red chains, and even Cody's arm was restrained. His eyes were full of shock. A terrifying power surfaced, one no one knew he possessed. Tae Hyun smirked sharply amidst a deadly aura. There's still so much you don't know about me. But a hand quickly transformed into a golden metal weapon. Today, I'll show you everything. Cody swung her sword, cutting the chains into small pieces. That alone was her attempt to defeat me. In the next moment, his body was immediately wrapped in armor, emitting supreme light, and he charged forward with his sword. Tae Hyun didn't flinch, but smiled lightly. Could he really break Apocalypse's chained horns so brutally? Just like you, he also pulled a weapon from his armor. Tae Hyun easily blocked the opponent's attack. The clashing blades released explosive power, forcing the ground beneath to crack. A small rock fell from the air, instantly sliced into two. Tae Hyun swiftly dodged Cody's sword. Then he launched a counterattack, forcing his opponent to block with her blade. The two fought fiercely, shattering rocks and dirt. Large stones were blasted upward, then chopped apart. Tae Hyun's face showed no emotion, while a fiery pulse beat in his chest. He glanced at Cody, who was equally aggressive. Something I've never felt before, right? You made a mistake underestimating this person. Both wore excited expressions, locked in the strongest clash. In the observation room, the screens went fuzzy. Vincent clenched his teeth in frustration. What the hell is going on? The staff below were in a panic. Are no cameras working? Contact the tech team and send people to the scene immediately, hon. Someone hesitated. It's too dangerous. If they get caught in it. Finally, Vincent turned decisively. I'll go there myself. The person beside him looked uneasy. The association leader. Vincent's face was stern. The highest-level training room was designed to withstand a dozen SS-ranked players at once. Yet these two exceeded even that. Tae Hyun wiped his mouth and laughed aloud. If this keeps up, the building will collapse before a winner is decided. Cody, clad in discreet armor, agreed I concur. So, why don't you stop holding back and finish this? He was holding the wrist, gripping the weapon, only smirking slightly. I've been fighting at full strength for a long time now. The opponent immediately retorted. Don't lie. Behind his mask, Cody's eyes flashed dangerously. Tae Hyun, you still haven't used your great work's power, have you? That statement made his face change instantly. Tae Hyun hesitated, asking Cody, how do you know that? The other quickly responded. You're not the only one who knows the secret of Abyss's deepest lair. Cody held her sharp sword proudly. I'm also someone who made a contract with a great work. At that moment, his bewildered face came into view. Tell me, Tae Hyun, which monster did you make your contract with? He forced a smile. Liu Bing Zhenglong. So it wasn't only in China that people made contracts with great works. I didn't expect someone like Cody to be a fake great work contractor. He slowly put his weapon away. But mentioning great works, he clearly still didn't know about the king. Tae Hyun immediately transformed with powerful energy, like hellfire itself. Holding back a trump card was still the best strategy. Cody slowly assessed Vampire Lord IG Moon. Right, Tae Hyun. He furrowed his brows tightly, while the glowing lines on Cody's chest gradually shifted. His armor was enveloped in dark purple energy, and his sword surged with fresh magical power. Suddenly a pair of wings appeared. He radiated fierce energy with large wings on his back. Fallen angel Lucifer. Fallen angel. Cody said calmly. Come on, let's finish this here. Tae Hyun's expression was intensely focused as he launched forward. His other foot powerfully pushed off the ground. The training room endured the shock of this devastating power, the entire space filled with dust and smoke. Those standing at this door were shaken by the overwhelming force. Vincent clenched his teeth, shielding Cody's face, while Tae Hyun. What? Cody spoke calmly. It looks like they're coming. Tae Hyun didn't change his expression as he looked up. If it really is as it seems, then right now your claws and her sword are evenly matched, so let's call it a draw. Then the armor on his body disappeared. Yes, the next time we meet will be at the Abyss. Tae Hyun's magical power also gradually faded away. It was time to settle everything. At that moment, Vincent rushed in full of concern, asking if the two players were okay. He brushed past the opponent with a slight smile. Yes, perhaps we caused a bit too much chaos. Sorry about that. Finally, Tae Hyun left a message. I hope everyone will take care of the aftermath. Vincent was stunned and reached out to stop him, Wait, player Tae Hyun. But he didn't stop and just kept walking. Now I really have to go. The scene at the Demon Hall. An overwhelming aura surged from Tae Hyun. The dark flames at the Abyss were still burning. Suddenly the Demon Hall was attacked. The candle went completely out, leaving only thin smoke. A woman with a displeased look spoke up seriously. Rosalia. Calmly propping her chin, she remarked that stubborn personality still hasn't changed at all. Several beauties appeared in front of the broken section. The wall was shattered. Dare to break someone else's artifact on installment and start a power struggle. Someone still wet behind the ears clenched their fist. Power struggle. I'm not afraid. Always ready. But there's a simpler way for both of us. Rosalia and Aji Moon ordered coldly. His fist created another hole in the wall, summoning her contract-bound servant. Rosalia calmly sat on her chair. What do you want me to do with my contract servant? Her tone was full of sarcasm. Still, can't let go of the business at Iron Horse Prison. A duke's seat is truly generous. Aji Moon frowned in annoyance. Not for petty reasons like that. Don't beat around the bush. The man facing her said, I don't know how you did it, but your contract servant is using my power without permission. Hearing this, Rosalia turned and laughed loudly. So the recent rumors about your contract servant are true. Is that so? He continued to speak with disdainful laughter. But compared to my power, Aji Moon, my power might suit that person's taste better. But his expression grew even darker. You know something? Tell me. Rosalia covered her mouth to smile softly, her wings spreading wide with a suffocating aura. You're not very polite when asking for favors. Right, Aji Moon. He didn't hold back and unleashed his power. Do I look like I am asking for a favor? Without hesitation, Rosalia stood up straight. Step aside, my beloved children. It seemed that today, tentacles sprouted from her powerful body, extending along with her anger. That arrogant vampire who stole my artifact needs a lesson in manners. Rosalia decisively pointed, and the tentacles charged forward. They directly attacked, instantly creating an explosion. Aji Moon was unharmed. He was still full of strength, like thunder surrounding his body. A rotten man, still thinking he has the right to preach. Enraged, he unleashed his magic sword, countless sharp blades flying forward. Rosalia easily smashed them with her tentacles. We're no different in origin. That wrinkled face even dared to carve insults, but this time Aji Moon personally flew over, accompanied by massive sword energy behind him. Then his foot was tightly wrapped by tentacles. Aji Moon furrowed his brows as the tentacles forcefully threw him aside. Rosalia kept attacking, turning the front into a domain of explosive power. And then, the tentacles retracted as magical energy condensed into a beam of light that shot down into the ground. She suddenly dove from the sky. Along with the massive tentacles, the terrifying combined power attacked together. The entire scene shook violently, turning rocks to dust. Her feet touched the ground. Rosalia stood firmly with a powerful posture. She faced the destruction before her. A pool of blood suddenly stirred. Rosalia was suddenly pierced by sharp thorns. The blood pool behind her shook violently. Aji Moon held a weapon in his hand, triumphant reborn from Rosalia's blood pool. This power was created by her second-rank heir. What? He pressed a blade to her neck. You'd better be careful what it's causing or else. What? He pressed the knife to her neck. You should be careful about what it's causing or else. Rosalia showed no fear, tilting her face as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. She still smiled. Have you already forgotten? The eye hidden behind her shining hair lit up Rosalia's entire face with danger. That the power I hold truly affects the whole body. He suddenly froze everything around him, and his weapon was gradually enveloped by thin shards of magical ice. The candle reignited. Rosalia sat on the chair with full authority. Her eyes grew large, appearing in the air, as if she was controlling the magic around her. Aji Moon watched this scene solemnly. A personal space, a virtual area created by illusion. Such beauty toyed with by someone like her was truly insulting. Rosalia tilted her head and smiled softly. This is where the Queen's power reaches its peak. Do you really think you can handle me with just one avatar? Not my real body. Of course. Aji Moon was filled with fury and clicked his tongue. Wait, I'll bring my real body immediately. Rosalia cut him off at once. No need, Aji Moon. She grinned slyly, her face full of cunning. If you're curious enough to beg for my true form, and then for old time's sake I'll tell you. Rosalia remained calmly seated on the throne. You want to know why my contract signer can use your power, right? Inside you is the memory of the moon. A person who once made every Grand Duke kneel. Isn't that so? Did someone once seize those powers? For a moment he was shocked and stunned. It couldn't be. Rosalia's lips still curved upward. Yes, that very night. The one who signed the contract with me. Her cold voice continued, as Tae Hyun's face showed surprise. The key to that person appeared at the entrance. Why is everyone gathered here? The people inside turned to look at him, as player Tae Hyun slowly stepped inside. Marcus also stepped forward to explain. We have been waiting for player Tae Hyun's return. We tried contacting the guild. Players from the World Guild, but it seems we missed each other. Tae Hyun's expression was serious. What do you need from me? Marcus bowed slightly. Given the current situation, I will get straight to the point. At this moment, Jin Hee and Tae Guk, standing nearby, were extremely tense. The American Player Guild, Marcus bowed deeper to Tae Hyun's astonished look, officially requesting assistance from player Tae Hyun. He replied carefully, sounding serious. He adjusted his glasses. That's right. In Marcus's mind was the chilling scene of the abyss. One of our players entered the deepest layer of the abyss and went missing. We coordinated with the World Player Guild for a search operation, but a search team of 4 SS rank players was completely wiped out. He continued speaking as Tae Hyun stared in disbelief. Dylan Gray, Daniel Harrington, Alexandra Beju, and Aiden Simon all died during the operation. His eyes widened in horror. Marcus's expression was extremely urgent. Now we can't guarantee the missing player is still alive. But she said he couldn't give up without seeing for himself, and went down the abyss alone. The voice continued. Tae Hyun kept a cold expression. We believe she's also in danger. That's why we came to you, player Tae Hyun. Please, we beg for your help. Then he fell into thought, remembering clearly the event of the 4 SS rank players, wiped out in the abyss's deepest lair. Even in his previous life, it was a huge shock. But back then, there was no news that it was a search team. And who exactly was the missing player? Tae Hyun glanced questioningly. Who is that? The missing player. But Marcus remained silent. In a gloomy place covered by several layers of mist, monsters carefully guarded behind iron bars, in a dark space without any light. An SS rank player, a girl was bound by iron chains. Ricky Tae Hyun was slightly stunned. Ricky bit his lip tightly, his expression extremely heavy. In the previous life's incident, that caused many players to die. It was suddenly believed to be an ambush while scouting because of Ricky, a special person who had become a pioneer. Even his silhouette was extremely bleak. She was originally someone who shouldn't have existed, caught in the plot of the Emperor's tomb, and he himself was the one who distorted her fate. Marcus frowned deeply. Ricky and Cody were both members of the American Player Guild, but at the same time, they were essential figures for humanity. He gritted his teeth behind him. Faintly appeared the bodies of those who died unjustly. 4 SS rank players have died already. We cannot afford to lose anymore. Marcus hurriedly turned to Tae Hyun and persuaded him. If you agree to help the U.S. Players Association, we'll consider Tae Hyun a vital ally and support him in many ways. But he seemed indifferent to all that. That's enough explanation. So where do I need to go? Jin-hee quickly jumped up. Tae Hyun, wait. He tried to stop him. Please reconsider. Even SS rank players have been defeated. This situation requires thorough preparation. But Tae Hyun cut him off. If that place is so dangerous. His expression was full of determination. Then right now, those two might be fighting for their lives on the edge. I have to go. Memories from the past flooded back. Ricky spoke from his arms, saying this time it's a debt I owe him. I'll keep it a secret, but if I ever face danger later, you have to help me, because I believe I can trust and rely on you to return to reality. Tae Hyun smiled softly. I still have a debt to repay. With that, he left, leaving Jin-hee stunned. Tae-guk then quietly reassured him. I hope everyone trusts Tae Hyun more. He has always exceeded our expectations. Jin-hee's expression darkened. I know, but hold your teeth tight. I understand what's happening. Jin-hee seemed to recall the silhouette of someone. He saw a young man standing before a whirlwind of magical power, surrounded by bodies soaked in blood at his feet. When trusting without caution, his slightly tilted face was gloomy emotions, unreadable. Tae-guk trusted Tae Hyun completely unlike that person. Jin-hyun remained uneasy, clasping his hands tightly. Maybe I'm just overly worried. The sky was an ominous deep red, layered with hazy mist. The towering demon temple was bathed in red light, with magical beasts flying all around. A monster roared and swung a heavy weapon, destroying the ground beneath. She moved lightly, soaring upwards, dodging a sharp axe blade. Then a sword slashed through the monster's neck. Its massive body was severed. He sighed softly amid the splattered blood, ignoring the defeated monsters behind. She looked ahead at the approaching beasts. No matter how many monsters they chopped, they didn't seem to end. Suddenly a voice startled him. Wouldn't it be easier to clear them all at once? From the shadows, a pair of feet appeared. The monsters were quickly restrained by vines, only able to scream. The figure stepped lightly from behind her. This person appeared boldly without warning, making him exclaim in surprise. Tae Hyun spoke up. I came to support you. The two faced each other amid the desolation. Filled with murderous intent, she was somewhat displeased and removed the mask Marcus had sent. I usually tell you not to meddle, but the situation doesn't allow it. So thanks for the help. Tae Hyun looked up at the overwhelming energy swirling in the air. I understand why you were sent here. I can sense the enormous magical power covering this city. His expression tightened. Unexpectedly, the place Ricky disappeared was Grand Duke's city. She glanced thoughtfully. Then he suddenly spoke. Ricky was sent to investigate this area deep within ABC, but no one knew this was their territory. Tae Hyun quietly asked, Is Ricky still alive? She immediately replied, Yes, I sensed her magic inside. There's a path leading down to the basement. He carefully calculated. If we go there, we might confront the Grand Duke, and our chance of defeating him is under 1. She quickly put the mask back on. Then we have to strike fast and win quickly. He revealed a glowing sword. Can you keep up? Tae Hyun drew his weapon. Of course. He slowly knelt down. They charged forward together, decisively tearing the monsters apart. Their bodies quickly separated, as blood splattered. Any monster that lunged was swiftly defeated. Tae Hyun teased, "You struggled with just one monster earlier." She kept attacking busily. "I was saving my strength because I knew you'd come." Suddenly, he remembered something. "Hey, didn't you say last time we'd duel when we met again in ABC? Didn't expect we'd be working together like this." "Hey, didn't you say last time we'd duel when we met again at ABC? Didn't expect us to cooperate like this," Tae Hyun sincerely admitted. "But if it's someone I can confidently rely on, then not at all." They continued to fight fiercely. Both were humanity's ultimate warriors. A glint flashed from the gap in her mask. If they could truly fight together, they'd easily smash everything around them. Maybe rescuing Ricky was possible. Tae Hyun stepped onto the newly uncovered path. Cody also strode proudly forward. It seemed they had reached the city's center. A meticulously constructed architectural space appeared. He was certain there must be a way down to the basement around here. Cody proposed a plan. "Let's split up and search." Suddenly he saw someone rushing in, ready to throw a punch, likely to die here. Without any defense, he was knocked back. Her body slammed hard into the wall, causing rocks and dust to scatter. Seeing this, Tae Hyun swung his sword up. The blade filled with power descended, but a hand directly grabbed the sword's edge. To his surprise, the man spoke. Finally met the famous one. Despite his bleeding hand, he tilted his head and smiled. "I heard you're now the evil card master of New Korea." Tae Hyun tried to bring the sword down, but the man in AI still held firm and wouldn't let go. "Why isn't old man Jin Hee saying anything to you?" The other hand pressed hard against his face. How annoying. His head was slammed hard onto the ground, his weapon taken away, and the man's grip tightened. With an angry face, the man named Ji Hong, the leader of the Gailac Guild, appeared. Ji Hong gave a cruel smile and easily broke Tae Hyun's sword. Could he be considered your senior? Cody suddenly charged in to attack the sword's power, forcing Ji Hong to awkwardly dodge. He narrowed his dangerous eyes. It really was Cody. Then Ji Hong looked at him with admiration. If he fell just like that, he wouldn't be called the world's #1. Tae Hyun tensely said, "That Ji Hong, he claims to be the leader of the Gailac Guild. She wasn't too surprised I know him as an internationally wanted criminal." Then he looked a bit confusing. But the suspicious thing was why someone like him was here out of place. Ji Hong touched his hair with his finger, thinking out a little more. How could someone just human be waiting for you, all right in the center of the Duke's fortress? Tae Hyun frowned slightly. Could it be he covered half his face with his hand to reveal lie smile? Then dark, magical energy shot out around him. Ji Hong slowly withdrew his hand. His face full of cruel madness. "I'm just like you guys." His energy grew stronger and stronger like a violent storm. Ji Hong spread his arms wide toward Cody and Tae Hyun. "Come on. Those who made pacts with the Duke, let's have a proper fight." In a dark place hung with chains, someone knelt on the cold ground. Ricky's figure, exhausted and powerless. Tae Hyun. Ji Hong stood calmly with arms spread like itching for a fight. She carefully observed the leader of the Demon Guild. Someone with a pact to the Duke, truly a nightmare. No wonder he's so hard to catch. Tae Hyun glanced around. "Let's worry about that guy later." Right now, his eyes were fixed on Ji Hong's wild, overwhelming demonic aura. If the Duke sent his pact holder here, it means he already knows we've infiltrated this place. His expression was very serious. The fact that the Duke didn't confront us himself means he's either overconfident or dealing with something more important. Anyway, we have to take this chance to get Ricky out. At this point, Cody was ready to fight. "Follow me. We'll attack him from both sides." His mask glinted with a brilliant light again. "I'll strike first." Tae Hyun's eyes were full of caution. "I'll cover you." Then she immediately tore through the air and charged forward. He gripped his sword tightly facing the enemy, making him confused. "What kind of direct attack is that?" Ji Hong showed slight contempt. "You think I can't dodge?" But in the space filled with demonic energy, his feet were suddenly bound tightly by chains and vines. Tae Hyun reached out and summoned demonic energy, turning it into the apocalypse vines. Cody's sword quickly closed in. A decisive beam of light cut across Ji Hong's face. Deep and dark, his eyes hidden behind hair. Moments later, Cody was shocked to see his sword. He looked down at his broken blade, and he didn't even realize why at that moment. Ji Hong gathered his power into his palm, wearing a triumphant smile. Seeing this, Tae Hyun shouted in fear. Cody's mask was hit by a sudden attack. Then, Ji Hong kicked hard again. He was pushed back like that. His body uncontrollably slammed into the wall, causing rubble and dust to scatter. Amid his struggle, Tae Hyun mocked, "You say you know my face, but nothing about my skills." He used magic power again to drop large boulders on her. Truly disappointing. Tae Hyun smiled confidently, with a domineering magic artifact constantly shifting beside him. Tae Hyun stared ahead tensely. In that moment of attack, he recalled the scene of Cody's sword facing Ji Hong. At that time, Ji Hong had used a magic artifact in his palm, making it seem as if Cody's sword was being drawn into his hand. Now Ji Hong calmly extended his hand, revealing the magic artifact. It was detected, and the skill activated. The Apocalypse skill was cancelled. The skill was currently unusable. The system sound echoed, making him realize something. For some reason, the Apocalypse skill was also nullified. Surely that meant the vision of the magic artifact glowing with giant golden light resurfaced in his mind. That was what I saw when infiltrating Zhonglong's laboratory in China. Tae Hyun quickly concluded it was a black hole that disabled skills around its vicinity. So that's your skill that gives you such confidence? Ji Hong sounded somewhat surprised. Oh, Tae Hyun, you've seen this skill before. Despite the tension, he appeared calm. I've had trouble with this skill before, but it seems there was also a license scroll sold that lets people temporarily use this skill. Tae Hyun added. Selling those temporary skill license scrolls was quite a stable source of income. A skill that disables other skills is always coveted by awakeners. For an awakener, having to live on the edge of life and death, that license scroll would definitely make them drool, right? Suddenly his face was filled with hateful meaning. Now watching weaklings like you struggle is truly entertaining. I despise the weak, but I hate awakeners like you even more. Tae Hyun raised his magic artifact, high to see if you're any different from those weaklings. Then the artifact transformed into a terrifying black hole amid his aggressive stance. Shall we begin? He threw the magic artifact and his battle fury forward, but Tae Hyun showed no fear. He swiftly flew up to evade the overwhelming attack. Then Ji Hong charged beside him, ready to launch the next strike. Apparently you don't know my skill either. His eyes widened in surprise. Ji Hong still wore an angry smile. The atmosphere was suffocating as blood splattered far from the dying man. A horizontal slash stunned him. Ji Hong collapsed under his mocking tone. Is that all you have in this fight? That black hole won't absorb the Grand Duke's skill, let alone the Emperor's. Tae Hyun stood proudly with wide wings, his weapon flashing sharp light. It's hard now to say who relied too much on awakened power after making a contract with the Grand Duke. Ji Hong knelt on one knee, clutching his chest in awe. Thanks to you, I've learned something new. This is the first time I've faced someone with a contract with the Grand Duke. Ji Hong slowly stood up. Yeah, the way you fight. One of his arms has transformed. Your expression is chilling. Definitely NDT0. Suddenly, rocks shattered, creating a thunderous explosion. A gloomy aura appeared. You say, the Grand Duke's skill can't absorb it. By then, he had also unleashed power with wings spread behind him. Wish you told me that sooner. The whole space became suffocating with the battle of these freaks. At this moment, Tae Hyun and Cody were lifted into the air by wings, both targeting Ji Hong below. Yet he sneered arrogantly amid the surrounding momentum. Now things get tough for you. When both attack you at once, it's hard to hold back my power. His feet stood firmly on the dust-filled ground. Ji Hong mockingly tilted his head back. Enduring the filthy magic power of all the fools in this castle really irritates me. The ground cracked from the pressure, and a large wall section was easily destroyed. Tae Hyun leaned while gritting his teeth. Ji Hong used his monstrous arm to break the heavy falling stones. He clenched his fists with a dangerous look. Seems I've prolonged this battle too long. Opportunities to fight awakeners. A top-tier imposter like this is very rare. I truly thank you all. The great beast appeared towering behind Ji Hong, but now it's over. The beast's eyes flashed with deadly intent. He didn't hesitate at all and prepared to fight. Awaken the Beast King, his face was genuinely furious. The Grand Duke of the Abyss, Beasted King Organ, both Tae Hyun and Cody, were all surprised by his presence. Organ spoke with a cruel tone. You know, this isn't a valid reason to summon me. But since you've gained my power, those worthless low-level fake contract holders, you could easily defeat them. Now that I'm here, I will crush them. Ji Hong turned around again, her finger lightly touching her cunning nose. It seems you didn't give me enough mana to unleash my full power. Could you give me a little more strength so I can defeat those two? Organ's eyes glowed red as he pondered. A powerful punch slammed down, shattering the ground. He was enraged, clenching a bleeding fist. His gaze toward Ji Hong, who lay collapsed at his feet, was truly terrifying. Do you think you can demand more power from me? Ji Hong lay motionless on the ground, only able to listen to Organ's words. Now you just lie there and wait for me. Hopefully we'll talk later. He then noticed Tae Hyun's group and those two pathetic fools. The game is over. His aura radiated ferocity and cruelty. Try to survive in front of me. Tae Hyun suddenly shouted, "Go!" He tilted his head, looking at the person behind him. The organ formula has already interfered in this battle. We don't stand a chance. Just remember why we came here and try to act according to that mission. Go, Tae Hyun said with some thoughtfulness, firmly extending his hand, and entrusting you go first. I'll stay and deal with him immediately. His power transformed into a divine dragon rushing toward Organ. Tae Hyun's face was tense yet calm. Organ looked like a stone statue, emotionless. Suddenly, a powerful mana burst exploded outside the magic tower. His legs moved swiftly. A few monsters appeared before him. Mana sliced through them, their bodies torn apart as they screamed in agony. A thought flashed through his mind, luckily dodging Organ's gaze. But his real target wasn't to confront him. Tae Hyun frantically charged forward. Where are you? Suddenly he was startled by something. He saw mana hovering in the air. This is mana condensed into a small orb. Ricky's skill. Tae Hyun kept following the slowly drifting mana. Was it telling him to follow? The monster guarding the prison shouted vigilantly. What the hell? Why are you here? A faint light shone on Ricky inside the prison. Blood-stained shoes slowly stepped forward. She slightly opened one eye. You finally found me. Before her now was Tae Hyun, his face stained with blood. Tae Hyun faintly curled his lips. I came to repay my debt, Ricky. Now that you've broken free from your chains, it's time to settle that debt. Coming to such a dangerous place, you're really impressive. Tae Hyun worriedly held her shoulders. A promise is a promise. Ricky weakly inquired, Where is Cody? He carefully scanned their surroundings. Maybe Cody is searching for Ricky from another direction. I want to recount what happened, but there isn't much time left. Hearing that, she softly remarked, Looks like the Grand Duke has already started moving. Tae Hyun was slightly surprised. You know about the Grand Duke, too. She gently answered his question. Of course. After all, I'm an investigator for the World Players Association. Ricky recalled the fierce, cruel figure of Organ, the master of this city, Grand Duke Organ. His mana is so deep it's immeasurable, more terrifying and dreadful than any mana beast I've ever encountered. Tae Hyun's expression turned seriously intimidating. If you know that you'd better retreat quickly. I've held him off for a while, but I don't know how long that will last. Can you still walk hearing this? Ricky reluctantly spoke. Unfortunately, my legs have no strength left. He immediately helped her up. I'll support you. Let's retreat quickly. Both stood on a moving platform that slowly lifted them up. She was thoughtful, pressing her lips lightly. Ricky spoke, confusing him. It's really strange, isn't it? She shared her feelings since being in Zhonglong's research room. Every time I was desperate, thinking I was surely going to die. But every time I see you, I believe everything will be all right. Thank you for coming to save me. Hearing that, Tae Hyun gave a faint smile. The two stood on the stone platform in a sudden silence. Ricky's eyes widened in fear at a grim voice. It's true. Organ is waiting for them above right now. You don't think you can escape me, do you? The towering figures of the man loomed over the shocked expressions of Tae Hyun and Ricky. Organ's face was filled with darkness and cruelty. This bastard has such a high level of magical understanding that I once considered using him as a backup. I've been watching you. So wherever you go, it's as clear as day. He gritted his teeth in panic. Yes! I can understand why he chased them here. But at this moment, the two were directly facing the ruthless Organ. You're stubborn, even after bearing my mark. Come chosen one of the Emperor. Come here, Tae Hyun angrily challenged. Show me that power you just used. Again. He unleashed his magic force again, sending the divine dragon charging forward. Do you think I can't wound you at all? Organ faced the divine dragon's claws, but he directly snapped its jaw with his hand. Organ's face extremely fierce. If you want to fight me so badly, I'll make you taste hell. The divine dragon was easily torn apart by him. My eyes did not deceive me. Then Tae Hyun immediately charged his face full of determination and resolve. Even if his skills were ineffective, he still had to try. From the air, he launched countless sharp glowing red swords. Blood swords. Yet Organ's face didn't flinch. He let the swords pierce through his body. This was his power of resistance. Finally, Tae Hyun, with his transformed hand, charged directly forward. Organ didn't dodge watching him approach. He saw Tae Hyun activate a terrifying power, the energy behind him turning into a fierce dragon. The fury of the dragon unleashed an enhanced killing intent, amplified by magic. Organ painfully endured that force. Tae Hyun's claws easily tore part of his body, yet Organ didn't falter. Is this overwhelming killing intent the power of dragons? Organ slightly tilted his body, looking at Tae Hyun's arm, still seething with beastly magic. Transforming his body into a beastly form, he marveled at Tae Hyun's next strike. Even the power of that species. I see you're strong. Then a huge surge of magic attacked Organ from behind. Ricky, standing amid smoke and crumbling rocks, frowned unbelievable. How can a human fight with such overwhelming power? She looked at Tae Hyun's expressionless face. To this extent, she looked at Tae Hyun's blank face, wondering who he really was. Suddenly the giant arm grabbed Tae Hyun's transformed arm. Organ laughed triumphantly. His laughter grew louder. Tae Hyun became panicked, but Organ was extremely excited. Interesting, truly interesting. It's been a long time since I felt this fiery thrill of battle. He leaned his terrifying face close to Tae Hyun. Controlling the power of others always excites me. Organ's hand still gripped his wrist, speaking evenly. Since the prince disappeared long ago, though I once sought the ultimate goal of battles among the strong, the days grew dull as he matured. I've been waiting for a fight. Fight like this for a long time, he said. Tae Hyun looked down at his restrained arm. Looks like today I'll get a real fight just like that. His arm was torn apart with a painful scream. Ricky shouted worriedly. Tae Hyun Organ threw the ripped arm behind his back. He challenged. Show me your true song contract, bearer of the Emperor. Tae Hyun clutched his cursed wound in agony. The power of dukes and emperors, he watched Organ fiercely charge forward. All completely useless. Tae Hyun calculated while facing him. Now the only thing left in his hand was... He tensed and gritted his teeth. Only this remains. Then he shouted with all his might, Rosalia! At his words, a pair of terrifying eyes awakened. It appeared in the trembling space as if carrying the energy of the cosmos. A resounding sound erupted before Organ's eyes. Countless giant tentacles intertwined. Rosalia appeared standing in front to shield Tae Hyun. Organ carried a mocking rage toward Rosalia. So your most loyal dog has finally shown up. Despite being injured, he still smiled faintly. If I could, I would have ended this without summoning you. But Rosalia glanced back briefly, her eyes filled with fury. Facing forward, magic radiated as she and Organ confronted each other. Tae Hyun winced in pain, frowning as he looked at her standing before him. I truly wanted to end this without having to revive you, a Grand Duke. Summoned by a contract holder's power, he couldn't match the body of a Grand Duke. Tae Hyun suddenly recalled the terrifying magical energy, hard to resist, and extremely risky, along with the image of a massive mana explosion. Mana might spiral out of control again like last time, or the clash between Grand Dukes could destroy everything. Even if I survive, Ricky might not. His face grew very serious now, but this wasn't the time to hesitate. Organ was also highly excited. Rosalia said, I didn't expect you to approach the Grand Duke's power. So when did you make a contract? Summoning this one. Suddenly red eyes flashed at him. Ah, wait! No wonder I sensed such strong incubus energy. It turns out you're not just his simple contract holder. Rosalia disdainfully flicked her hand, releasing magic. You must regret realizing it too late, right? I'm not as easy to handle as those vampires. Hearing that, Organ grew even more excited, spreading his arms toward her and Tae Hyun. A tough opponent, huh? Exactly what I've been waiting for. Rosalia glanced back anxiously again. Tae Hyun quietly endured the pain. Contract holder, it seems you need treatment. Can you handle it yourself? His face tightened, responding seriously. If I use bloodthirst, I can heal, she replied. That's good then. Moments later, the space around Tae Hyun shifted, surprising him. He looked around confused, as Rosalia's calm voice echoed. Contract holder, you've been here before. My power, this private space. A realm separate from reality is my own domain. I lied to the enemy about facing him, but now all I can do is summon someone here to buy time. Rosalia carefully instructed, but it won't last long. Focus on healing. We'll deal with Organ afterward. He seemed to understand, asking, can you bring someone else here? Immediately, Ricky fell from the sky. Stunned and confused, she lifted her head. What's going on? The space just shifted. Then a voice called behind her. Ricky, can you move aside? She was sitting on him. Ricky panicked slightly. Tae Hyun, you disappeared last time. Why are you here now? She then shyly got off him. Sorry. He just smiled softly. This is a temporary hideout the Grand Duke's contract with me created. She was still puzzled. Grand Duke, a hideout? Suddenly, Tae Hyun's expression turned cold and determined. With Ricky here, I have to find a way out of this situation. Meanwhile, Rosalia and Organ were still facing off. He slowly remarked, the monarchy has disappeared. Even the one behind you is gone. Did you use your power? Rosalia didn't care, crossing her arms leisurely. Who knows what happened? Even if I told you that beast's mind wouldn't understand. Organ's face radiated danger as he attacked fiercely. It's mine! Rosalia remained expressionless, extending her tentacles. Inside her private space, a voice sounded, meaning the two Grand Dukes were still fighting. I need to find a way to escape Organ right, the other confirmed. Ricky frowned slightly. I get the gist. But what I don't understand is you said you're the contract holder of Queen Sakyu Bus. So how can you use the powers of other Grand Dukes? She vaguely glanced at his oddly transformed healed arm, the skill he just used, and the bloodthirst earlier. It was all strange. Tae Hyun's appearance seemed dark in her eyes now. Was he really human? After a brief silence, he suddenly said, Ricky, when I first met you, you said people like us. In a way, he's also a monster. Then he recalled the cold words Ricky once said. Can someone with that kind of power really be called a person amid those memories? Tae Hyun continued. I need something to bind us together. His expression was resolute at that moment. My answer is the same as before. You see, I'm a traditional person, so I can't promise anything to a friend. Ricky thoughtfully replied, That's true. I had said that back then. Tae Hyun rested his hands on his knees, preparing to stand. I'm human. It's just that my skills allow me to absorb other skills. Finally, she understood why he could use all those skills. Staring blankly at the ground, she stammered, If that's the case, it makes sense. But that's still way too strong. Tae Hyun began testing his new arm's power. Ricky was someone he could trust enough to reveal this much to explain himself. It was okay. She would keep it a secret. He remained determined, lost in thought. I will never tell her about the time rewind, even if it kills me. Suddenly, the space around them trembled, startling them both. Tae Hyun withdrew the magic from his hand. I've settled it now, so it's time to figure out the next step. The fierce battle scene of Rosalia and Organ caught his eye. Even now outside, she was struggling to control him. Rosalia was desperately buying time for us. Then he saw one of her tentacles being torn apart. I used every skill I had, but it wasn't enough to stop her. Tae Hyun's face was serious as he turned to ask Ricky, Do you have any ideas, Ricky? Carefully calculating with the skills I have, she suddenly thought of something. I have an idea. He immediately urged her to speak. She gritted her teeth, picturing a giant blue spiritual energy vortex. Like a black hole, a skill gate opened a portal to a specific coordinate he could pass through. Hearing this, Tae Hyun decisively said, Then let's use it to get out of here. But she hesitated, worried. No, it's too dangerous. I've only used it to summon monsters from the other side. I've never passed through it myself. The swirling mana pathway, heavily guarded, appeared in her mind. The gate was created solely by human mana, not an instant teleport gate, so it was unstable. It could close while I was in transit, and in the worst case, he'd be lost wandering through dimensions forever. Ricky helplessly concluded, Maybe we need another plan. Then he quickly added, But Ricky, you know, there's no other way. He reached out his hand toward her. It's time to make a decision. Tae Hyun's face was filled with trust. Ricky, I believe in you. She was a little stunned then, amid the falling fragments of space. She reached out to him. He helped her up. Just then, a faint sound suddenly echoed. Tae Hyun and Ricky stared in shock ahead. The head of Rosalia had been severed from her body and was being controlled by Organ. She groaned weakly in exhaustion, struggling to open her painful eyes as far as she could. The severed head was crushed in Organ's grip. He sneered. You've come back. You think you can keep hiding behind Rosalia forever? Organ mocked her bloodied, motionless body on the ground. Pathetic. That's not how a king behaves. A king must be ruthless in eliminating all who oppose him. If you've inherited the throne, you must fight worthy of it. Tae Hyun immediately unleashed his divine dragon to fight. Despite the divine dragon's magical attack, Organ showed no fear. He looked toward him, still emitting some mana. You know it doesn't work on me, and that's all you've got. His eyes flashed with rage. I'm tired of your nonsense, Tae Hyun shouted. Hearing Ricky's name made her flinch slightly. He continued. Open the gate now, hurry. She quickly turned around. Activating her magic, the massive space gate immediately formed. Organ grabbed the divine dragon's neck firmly and resorted to cheap tricks. You won't escape. Tae Hyun remained unshaken, concentrating his mana in his hand. Don't rush, just wait. The mana transformed the divine dragon into sharp claws. He held his hand tightly with unwavering resolve. One day I will come for you again. A blazing red energy surged powerfully, causing a terrifying explosion, while the demonic aura still swirled within the blast. Behind Ricky remained somewhat anxious. Is this really the right choice? What if something goes wrong? He remained firmly determined as he stepped closer to the gate. If we can't trust the greatest mage in the world, who else can we trust? Tae Hyun showed no fear. Let's just go and see for ourselves what's on the other side. Leaves gently fell as he woke up in a forest. Tae Hyun held his head and sat up amid the excited voice of the AI. There, I did it. Ricky sat before the door elated. We really succeeded, Tae Hyun. I didn't expect this method to work. Her voice rose uncontrollably. Maybe we're the first to ever pass through an artificial gate. Tae Hyun smiled softly. See, I told you it would work. She shyly touched my face. I'm so happy. Ricky continued speaking, unaware that behind him, the monster's hand was already reaching through the gate, ready to grab her. He froze in fear. Tae Hyun hurried toward Ricky. She was also startled, tilting her head. Organ's head appeared from the gate, his massive hand squeezing her so hard it drew blood. Organ still wore a cruel expression. Where do you think you're going? He looked at Ricky, who coughed up blood in pain. His tone was deadly serious. The real battle is just beginning. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked away. Then Organ dropped Ricky from above. Causing Ricky to fall, he quickly ran over. Tae Hyun caught her precisely in his arms, shouting anxiously, Ricky! He carefully examined her battered body. Shattered bones, piercing her organs, his face tense and worried. She was in critical condition, so he desperately searched for magic as skill. Didn't I have any skill that could heal Ricky? Now he was utterly panicked. If I adapt to blood frenzy and kill somehow, that's not right. I need to call Rosalia for help. Could Rosalia come right now? He tried to calm himself, not to stop thinking, to keep searching for a way. Suddenly her voice startled him, Tae. Hyun, it's okay. Though her face was pale and lifeless, Ricky still smiled. I was always prepared for something like this. But Tae Hyun clenched his teeth in pain. I can't give up. Didn't you promise to save me? Her smile remained radiant. You've kept your promise well. I know it's too late to turn back now. Tae Hyun remained steadfast, but Ricky painfully interrupted. Then may I ask you one last favor? She suddenly mentioned something unrelated. You said you can absorb others' skills, right? She sneered slightly, blood at the corner of her mouth. Will you absorb my skill? Her words shocked Tae Hyun, so I can still fulfill my duty to humanity. Ricky used all her strength to speak. Can you do that for me? His whole body trembled. Tae Hyun began activating magic around himself. Ricky smiled peacefully amid the magic fragments touching her. I lived without regrets, except for one thing. She looked at his calm face. At least I had to confess to you once. The magic surrounding her grew stronger. The magic tower remained bathed in a blazing red sky. Jihong, and she pushed themselves to attack the enemy. Jihong's face was full of excitement. That's right. This is what I've been craving. My blood's boiling. She fought swiftly while thinking I need to shake them off quickly. I can't stay stuck here forever. The powerful sword he swung was blocked by Jihong. He still wore a sly smile. Why keep trying to run? She fought back and forth with me, but her mind was elsewhere, so cold. Though her arm holding the sword trembled, Jihong still mocked. If it's because of Tae Hyun and that woman in prison, then give up. Looks like Organ already dealt with them. He taunted arrogantly. It's been a while since I felt their mana. I wonder what happened. Ha, the sword. Suddenly struck powerfully amid Jihong's mocking tone. That's bad. I wanted to fight him one more time. Jihong was momentarily stunned. She decisively slashed with a mana-charged sword, sending her opponent flying. He staggered to a stop on the ground, his arm raised to shield his face injured. At this moment, she walked with firm resolve. holding a sword filled with wild power. I trusted those two. Ji-hong calmly stepped out from the thick dust. With his transformed arm, he looked optimistic. You'll soon face reality. Suddenly the entire space shook violently, rocks falling. She walked with a stunned expression. Ji-hong was also surprised. What a powerful voice echoed, causing him to freeze. Fake contract, come to me quickly. He looked a bit embarrassed. I'm currently holding off an intruder. A giant hand clenched a boulder until it nearly crumbled. I won't say this twice. Ji-hong clicked his tongue. She looked surprised as the other turned his back and walked away. Why is he a bit displeased? My temperamental master is calling his pawn back now. You're spared. After she left, Ji-hong suddenly stopped threatening. But remember, this is only the beginning. The earth will soon be swallowed by chaos. Then he arrogantly pointed at him and the one who brought him. It will be me, Ji-hong, master of the Aseong Guild. With that, Ji-hong vanished before Cody's eyes. He solemnly removed the organ mask to let him go immediately. Don't tell me, Cody suddenly shouted in fear. Ricky Tae Hyun. The people outside watched a hurried figure appear. They looked surprised toward the panting person. That breath belonged to player Cody. He hurriedly approached to ask, Where are Tae Hyun and Ricky? Didn't they go this way? The one answering Cody was vague. What do you mean? Another person suddenly shouted. Over there! Someone's coming from that way. In the distance, Tae Hyun was carrying Ricky and walking toward them. Cody anxiously stared at Kim Tae, yet he clearly saw Tae's sad expression. Hyun and the exhausted body lying in his arms, her eyes wide open in shock. A somber atmosphere quietly enveloped the blood-red sky, and he softly spoke. Is she at peace? Tae Hyun felt guilty before Ricky's cold body. Yeah, sorry I couldn't save her. While everyone looked deeply sorrowful, she gently reassured, No, it's not your fault. Ricky chose to sacrifice her bravery for humanity. His hand clenched tightly in anger as he said, This happened because I was useless. She made a decision. I will take her. You did very well, Tae Hyun, but you refused to let me handle it myself. Please take me to the American Players Association. This surprised him a bit, but moments later Tae Hyun showed determination. I need to deliver what Ricky left me. My responsibility is to hand it over properly at the American Players Association headquarters. Kevin addressed everyone. Player Tae Hyun, on behalf of the association, thank you for Ricky. We owe you, Monty. Folding his arms to listen, but we've also lost some valuable players. Because of this, we're still overwhelmed and trying to recover. Tae Hyun now stood opposite him. Whatever brought you to gather us to say this, I hope it's worth it. Gregor slammed the table. Displeased. Yes. We don't have time to listen to you cry failure. Suddenly a voice rang out. Failure. She angrily radiated fury, speaking, Me Gregor! He suddenly got flustered and tried to explain. No, you go. That's not what I meant. He still didn't care about him. Tae Hyun spoke in a low tone. You will soon see for yourselves whether this is worth it. The crowd all turned toward him. Their faces were full of astonishment. That skill. Kevin frowned deeply. How could you have it in Tae Hyun's hands? Now it was a box tightly bound by a magical force, like scenes from a movie. Yes, this was Ricky's skill. It allowed the user to collect 10 memories remembering a person's face. This was dangerous, and we will hear Ricky's last words together. Tae Hyun had absorbed 3 skills from Ricky through forced consumption, one of which was the heart of the upper species. The heart of the upper species created magic spirit stones inside the body with magic power of 30. This skill produced magic spirit stones. It allowed free control over the flow of magic power, and most of Ricky's skills originated from it. Her obsession with distinguishing humans from magical beasts probably came from the fact that Ricky carried the heart of the magical beast. The second skill was teleportation used when escaping organ. Teleportation opened a portal to a designated coordinate with magic power of 100, as long as the location had been marked before the coordinate could cross space to get there. And the last skill was memory activated 5 times with magical power of Tortina. Remember skills. It allowed seeing everything stored in memory. Thanks to this skill, Ricky became an outstanding investigator for the World Players Association. Kevin shouted in amazement. Memory is Ricky's exclusive skill. Yet Tae Hyun could use it. He casually said, no one controls magic power as skillfully as Ricky. Maybe she found a way to transfer the skill to me. He felt guilty inside. Sorry, Ricky, for not being able to reveal the forced consumption. I'll borrow your name to use it. Kevin sounded a bit disappointed. Wow, you're quite curious when she leaves. Tae Hyun, what do you plan to show us with that memory skill? He silently looked at the orb in his hand, then suddenly activated it, filling the room with blinding light. What Ricky stored with memory was the information she gathered when infiltrating the Organ Fortress. It was the scene of stone statues of magical beasts, and the study of magical beast language was still ongoing, so decoding would take time. But just by looking at that mural, Ricky sensed intuitively that those sitting alongside Organ were all Grand Dukes, the Beast King. Organ, Queen Sakyu. Bus Rosalia, Blood Clan. Lord Ajumun, Demon King. Beelzebub, Dragon King. Hazad, Abyss. Emperor Jock Mungan, and Sky King Lucifer. The 7 Grand Dukes constantly fought over territories, taking and losing them, losing and taking again, all maintaining a fragile balance while ruling the Abyss. However, who occupied the supreme position, the spot left vacant in the mural, was ultimately unknown. In that memory, a chilling voice suddenly echoed, "You humans have even managed to come this far. Why does that giant magical beast appear, looking down on Ricky and that rotting flesh over there?" In reality, Kevin was stunned. "Oh." An old man trembled, holding his head and muttering, "Impossible." According to intelligence from the US, only 7 Grand Dukes have been confirmed so far. Organ Ajumun and Lucifer. Their power remains a mystery, but thanks to the sacrifice of the players. This time, we now know for sure if even 1 Grand Duke crosses the gate, humanity will be doomed. Yet there are not just 7, but 7 Grand Dukes, not to mention the possibility of 1 above them all. Oh heavens. And here I am, Tae Hyun, calmly collecting the memory magic in another place. Ji-hong asked coolly. "So it's all over now, Lord Organ?" Organ replied, "That's right." He smiled faintly, his eyes flashing with cunning. "I still find it hard to believe that a great Grand Duke of the Abyss would rely on the power of such a lowly species," Organ said indifferently. "That was just a minor setback. Even without your help, I can still resurrect. I just don't want to wait too long. If you dare to babble like that again, I'll turn you to dust." Ji-hong laughed and replied, "I'll be more careful." "Then may I ask why you are so eager to chase after Tae Hyun?" He spoke bluntly. "He's using a very special ability, one that should only be granted to a chosen one." Ji-hong couldn't help but be curious. "A chosen one? Who do you mean?" Organ hinted to him. "The one who once sat at the pinnacle of power, once the ruler of the Abyss, the one who led the great dukes to challenge both the upper and lower realms." He said in astonishment, "The king of the lower realm." The man raised his hand to command, "But now everything has changed. I will give you a new order. We will go to Earth, my covenant bearer. Stir up that world, throw it into chaos, and lure out the key of the king of the lower realm. Bring that key before me. Seize it, and rule over the entire Abyss. Then I will become the new overlord." Ji-hong replied respectfully, "I obey. Everything will go as you wish." Lord Organ, standing beside Tae Hyun, suddenly asked Kevin, the guild leader, "What will you do now?" Kevin answered, "We must hold an emergency meeting immediately. Although I'm not sure if there's any better option." He asked in confusion, "Will the American Players Association face this alone? This is no longer just America's problem. Humanity's future is at stake. This information must be shared worldwide." He explained, "If we do that, humanity will descend into uncontrollable chaos." Still calm, Tae Hyun offered his opinion. "But that's also an opportunity for everyone to unite. Ricky doesn't fight just for her nation's benefit. Please respect her last wishes." Kevin fell silent for a moment upon hearing that, then sighed and replied, "All right. After gathering and verifying all the information, I will share it through the World Players Association." Tae Hyun spoke up. "From my memory skills, I saw the shape of light hidden deep underground here." In Ricky's memory, Kevin was surprised. "You knew about that too?" The man beside him whispered, "Guild leader player Tae Hyun is now our ally. Our most important strategy," he answered shortly. "Exactly." Then he said, "Player Tae Hyun, please come with us for a moment." He nodded in agreement. The 4 stepped into the elevator. Kevin reminded Tae Hyun, "If you studied history, you'd know that since the Abyss was discovered, humanity has completely changed." He responded, "Yes," after people began to awaken. They brought back unique resources from the Abyss, resources that don't exist on Earth. From there, human civilization made a giant leap forward. Kevin added, "Most people think that way, but there are secrets never revealed." Awakening and the Abyss didn't happen simultaneously. In the early days, the Abyss was just a terrifying land, beyond human control. It only became a promised land after America discovered a mysterious object beneath the Pacific Ocean. The moment humanity touched, that the awakening began. Tae Hyun stared in amazement at what was before him. Kevin stepped forward to the container holding the body and slowly said, "Let me introduce you. This is our salvation, the source of power that drove human evolution. Nameless is not an exaggeration to call it a god, but for many reasons, we cannot publicly disclose that name." Tae Hyun's eyes narrowed, focusing intently on the creature before him, the nameless god. He thought silently. "So it's not a king?" Tae Hyun asked curiously. "Why hide something so terrifying all this time?" Kevin closed his eyes and answered, "I haven't changed my view. Only one chosen nation, and only the elite within that nation, deserve to lead humanity forward. Unfortunately, no matter how long we keep it secret, we have yet to achieve results. Notably, since the First Awakening, even the two previous guild leaders couldn't harness anything from Nameless. Still, clues about Nameless's secrets are gradually emerging." Tae Hyun suddenly widened his eyes and said, "Just now, it seemed like something moved." The creature's face twitched slightly, as if something was about to burst out. Then it suddenly grew, three eyes staring intently at the four. They were all shocked into silence. They looked so small next to the creature. Could this be a bad omen? Kevin gaped in surprise. "Nameless. Its eyes have opened. What the hell is going on? Nothing like this has ever happened before." He hurriedly turned and ordered his subordinates, "Contact the research team immediately." Hurry. Tae Hyun was still stunned. It wasn't just that its eyes opened. This thing called Nameless. "Hurry up!" Tae Hyun was still stunned, unable to simply open his eyes. That thing called Nameless. It was staring right at him. Suddenly a voice sounded completely different from the others. It really was the one who had been resurrected by the Emperor's power. Tae Hyun was even more amazed, thinking to himself, did it just speak to me? Moreover, it not only knew about the Emperor, but also knew he had been resurrected. The creature continued speaking. "Is it time to break these chains?" Kevin watched the creature move in shock. This facility was built with technology, yet the person beside him looked worried. It seems something has gone wrong. "You need to leave here immediately," he shouted. "No!" This is the first result after decades of research. Tae Hyun was startled and realized. "Didn't those others hear what Nameless said?" The creature continued talking to Tae Hyun. "Want to know the truth? Then activate your magic, the power of the king." Hearing that, he turned to look at it and then said to the group, "Kevin, I'll stay here." They stared at him in shock. "What?" Everyone spoke up to stop him. "What are you planning to do if you get buried here? Even an SS-level player like you would barely survive." Tae Hyun just turned back and said to them, "I have to verify this." Marcus gritted his teeth and said, "You're being stubborn in this situation." Kevin placed his hand on Marcus's shoulder to advise, "Marcus, take the guild leader outside." It seemed Tae Hyun was calculating something. The three silently left, leaving space for Tae Hyun and Nameless. The room became quiet, so quiet they could hear a pin drop. Tae Hyun raised his hand to activate his magic. "Then show me the truth you spoke of, God." At that moment, a dazzling light radiated from Nameless's feet. Nameless said, "You are truly brave. The key of the king as you desire, I will answer your questions." Tae Hyun spoke calmly. "I have tons of questions. But first I must confirm the origin of the answers. Are you really a god?" Nameless looked at him and replied, "The concept of God in human minds is somewhat distorted, but in this place, there is no word that describes my essence more accurately." Tae Hyun looked straight at him unafraid and said, "A god nurtured by humanity, so you're not an omnipotent god." Nameless didn't deny it exactly. "I'm not entirely a god, just a fragment of one, because I have not merged with anything. I still can't act on my own. I can only aim toward one destination." Tae Hyun curiously asked, "Where is that destination?" It answered, "Towards the original entity." Tae Hyun's mind was confused. "That only makes me more uncertain," he thought to himself. "So that means there is a real god out there, and meeting Nameless is the path leading to that god. Right?" Nameless seemed to hear Tae Hyun's thoughts and suddenly said, "Yes, the power awakened in humans also originates from that. And my awakening after meeting the Emperor was inevitable." Tae Hyun asked again, "So the Emperor's power is the power of a god? Why did the Emperor cause my resurrection?" "Where are you now?" Its eyes suddenly narrowed as if smiling. A terrifying scene suddenly appeared before Tae Hyun. He exclaimed his guess. A rebellion? Is this South Korea? He was shocked inwardly, wondering why he felt such unease. Suddenly he noticed a statue of a majestic person riding a horse. Nameless said, "That's right. What I'm showing you is not your space, but the space that once belonged to the Emperor." Tae Hyun was surprised to see someone running past and falling beside him. Then a monster rushed in, its mouth full of sharp teeth opening wide to eat that person. The person raised their hand in fear to defend. Nameless continued, "You saw it too." Only the person's hand slowly turned white. Suddenly a beast sprang out. It bit the monster that had tried to attack the person. Tae Hyun said in surprise, "Could that be Nameless?" Continuing the story, a boy was born with the scattered fragments of a god. Across the dimensions, in a moment of crisis, he awakened and instinctively led his body. Tae Hyun suddenly felt a pounding headache opened his eyes and saw himself in another space. He had seen this scene in a past dream. The Underworld King appeared proudly in the dark sky, slowly raising his hand. Nameless continued. Then he quickly conquered the abyss. Only a pure source of energy remained. Having wiped out all the monsters, the Underworld King sat on the throne representing supreme power. He became the ruler of the 7 great dukes. Tae Hyun asked, puzzled, "What does being guided by a god have to do with defeating those dukes?" It replied, "Exactly ending the realm war and becoming the emperor of the lower world. It's just a stepping stone to the next stage. The inevitable event is the great battle with the upper world. The fight for the survival of the abyss. Only by winning the racial war can the sole path to godhood be opened. Therefore the emperor fought alongside the great dukes confronting entities from the upper world. But the upper world is the dwelling of beings closer to gods than those in the lower world. Ultimately, the emperor could not overcome that gap, despite countless rebirths thanks to his abilities. The result remained unchanged. The emperor's spirit gradually eroded over time. Then, at some moment, he realized he was not the right person and needed someone else to complete this mission. A key with that meaning. You will end this repeated war. You inherit the emperor's will and reach the power of a god." Tae Hyun murmured, "So the resurrection key is like that?" He asked further, "But what still puzzles me is why the emperor god shattered into those pieces. And why did the emperor try to approach the god? And why choose me?" The Nameless slowly said, "The answer to those questions is beyond my understanding." Before it could finish, Tae Hyun smiled helplessly. "I found the answer myself." "Why?" Nameless added only, "You were not granted power by the god, but inherited the emperor's power. You are not bound by the same restrictions as us, so you are free to live the life you want. After the regression, whether you continue seeking the truth and power depends on your own will. What will you do next?" Kevin's group, after leaving for a while, stood safely nearby. Kevin suddenly regretted saying, "I should have stayed there too. If I had risked my life to get information from Nameless, humanity might have advanced further." Marcus worried about him. "Is the player Tae Hyun okay?" She reassured. "From what I know, he's not. People who recklessly do pointless things should be eliminated." Suddenly a circle of light appeared, and Tae Hyun stepped out from inside it. Everyone shouted in surprise. "Player Tae Hyun!" He smiled and said, "You're here, Marcus." Pushing up his glasses, assessing Ricky's teleportation gate, Kevin anxiously ran over and asked, "Han, where is Nameless?" "What about that body?" Tae Hyun answered in a low tone. "Nameless." He hesitated a moment, then continued, "Has disappeared." Kevin went limp, unable to believe his ears. "Disappeared?" Tae Hyun repeated. "No, it's more accurate to say that I absorbed his essence and power." Kevin was even more shocked. "What?" She crossed her arms and said, "Tae Hyun, I have always respected your will until now. But this time you've gone too far. Don't you think you owe us a clear explanation?" Tae Hyun remained silent, looking at them as she stepped forward. He stood there, facing Tae Hyun, the tension thick as a drawn bowstring. Tae Hyun's silhouette stood proudly among the group. Tae Hyun showed no sign of hesitation and said, "You left while I was confronting Nameless." I heard a voice followed its guidance and tried to make contact afterward. It was absorbed into me. She looked doubtful and probed. "Is that all? Did you say anything else to Nameless?" Tae Hyun's gaze sharpened. He straightforwardly said, "That's something I can't tell you right now." Kevin flew into a rage and shouted, "Don't try to dodge the question. Answer us now." Nameless is a valuable asset to America. No matter how important you are as a minister. Cody suddenly interrupted him. All right, wait, one more thing, Tae Hyun. What are you planning to do now? He asked with determination. I will start searching for that from here. The thing I truly have the ability to seek and change the current situation. She responded. I understand. Tae Hyun continued. I have spoken Ricky's final wishes. Now I will return to Korea. Kevin exclaimed in surprise. Wait, where are you going? What are you doing? Stop, Tae Hyun. He calmly replied. Chairman. Don't you understand, Tae Hyun has surpassed me. Perhaps no one else on Earth could stop him now. Kevin looked very shocked by Cody's statement. He tried to persuade. That's because he absorbed the power of the Nameless. Cody added. We've had more opportunities to contact the Nameless before, but no one has done what he did. Try thinking differently. It's not that Tae Hyun absorbed the Nameless, but the Nameless chose Tae Hyun. That's why I believe it would be unwise for us to become enemies of someone chosen by the gods. So now we're not being hunted but the hunters, Tae Hyun said shortly after his return. The World Players Association announced the deaths of 5 SS rank players, including Ricky. They also revealed to the public information about the 7 great dukes who rule the abyss, mourning the fallen players, for humanity's sake, while also trembling in fear of the great duke's power. Shortly after Tae Hyun met with Jin Hee, he asked the player Tae Hyun with concern. I've heard the news you faced the great dukes. You must have gone through terrible things. Are you hurt? Tae Hyun answered briefly. No, I'm fine. The chairman continued. Even if your body is okay, you must have suffered psychological trauma. But it's not your fault, Tae Hyun replied politely. Yes. Jin Hee then began to address the main topic. I know this is a difficult time, and I don't want to pressure you, but I heard from the Amazon Guild leader that you plan to focus only on abyss-related matters. Has your plan changed? After facing the great dukes, Tae Hyun denied no, on the contrary, the abyss needs me more than ever. Tae-guk approached him, pointing and saying. The chairman was stopped by Jin Hee's wave. Tae Hyun asked curiously, Do you have something to tell me? Tae-guk quickly revealed that the chairman intended to keep it a secret. If you keep saying you'll focus on the abyss, I think you still deserve to know. Jin Hee evaluated him. That's really strange. Tae-guk continued. While you've been busy, a mysterious epidemic has recently spread worldwide. It caused the gray spots all over the body and high fever. This is a new disease. Have you heard about it? Tae Hyun was shocked and thought, those symptoms even after venom. From the Chinese dungeon was defeated are remnants of what has tormented humanity for so long. It's exactly like the gray disease from my previous life. But I already defeated venom so logically the disease should have been stopped. Why has it reappeared? The T group reported the situation, but investigations suggest this isn't a natural epidemic. Experts say here in Korea, it's considered artificial, and some experts believe it's being spread by the Evil Guild. He muttered, the Evil Guild. He explained, the Evil Guild isn't powerless, but they shouldn't have the capability to create a virus like this. It's possible someone is collaborating with that guild. We're investigating it too. The Evil Guild is a demon clan guild active worldwide, but its headquarters is in New Korea. The association published a large-scale extermination plan, and player Tae Hyun, without waiting for Tae-guk to continue, he suddenly interjected. Now that I think about it, I also have something to ask you, Chairman. I caught the leader of the Evil Guild at the Great Duke Organ's castle. Ji-hong, who the hell is that? Both men were shocked to hear this. Tae-guk asked excitedly, You met Ji-hong? Tae Hyun confirmed, Yes, he earned Duke Organ's trust and became his henchman. And he acts like he knows the Duke very well. Chairman Jin Hee rested her chin thoughtfully, saying, Now he's even siding with the demons. How deep will you sink, Ji-hong? Tae-guk asked. Should I explain? Jin Hee replied. No, this is my burden. I never intended to keep it a secret, I just didn't want to add more burden to your shoulders. But now that you know, I'll tell you everything. This happened more than years ago. Back then I wasn't the chairman yet. I was just a newly awakened player. One day a dungeon opened up in a certain region, and I went there immediately, but it was too late. The monsters had already left, leaving only a child who had awakened after the crisis, and lost his parents standing there. It might not have been intentional, but that child was only 7 years old. He had single-handedly stopped a level B dungeon. That was the first time I met Ji-hong, and I immediately saw his talent. And the storm of rage swirling inside him, I felt responsible, because I hadn't arrived sooner to save his family. I felt like I had a duty to nurture him, so I adopted the boy, and then trained him to make sure his hatred for monsters wouldn't lead him down the wrong path. And I hoped that one day he would become the new hero of New Korea. Ji-hong's talent exceeded my expectations. The boy absorbed everything I taught without a single complaint, and he reached the high rank of New Korea's pseudo-awakened before even becoming a level B student. But looking back now, it just feels pitiful. I pushed him too hard. Tae Hyun anxiously asked when everything started to go wrong. Jin-hee suddenly fell silent upon hearing this. Tae-guk spoke on his behalf. Now we have many systems and technologies to enter the abyss, and progress has been made since then. But back then it wasn't like that. Even as a child, Ji-hong worked for the Abyss Association. Many players wanted to cooperate with New Korea's rising star, Ji-hong, but despite his strong talent, accidents kept happening within Ji-hong's ambush team. There were always heavy losses whenever those accidents kept occurring. The association eventually started an investigation, and the result was a shocking revelation that he had intentionally put his teammates in deadly situations. Tae Hyun was surprised and asked why he would do that. Tae-guk replied when asked why. He simply told the investigators, "How do you expect me to kill monsters if I have to care for the weak? If they survive, they'll thank me for making them stronger." The association saw that Ji-hong's ideals were extremely dangerous and feared facing criticism, so they tried to erase his data and expel him from the association in retaliation. Ji-hong killed the players sent after him, escaped capture, and became the highest-ranked global criminal. Jin-hee seemed to have calmed down. He voluntarily added, "That bastard Ji-hong was completely deceived. He believed that tragedy made him stronger, so he tried to apply that to everyone. That's how he believed he could save the world. But I never looked into his heart to see what he truly wanted or thought. I just pushed him forward. That was my fault." Tae Hyun listened quietly. He seemed to understand Jin-hee's sorrow. Tae Hyun admitted, "Yeah, your influence wasn't insignificant." Chairman Tae-guk feared he might say something inappropriate and hurriedly interrupted. Tae Hyun continued, "Player Tae Hyun doesn't mind." He looked straight at Jin-hee and said, "If you saw him going down the wrong path like that, shouldn't you have kicked his ass? Isn't that the responsibility of a father? I'll catch Ji-hong and give you that chance." Jin-hee looked at Tae Hyun gratefully. Those few words clearly expressed his feelings. He started calculating in his head, also disliking how that guy looked down on the weak because he knew the pain of being ignored due to lack of strength. Tae-guk curiously asked, "So you'll join this suppression plan too?" He replied, "I will join, but not immediately. There are things I have to deal with first." He thought silently. It will be very difficult to fight if these things are still roaming around. A new status window appeared after his conversation with the Nameless. It displayed a countdown mission to the start of the global war. Under the aurora, a magnificent castle appeared. A mysterious voice echoed, "Do you see it? The pseudo-contract. I believe the moment has come for it to begin." Tae Hyun stared in disbelief. Rosalia frowned and asked, "What's with that face?" "Ah," I smiled and said, "Do I look that bad to you?" He looked at Rosalia's wounds and asked, "Is it because of me?" Thinking silently, "She was injured from the battle with Organ's formula worse than I thought." Rosalia teased, "You faced the blessing of a Grand Duke. Escaping with just minor injuries is lucky." Tae Hyun asked, "Why is the castle in this condition?" I was a bit surprised. "You mean it was like this before you confronted Organ?" "Aji Moon came here. It was troublesome. You don't need to worry about that. The Grand Dukes of the Abyss aren't friendly with each other either. This is the price I pay for having such an exceptional false contract." Tae Hyun suddenly spoke seriously to Rosalia. "I will make sure they never treat you like that again." Rosalia propped her chin teasingly. "What's with that tone? Just hearing it already makes me happier." Tae Hyun said nothing more silently, locking eyes with Rosalia. She asked in surprise, "False contract. Something about you changed since the last time I saw you," he said. "I met a god and learned the truth about the king." Rosalia looked astonished at the reason for this change. Tae Hyun's voice suddenly grew heavy as he said to Rosalia, "A global war with the races is approaching." Rosalia asked in shock, "You met a god, how?" Tae Hyun summarized the situation. "Fragments of a god exist right where I live. I accidentally met one and had the chance to talk." "Rosalia, you once said that even if I knew about the Emperor, I couldn't do anything. Right now things are different," he said. Rosalia's eyes flashed with rare amazement. "Oh, so you've advanced this far already. Much faster than I expected. This isn't mere coincidence. It's probably fate. because false memories are causing chaos everywhere, speeding things up. If you've heard the truth, surely you've realized your destiny, haven't you? Seeing how you came to me like this, you must have found your own answer. Isn't that right? You weren't granted power by a god, but chosen by the Emperor to inherit it. You aren't bound by the same paths as us, so you can freely enjoy life after regression. What happens next depends on your determination. What will you do? Tae Hyun pondered deeply, then slowly explained. At first I acted out of a desire to repay, to release my frustrations and live a normal life. But this time I awakened with a yearning to become stronger, to truly hold happiness in my hands. The more I learned about the Abyss's hidden secrets, the more I believed that the Emperor's reason for sending me back in time and granting me power had a deeper purpose. The Emperor once told Tae Hyun, "I truly admire your will and determination." He was curious. Just because you admired my will and determination? No, that's the Emperor's wish. He wants someone to share the mission with that same will and determination. Understanding this, he seriously declared, "I will walk this journey together with the Emperor. This is deeply connected to the fate of my world. To protect my world, I will be the one to end the upcoming war." Then he made a proposal to Rosalia. "Lend me your power, and I will elevate you to true greatness." Rosalia admired him greatly, saying, "Indeed, you have a noble resolve. But you're only the Emperor's key, not the Emperor himself. The path to truly reaching the Emperor's height is still long." Hearing this, Tae Hyun gathered energy in his legs, which suddenly burst out and spread through his body. The system announced, "Detected mysterious power fluctuation upgraded to SS rank. A tremendous energy is beginning to erupt." Rosalia jumped up excitedly, astonished. "Since when did you reach this level?" Tae Hyun smiled. "When I vowed to walk with the Emperor, the god's fragment merged with me. So do you still not trust me?" Rosalia laughed maniacally. "When the Emperor said he would transfer power to someone else, I strongly opposed it. I thought only the Emperor deserved to inherit that path. But it seems I was wrong. I thought only an Emperor was worthy to inherit that path, but it seems I was mistaken." Rosalia appeared to sense that something was off. The feeling was strange. Just as she finished speaking, the light outside shone brightly inside, and she recalled the days when she was a small maid. The first time she saw Emperor Rosalia, Tae Hyun quickly took a seat at the negotiation table and spoke up. "From now on, there will be no hierarchy between you and me, contractor. I officially recognize you as an equal teammate." "All right, tell me about the upcoming racial war." "Right, so what have you learned?" Tae Hyun asked after the domain war ended and he became Emperor. "Entities from the heavenly realm will appear, won't they?" Rosalia said with some resentment. "Is that all you know?" "What a pity," Tae Hyun continued. "That God isn't as friendly as I hoped. A bit of a temper tantrum." "You tricked me, you cunning bastard." Tae Hyun cheerfully drained his wine glass. "If I hadn't done that, how else could I have gained your support?" "Lady Rosalia, helplessly," she said. "Fine, I'll tell you what I know, but I don't know everything. After the domain war ends, racial war will erupt. The cause is that the lower realm king's power is growing so strong it's almost godlike, and that's something the heavenly race in the upper realm never wants. More precisely, the upper realm. King doesn't want that to happen." Tae Hyun curiously asked Upper Realm. "King, is there also an emperor in the upper realm?" Rosalia replied. "Exactly, a demon beast, who once possessed a fragment of a god, just like our emperor. With that power, he rose to the upper realm and was the first to approach the god. Demon Dragon King, that was his name back then." Tae Hyun thought in astonishment. "Isn't that the dragon who once battled the emperor in his memories?" he asked. "Isn't it ridiculous that those bearing a fragment of God fight to become gods themselves?" Spoiler alert, he actually did reach godhood, but he rejected the path led by the fragment and betrayed the god. Now he's trying to erase the god's throne. The emperor tried to stop that to restore order. That's why the upper realm king views the lower realm king as a threat that must be eliminated. Tae Hyun was deeply curious. "Why hasn't the upper realm started the war yet?" Rosalia explained. "There's still a kind of magic barrier preventing them, a shield that won't let them pass until the right moment comes. I think that's thanks to the emperor's preparation. So before that shield breaks," Tae Hyun spoke his guess, "I have to defeat all the Grand Dukes and build an army strong enough to face the upper realm. That's the real meaning of the domain war." "Right, the territory, right, I looked straight into his eyes and said, Now you understand why you have to face. The Grand Duke's right. Next I will explain each Grand Duke's territory and their forces. The two discussed strategies and additional tasks for quite a while longer. When Rosalia's glass of wine was nearly empty, she spoke up. Now is the time to decide. Contractor. Where will you begin? Tae Hyun rested his chin on his hand. Deep in thought, his eyes sharpening as he recalled past wounds, he had the answer in his heart. Of course, Organ. He's the one I have a deep grudge against. That must be settled at all costs, but Organ controls the largest territory in the Abyss. If the war drags into a war of attrition, we'll be at a disadvantage, and the other Grand Dukes will surely seize the opportunity to intervene. Suddenly, a maid burst in, interrupting Tae Hyun's thoughts in panic. The maid called out anxiously, Your Majesty, Rosalia, there's a question. The maid answered urgently. A letter just arrived from the Western Territory, Lord Mukharan. Tae Hyun silently waited for her to read it. After reading, Rosalia looked up at him with a pleased expression. It seems a perfect stage has been set for you. You promised to bring me to the top. Right now, prove that it wasn't just empty words, contract bearer. Rosalia's Western Territory is also a disputed area with IG Moon. The barren desert here is the scene of a fierce battle between two female demon beasts. The purple demon beast lunged forward, claws aiming to shred Mutzarin. It roared fiercely and swiped its claws ahead. Mutzarin blocked with his sword, but the powerful claw strike broke the blade. She collapsed in pain, and the surrounding subordinates shouted anxiously, Lord Mutzarin! Mutzarin is a beautiful warrior, ranked S. The arrogant blue-dress beast said. Is that all? Even Rosalia's favored one is nothing remarkable. This beast's name is Bludia ranked SS. She looked down disdainfully. Come to think of it, even the people here are weak. So weak that being called the weakest Grand Duke is no surprise. Ah angrily shouted, How dare you insult my queen? Bludia boldly stepped on Mutzaran's shoulder and said, If you want to say that, shouldn't you have taken me down first? Then she stomped on her so hard that blood splattered everywhere. Bludia declared, In this abyss, there is only one law recognized: the weak must submit to the strong. You and your people will soon kneel and surrender before me, Bludia, and the Blood Grand Duke I loyally serve. She arrogantly walked away, saying, Listen closely from now on. This barren desert belongs to the territory of Ajimun. Suddenly a careless voice called out from behind, The law of the weak obeying the strong sounds like nonsense. Bludia turned around and saw Tae Hyun. Curious how could a human show no expression on his face, she asked again. Who are you? Tae Hyun smiled and said, The one you despise the most is the mercenary of the proud queen you just insulted. Bludia recalled, Most beasts born from the abyss lack intelligence. They act purely on instinct, eat, sleep, and destroy everything. However, sometimes there are mutated individuals among them, born with exceptional intellect and power. They are destined to lead the entire pack, similar to how human society divides classes. Beasts also have class distinctions among themselves. Sooner or later they will confront others. They carry class differences within. The abyss is a place where the strong devour the weak. But I have always been the predator, never the prey. I have defeated one strong opponent after another, and when no worthy rivals remained around me, I faced him, the supreme predator, reigning over the abyss, the one hailed as Grand Duke. All my previous glorious achievements became worthless, a complete, overwhelming defeat. That was the first time I truly realized that there are beings far beyond my level. At that moment, the Grand Duke looked down at her and said, You know well, there's an insurmountable class gap between you and me, yet you still dare to challenge me. A beast's class is determined at birth. That is your limit. There is only one way to surpass it. Absorb the power of a beast with a higher class than yourself. Do you want to become my subordinate? At that moment, Bludia trembled with fear and shame. She knew it was an insult, but the thrill from that humiliation was unbelievably euphoric. Enough with this power, I can do anything, Bludia wished. If she hid her sharp claws and continued to grow under his command one day, she could rise to the rank of Grand Duke. Bludia always wondered, but why? Why would someone with ambitions to overthrow a Grand Duke like me have to kneel before a lowly subordinate of a Grand Duke, lost in thought? She tried to attack Tae Hyun in every way, but not once did she manage to tear even a piece of his skin. Bludia couldn't help but be shocked. What is this? Tae Hyun finally struck back. Suddenly, he grabbed his opponent's wrist tightly, his eyes flashing red, the demonic power of the Demon King. Bludia stared at those eyes in astonishment. In an instant, she saw the shadow of the Demon King within him. Tae Hyun then shouted in surprise, "Rosalia!" She trembled, whispering, "My body can't move!" He immediately delivered a decisive slash. Then he smiled and said, "Looks like I've won, haven't I? If the abyss is a place where the strong devour the weak, then you are now my prey. But I have no taste for demon beast flesh. You trespassed into someone else's territory and dared to claim ownership. So forgiving you wouldn't make sense at all. You're Ajimun's minion, right? Then talking to you is pointless. Call your master here." Her mouth started to tear, struggling to speak. Then she declared boldly, "I am Bludia," and screamed, "Not a minion, but a great demon beast who will conquer the heights of the abyss." With that, Bludia opened her torn mouth wide and lunged at Tae Hyun. He stepped back calmly and said softly, "Devour." A giant mouth appeared and swiftly swallowed Bludia whole, leaving no bones behind. Tae Hyun said cheerfully, "Come to think of it, devouring prey like this isn't a bad option." Muzarin, injured and being supported by his subordinates, witnessed the entire battle and exclaimed, "That one is the Queen's contract holder." Looking at Tae Hyun's victorious smile, Muzarin remarked, "There was a time when even SS rank plus made him suffer greatly. The feelings were indescribable. Now, thanks to resonance with the Divine Shard, he easily defeated even SSS rank enemies. At this moment, he was reviewing his own info name, Kim Tae-Hyun, age 20. SS Strength, 306. Stamina, 308 Speed, 307 Magic, 455 Willpower, 230 Fatigue, 70%. Remaining Magic, 225 out of 455 innate skill. Devour SS that allows swallowing targets at will. Magic, cost 120. Tae Hyun was surprised. Adjusted, is it because the Devour skill rank increased? Or because the monster named Bludia is Ajimun's minion? Whatever the reason, if I keep using Devour like this, even the missing Grand Dukes could be destroyed. Suddenly, a panicked demon beast ran in. The contract holders of blood dripped and gradually solidified into a hand. A voice echoed from the void as expected. "Bludia is no match for you." From the blood pool emerged a demon beast, saying, "I didn't expect much from the start, but summoning you was already a success." This demon beast was the rumored Grand Duke. Tae Hyun smiled, waving his hand. "What a coincidence, I've been looking for you too. Saves me some effort." The Grand Duke suddenly proposed. "Right. How about we celebrate this reunion together? The Night Emperor's key at a certain headquarters." Jin Hyo put on his coat, preparing to leave work, but suddenly stopped looking at a photo on the desk. The photo showed Jin Hee and comrades standing shoulder to shoulder. He smiled and said, "Everyone looks so young, don't they? Lately. I've been reminiscing about the past. Must be because I'm really getting old." Just then, Tae Guk burst in. "Chairman, you're still here." Jin Hai replied, "I was about to leave." "What's the matter?" He hurriedly reported, "We just received news from the Joint Investigation Team, coordinated by the Players Association and the Nightwalkers Association, in an area suspected to be the base of the Evil Association, showing unusual activity. They're waiting for orders from the association." He quickly stepped outside and instructed assemble all national-level players immediately. "I will head to the scene myself." Tae Guk hesitated and said, "But what is Jin Hee wondering about?" Hikit explained with some concern, "Player Tae Hyun hasn't returned yet and can't be contacted through the abyss. Can we handle this by ourselves, yeah?" Hai responded unhappily. "Since when has the Korean Players Association depended so heavily on Tae Hyun alone?" Tae Guk lowered his head, mumbling, "Sorry, Chairman Jin Hyun. We won't trouble him anymore." Then added, "Maybe it's better if we handle things ourselves. Player Tae Hyun said he still has tasks to complete. Tae Hyun has his own path he's chosen. At least this time, I want to be a solid support for the kid walking the right path." That's right. Tae Guk knew that right now, the chairman probably wanted to, making up for past mistakes so Tae Hyun wouldn't suffer what Ji-hong once did. Jin Hee stood firm and said, "We just need to fulfill our responsibilities." The decisive day has arrived. Meanwhile, on Tae Hyun's side, the Grand Duke began chatting. "It seems last time we just rushed into battle without properly introducing ourselves. He bowed respectfully. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am the Grand Duke of the Abyss, and also the Lord of the Ajiman bloodline. He responded to Rosalia's fake contract, and the key to the Emperor. Tae Hyun sized him up and said, the title Tambanto, Key to the Emperor, definitely fits. If that's the case, I have a proposal for you. Cancel the Rosalia contract and submit under my command. Then I will appoint you as my new contract holder. You will gain the authority and military power that Rosalia never granted me. Conquer the Abyss and become the victor in the race war. Tae Hyun corrected himself. The winner won't be me, but you. Right? Rosalia already warned me that once the Grand Dukes know I'm the key, they'll do everything to seize me, all just to become the next emperor. You think I don't see through those blatant lies? Ajiman sneered craftily. It would have been better if you didn't know. If you hadn't come to me, I would have no choice but to use force. At that point, don't expect to keep all your limbs intact. Strange, though, you don't trust me, but so easily believe that Rosalia's words, Tae Hyun replied. Because Rosalia and I are equals. He muttered, a partnership between a Grand Duke and a human. Truly ridiculous. In the Abyss, only the strong rule over all. Even the Underworld King understands this. He subjugated all the Grand Dukes beneath him. Tae Hyun responded, I never said I wouldn't use power. If you know your place and surrender, I will go easy on you. But if you refuse to understand, only force will make you comply. Then I have a proposal for you. Ajimun, submit under my command, and I will secure a place for you in the race war. Soon after, he sneered. Knowing you're the Emperor's key has made you arrogantly show off. Just a brat after all, Ajimun said, pointing a volley of swords at Tae Hyun. Surprisingly, all the swords shattered before touching a single hair on him. Tae Hyun arrogantly said, you won't be able to speak anymore. I'll teach you what manners are. A drop of blood appeared in midair. He waved his hand, and a new set of swords appeared, then ordered them to attack. Tae Hyun just executed a smooth spin. Slowly raising his hand, each of Ajimun's swords turned to rust. Ajimun growled. How dare you use my power as if it were your own? Maybe I have no choice but to kill you. Then Ajimun formed a giant steel fist. Tae Hyun thought to himself. Though he still appeared arrogant, the pressure from a Grand Duke was far beyond any SSS-level opponent. Calling Rosalia for help might be the right choice now. But at this moment, Tae Hyun's footsteps quickened. Finally, he decided to test how far he could go, having assimilated the divine shard. Behind him, a pair of blazing red wings appeared. Tae Hyun suddenly lunged, catching Ajimun off guard. Before he could react, he was struck in a bloody blow. At some unknown time, Ajimun had drawn a new sword. That sword struck Tae Hyun, something even he hadn't expected. Reacting to what just happened, the two quickly clashed, like true warriors. Ajimun sneered. Daring to use stolen power to this extent. Impressive. Tae Hyun gritted his teeth, holding the blade firmly, and boldly said, it's still too early to be surprised, because I don't just have your power. Finishing his words, he activated another power blood frenzy, combined with beast transformation, snapping the sword in two. Ajimun stared in shock. That corrupt relic, isn't it, or guns? Combining the powers of the Grand Dukes. Truly a shameless and despicable trick. Angrily, he conjured a new 2-foot-long blade. Tae Hyun quickly caught it and snapped it with one hand. Ajimun began to panic, thinking I never expected that brat who used to hide behind Rosalia could reach this level. Not far away, the demonic beasts under her command were watching the battle. Muzarin was astonished. He saw it with his own eyes, but still couldn't believe that he was overpowering Ajimun. How is he really human? No. This is like witnessing a battle between Grand Dukes. Tae Hyun taunted, how does it feel to be dominated by a brat like me? The man's veins bulged in anger. Don't delude yourself, you bastard. You don't know anything about my true power. What you know is just a small fraction. People like you aren't worthy of my full strength. I'll end this here. Tae Hyun calmly denied no. He shifted to using Dragon Fury, unleashing killing intent, enhanced by demonic energy. Tae Hyun stared coldly at Ajimun. The one who knows nothing here is you. The man's face showed denial. Without giving Ajimun a chance to react, Tae Hyun grabbed him with one hand, then activated Akma's poison skill, amplifying demonic energy with a deadly toxin attribute. Ajimun was pierced through the chest by Tae Hyun's hand, spewing a gush of red blood. The swords floating in the air hadn't fully formed before turning into streams of red blood dripping to the ground. Tae Hyun doubted himself. "Did I actually do it?" Ajimun said. "I admit you have surpassed all my expectations. This is my defeat." "That's right." Despite his words, Tae Hyun remained unfazed. Suddenly, the area around him turned into a large pool of blood. Ajimun continued, "Just having to use my full power against someone like you is already a humiliating failure." "I will repay this humiliation in full," Tae Hyun exclaimed in shock. "What is it, Ajimun?" mocking him sarcastically. "This is the blood realm. Open your eyes wide and see. This isn't some half-baked mimicry, but true profound power. Only those who master the power can wield it." Tae Hyun called out to Rosalia in panic, but was cut off before finishing. "If you can call her, then try it. But do you have enough demonic energy to do so?" Suddenly he recoiled. Amid Ajimun's maniacal laughter, Tae Hyun panicked as he felt his demonic energy draining from his body. Drenched in blood, he thought it was his own fault for being too impatient, never expecting Ajimun to have this move. Ajimun laughed. "Just drown in this pool of blood, a slow and agonizing death." Tae Hyun struggled to hold his breath continuously. Unable to struggle, his body slowly sank deeper into the pool of blood. Soon, Tae Hyun lay motionless in the blood. Ajimun approached, touching him. "Sorry for the trouble. Now let me see what this so-called key looks like." His hand suddenly froze as Tae Hyun vanished instantly. "What does it look like?" His hand froze abruptly. Tae Hyun had disappeared instantly. Ajimun was astonished. "Where did he disappear to know there's something about this place?" His voice suddenly echoed quite similar, so it's understandable you might mistake it. "But this isn't your territory. This is deep inside him." Ajimun turned and asked, "Who? You sound like you're talking about a completely different person." Tae Hyun only gave a mysterious smile. "Now inside this body it's no longer me, but Appa Gangster." He laughed. "Welcome to my world." Ajimun, Lord of the Blood Clan, curiously asked, "What is your world, are you?" "The embodiment of the royal key," Appa Gangster replied. "I'm not even sure what I am. Any AI that reaches here is curious about my true nature, but no AI has ever gotten an answer." He continued smoothly. "Do you think you'll be the exception? You're facing a Grand Duke? Got it? Why don't you be honest and just confess?" He sneered. "Grand Dukes like you always act so high and mighty for no reason. Remember, there's always a higher mountain." Both prepared for a life-or-death duel. They waved their hands, unleashing a barrage of swords. Ajimun said, "You're no different from those out there." At that moment, a mouthful of sharp fangs lunged forward. He was shocked. Wait, could that be the blood sword? Ajimun hadn't recovered yet. He saw his sword gnawed to pieces. Appa Gangster gleefully exclaimed, "Wonderful!" licking his lips eagerly. "I needed more demonic energy. This is the perfect gift." He growled in anger. "How dare you insult the Lord of the Blood Clan like that? If so, I will punish you first then." "It's not too late for you to reveal your true nature." With that, Ajimun launched a new attack. Appa Gangster calmly replied, "You dare to turn someone else's mind into your own domain? A bold move, just like that fly last time. But if it were a Grand Duke, perhaps you would have the strength to do it. Still, my original self once achieved something." Ajimun waved his hand, and a series of violent blood waves surged fiercely. Appa Gangster powerfully cut through each wave. Then he said excitedly, "That was using a similar power field to counteract the enemy's power field." After finishing, he unleashed the apocalypse technique. Ajimun was stunned, exclaiming, "What?" before taking a punch straight to the face. The force of that punch sent him flying hundreds of kilometers. Appa Gangster began to brood, possessing such an excellent skill, but not knowing how to use it properly. "Are you planning to silently observe from the shadows? Like that, the Tae Hyun guy is truly foolish, and to make matters worse, he let his mana run dry, forcing me to reveal myself like this. But on second thought, this isn't necessarily bad for me." Then he taunted again. "Get up, you cowardly Grand Duke! I'll show you what a real battle looks like!" Appa Gangster gathered his strength for another punch. This time, Ajimun's chin took the hit. He angrily fought back, but Appa Gangster successfully dodged him, quickly unleashing a flurry of punches at Ajimun. He gritted his teeth, cursing the bastard not giving Ajimun a chance to retaliate. He swiftly grabbed the opponent's head and delivered a knee strike that made intimate contact with Ajimun's face. He was thrown back again, blood splattering from his mouth. Appa Gangster gleefully treated him like a new toy and asked, "Where are you hiding?" Ajimun, seizing the chance to counterattack, shouted curses at the bastard as if hearing a familiar call. A gangster immediately appeared before him and delivered a crushing kick. Ajimun turned into a stream of blood. "Run away," a gangster taunted. "Since becoming a Grand Duke, no one has ever been beaten as badly as you, right?" Ajimun slowly rose from the pool of blood and mustered his strength to strike hard at his opponent. A gangster casually defended and smirked proudly. "You must be really pissed off now." Suddenly, a circle formed around him. This startled him a bit. A gangster ran quickly, trying to break free. Suddenly, a streak of light rushed past him. Losing his balance, he fell forward. A gangster slowly turned his head and saw only IG. Moon, covered in wounds, scolded, "You bastard, I will never forgive you. This time, I'll tear you apart, piece by piece, not leaving even a scrap of skin." Not leaving a scrap of skin, he silently assessed that was a sword. A sword seal can lock the power of the one struck inside the blade. "Are you planning to use the sword seal to absorb the king's power?" "Rebirth will take a very long time. Since I'm inside Tae Hyun's body, I was probably too confident and exposed a weakness. What should I do now?" Thinking this, a gangster laughed. "Hey, original self, don't tell me you're still asleep. Causing this much damage is more than enough. My part is done, take care of yourself." Tae Hyun suddenly appeared behind Ajimun. He shouted loudly, "That's enough brutality!" A surge of power cut through the pool of blood and cracks appeared in the gloomy red sky. Tae Hyun, exhausted, stood resting amid the collapsing space. Ajimun gritted his teeth and cursed, "You bastard! A great Grand Duke like me was beaten to pieces by the soul of an emperor." He only smiled the smile of a victor. At that moment, Rosalia broke through space and stepped in, shouting, "Contractor!" Tae Hyun smiled gently and called her that. "I was worried, Han. Are you okay?" He reassured, "I'm still alive." Rosalia angrily turned away. Ajimun distorted his face and questioned, "Did you drag Rosalia into this again?" "I lost this time. I'll retreat. One day the Emperor's key will definitely be mine," he said, before beginning to disappear. Tae Hyun looked at him and declared, "No way. Next time you'll be the loser." Looking at Tae Hyun still safe, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Good thing you're safe. If I'd known Ajimun would show up himself, I would have come sooner." Tae Hyun replied, "I didn't call you here, so don't blame yourself." Then he tiredly lay down. "So, Rosalia, this should be enough to officially declare war over the territory, right?" She remained silent, smiling at Tae Hyun. "This should be enough to officially declare war over the territory." "Right," she remained silent, smiling at Tae Hyun. Rosalia, annoyed, thought this contractor was really irritating. Meanwhile, another battle was raging elsewhere. Kang Hyuk loudly shouted, "Looks like this really is the den of the evil guild demons gathering like ants." Han Gil added, "We have to act fast. They're stalling so their leaders can escape." A vehicle had already fled. At that moment, Jin Hee and the guild members arrived. He informed the Amazon guild leader, "Those who arrived first have been following. They probably need reinforcements there. We must quickly clear this place and enter the guild hall." Everyone received the order and responded clearly in unison. Jin Hee forcefully kicked open the door and shouted, "Freeze, evil guild! We are the Korean player guild. You are completely surrounded. Surrender now." A mocking voice rang out, "Oh. Seems like you still haven't realized who's really trapped here. The vice leader of the evil guild." The last of the three demon heads slowly appeared. Jin Hee broke into a cold sweat upon seeing the demon. So the one Amazon has been chasing must be an Aragon semi-trailer, parked under the metal bridge. Behind it was a pale blue truck, quietly sitting in the gloomy industrial area. IEM turned to talk. "This result far exceeds my initial expectations. I didn't expect to find you in a place like this," Dong-Soo said with a frown and a smile. "So the one who's been monitoring us all this time is the AI guild leader?" The atmosphere suddenly became tense. She spoke without hesitation. "As predicted, the partner working with the evil guild is the Tisan Corporation." But he remained unfazed. "It seems I've let something slip," the AI smirked arrogantly. "I had my suspicions for a long time. How could the Gray Plague spread by the evil guild be created by just a few ordinary demon humans? I'm convinced that a highly advanced technological force is behind it. And I also noticed that Tisan Pharmaceuticals is the biggest beneficiary, producing the antidote at an extraordinary speed. I regretted not having enough evidence to investigate further, but now having caught you at the evil guild's headquarters, I no longer need any proof. First, as an investigator, may I ask why you acted this way, Dong-Soo?" He replied calmly, as if chatting with an old friend. "I'm a businessman at heart, passionate about business. I simply thought exploiting the evil guild would bring more benefits to the company. Besides, I wasn't happy with the New Korea Players Guild being monopolized by 4 major organizations. Listening to this old fox's excuse, who wouldn't be annoyed? He was irritated, but still polite. Sounds like you couldn't compete fairly, so you resorted to tricks. Enough. You can explain the rest at the guild. Jung-soo suddenly lowered his voice. Wait a minute. Don't you feel like you're acting as if you've already caught me? Isn't it a bit early? I have no intention of surrendering willingly. He saw cruelty flash in the other's eyes. Was the AI a little cautious? Someone who used to be S rank, acting all confident like that, he transformed and casually replied. Used to beast rank only. I've surpassed that, thanks to beast transformation. She didn't expect Jung-soo's power to increase so rapidly. Struggling, she thought, what is this? The AI was thinking the same. Could this be the beast transformation experiment Tae Hyun mentioned? So it wasn't only V-Root that leaked from there. He laughed slyly, his eyes shining with full confidence, declaring, now my power is almost at a national level. So what do you intend to do? The S-rank player finished speaking, and Jung-soo immediately threw a punch straight to her face. Meanwhile, at Jin-hee's location, a fierce battle was underway. Kang Hyuk and Sung Jin charged forward together. Strangely, the Night Demon stood still, as if rooted, seemingly unaffected by the previous attack. He noticed this and shouted, "Hey!" Sung Jin didn't wait for Kang Hyuk to finish and continued. No matter how many times we try, the result doesn't change. That guy doesn't feel a thing when he's hit. Han Gil and Si Jang didn't give up. She shouted, "Then switch to wide area attacks." The two quickly attacked the Night Demon from behind. Si Jang anxiously asked, "Did we take him down?" He was startled and looked to the side, warning, "Wait!" The Night Demon's voice echoed back, "It's useless." Along with that came dark tentacles. Both were lifted up in an instant. AI shouted anxiously, "Everyone!" Jin-hee didn't hesitate and threw a punch straight ahead. That single punch shattered the tentacles, successfully rescuing Han Gil and Si Jang. The Night Demon arrogantly asked, "Do you now understand why I've never been caught in any pursuit? Because from the start, I'm something that cannot be caught." Kang Hyuk yelled, "Damn it, this is like cheating." Si Jang sighed in frustration. "Such a pain." Jin-hee spoke to calm them down. "Don't panic too much." Inside, he quietly speculated that the Night Demon kept bragging about his power. If he really can't be caught, then why did that happen earlier? After thinking, Jin-hee whispered to the group, "I want to try something. Can you all help me a little?" Then the whole group launched a coordinated attack on the Night Demon. "I have something I want to test. Can everyone assist me a bit?" Then the whole group simultaneously attacked the Night Demon. He spoke sarcastically. It seems those hailed as national-level strategists of New Korea really don't learn anything. No matter how many times they try, the outcome remains the same. I told you so. The ones who truly fell into the trap were you. As the Night Demon finished speaking, Han Gil, Kang Hyuk, Sung Jin, and Si Jang were each tightly restrained by tentacles. She yelled in frustration, "So annoying." Jin-hee was quietly planning to ambush the Night Demon. He didn't even bother to turn his head easily, seeing through the old man's intention. Truly, he was walking straight into death. But the second time won't be so easy. Then the Night Demon unleashed a barrage of tentacles toward Jin-hee. He observed the opponent carefully and began to deduce. He just dodged my attack and freed the 2 imprisoned players at the same time. That means with that skill, he can't attack and defend simultaneously. The key lies in the timing of the strike. The moment he showed a weakness was when I launched my attack. That was when Yang held him tightly. "Give me a hand, Yang." Following the plan, she delivered a powerful blow to the Night Demon. He was utterly shocked, muttering to himself, what no chance to recover. Jin-hee charged forward with cold eyes, channeling the spirit of New Korea's martial arts 2nd or 3rd level. Under the force of that punch, the ice block cracked severely, chunks of ice falling everywhere. Amazon silently focused her attention. After the tremor completely stopped, the ice had formed a straight crack following Jin-hee's fist. Si Jang excitedly ran over and asked, "This time it's definitely down right." Han Gil wasn't so sure and nervously stopped him. "Wait, from inside the ice." The Night Demon strode out confidently, snorted, and said, "I didn't expect you to analyze my abilities so quickly." As expected of Jin-hee, a seasoned warrior, that guy's master is definitely no ordinary person. Hearing that name from the Night Demon must mean it's Ji Hong. He hurriedly questioned, "Where is Ji Hong? Has he escaped to the abyss?" The night demon only found it amusing and countered. Do you think I'd just tell you I know I can't face all of you at once? After all, my role was just to buy time to collect data. Even if I have to leave this base behind, it's a pity, but acceptable. But you won't be able to get anything out of this place anymore. Jin-hee stopped arguing with him and called out loudly, "Ayang!" She immediately replied, yes. Then she grabbed her spear and attacked the night demon without a second thought about his revelation. The era of the demonic beasts is about to begin. Kang Hyuk angrily shouted, "Damn it, he escaped again. Old man, chase after him now." Jin-hai slowly responded, "No, there's no need to chase that shadow anymore." He furiously asked again. What a Yang spoke up. "Chief, you're worried about my sister, aren't you? Please don't worry too much. You know my sister isn't someone easy to defeat." Yeon-hai was surprised to hear that, but quickly understood her concern and answered, "Of course I fully trust that." Returning to the clash between Ayong and Jungsu, it was unclear what happened, but he coughed up blood eyes, wide open, muttering unbelievable. Jungsu screamed madly. "My level has clearly reached national rank, so how could I be defeated by someone only at S rank?" AIY smiled mockingly. "Who said I stayed at S rank while everyone else was striving to become national level forces? Do you think I'd just stand by?" She began recalling, frowning. I thought you invited me out just to confess your feelings, but it was only for training." Tae Hyun shyly scratched his neck. Because of his injury, Aeon couldn't join the new Korea Special Task Force, so he needed nurturing at least some one-on-one coaching. She sulked and replied, "So what?" He could only softly explain, "I'm extremely busy and don't have time for trivial things. I plan to help every member of the Special Task Force reach national level, including Aeon. Do you want your little sister to leave you behind?" AI, hearing this, blushed and said, "It's not fair to bring that up, but honestly, I don't want to fall behind her." Knowing his tactic worked, Tae Hyun quickly tempted. "Then stick close to me. Chief Magicians and Onse Nero have already reached national level. Only Nightwalker hasn't. It looks pretty pathetic, doesn't it?" Back to reality. Aeon was delivering powerful, painful blows to Jungsu, silently thinking, since that day, I started a weekly hellish training regimen with Tae Hyun. Finally, I've reached national level. Keeping this secret turned out to be useful. She pointed her spear straight at Dungsu's head and asked, "Do you have any more evidence for me? If you do, bring it out quickly. The more evidence related to the demonic beasts, the better." He panicked and begged, "Show yourself now. Are you going to just stand there and watch?" Not far away, quiet footsteps moved. Ji-hong stretched and mocked. "You insisted on handling this yourself, yet you let someone else clean up the mess, Chairman Dungsu. You should be thankful I cooperated with you, or I would have ended you long ago." AIY stared intently at him. This man, Ji-chong, put on a familiar tone and greeted, "Long time no see, AI. You look well." Meanwhile, elsewhere, dark clouds gathered rapidly, and a swirl of light suddenly appeared from within, as a familiar voice rang out. "What? It's already midnight in Tanhan." Tae Hyun stepped out explosively while Sitius Rua muttered, "So the shift change happens now, huh?" Could something have happened?